Alright, you and I are about to dive into the absolute wildest op family ceremony, where 7 upgrade scrolls sit waiting, and each kid gets just one. Every single color represents an element. Red for fire, blue for water, silver for metal, dark for earth, yellow for the crazy lightning, black for the deep shadows, and pure white for light. These siblings totally use the meetup to flex their insane achievements to their dad. One brags about wrecking evil spirits. Another claims he totally sealed a legendary, undead swordsman all by himself. And the crazy psycho sister reveals she massacred 54 people just to snatch a divine artifact. The patriarch absolutely eats up every single brag. Meanwhile, our youngest brother stays dead silent, since everyone basically treats him like the absolute weakest link here. The ceremony kicks off and he steps up first to grab a scroll. The second he does, the whole room just freezes in pure shock. Nobody can believe their eyes. Our boy casually snags a hidden scroll that literally fuses all 7 crazy elements into one ultimate power. The dad is completely losing it, demanding to know who helped him cheat, but the psycho sister smirks, saying this kid is about to be way stronger than anyone ever guessed. Meet Larson Monon. Our guy now literally holds the rarest, most broken power to ever exist. Now pay attention, because to explain this, we gotta rewind time. Born into this insanely rich family, he always had whatever he wanted, but only one weird thing actually made him happy, just spreading love around. He spent his whole life giving insane affection to his maids, servants, and buddies. He even drooled all over his own mom during bath time. Gross. What an overly loving kid. Now, our main character just reincarnated into him. He knows his siblings will literally execute him at 17, giving him 8 years to rewrite fate. Mid-workout, a system pops up. He unlocked the divine eyes. Now he can see everyone's stats. He quickly discovers his maid is an undercover assassin ready to end him anytime, and he refuses to die a total loser. The very next day, he and his personal servant, who totally packs poison powers, head straight out to the training grounds. The big tower manager greets the young master, thinking it is just a casual tour. But when the kid confidently drops that he came to train, the guy totally freaks out. Larson is only 9, yet wants to throw hands with high-level monsters. Since this manager used to be one of Larson's personal punching bags, he ignores all safety rules and drags the kid straight into the crazy testing zone. Deep inside the forest, wild monsters quickly swarm him. Our boy casually fires up his combat magic and absolutely demolishes these beasts that were supposed to be way too tough for a literal child. Manager Noah, who originally wanted petty revenge on Larson, is left completely speechless. He just cannot wrap his head around a kid having this much insane magic power. The second the big boss spawns, Noah thinks Larson is dead meat, since basically nobody ever beats this thing. This monster strikes with the insane speed of a sniper bullet. It is so fast, our hero barely manages to dodge it. You saw that coming too, right? Still, it was nothing too insane. The beast tries to catch Larson off guard, but our guy perfectly defends himself, leaving the tower boss even more confused and totally sweating. He leaps up, grabs the massive monster, and with one absolute god-tier punch, sends the boss flying completely out of the zone. Wrapping up the session with ease, the system flashes. His mana is fully empty. Totally exhausted, our kid collapses right in front of his servant. Later back home, he just munches chocolate in bed to recover. Soon his jerk brother Carlton kicks the door in to humiliate him, ordering him to crawl like a bug. What he does not know, Larson is not weak anymore. For the first time ever, he easily dodges the strike. The older brother is in total disbelief. He instantly snaps, furiously activating his glowing magic circles. But our hero literally slows down time, flashes right behind Carlton, and punches his gut so hard his brother's mana completely explodes. For the first time ever, arrogant Carlton discovers his own blood. The crazy news spreads like wildfire through the mansion. Nobody can believe weak little Larson actually pulled that off. His hunger for power just keeps growing. On his 10th birthday, he hits the magic library to master mana control, where he meets the chill librarian. Her name is Evian. According to his system, she is secretly a highly wanted witch. She can literally freeze a whole castle solid. Plus, she uses magic without even chanting, a total flex only top-tier mages can ever pull off. Desperate to learn real magic control, he asks for a book covering absolutely everything about it. But even though it is basic level, he understands zero, so he just fires up his divine eyes and finally starts absorbing the knowledge. But then boom, his mana drains completely. Wandering the massive mansion, he spots his mom, the woman he mistreated forever. He sits down to confess his true feelings. When he looks at her, her eyes are completely empty. Still, he asks for forgiveness, swearing he changed. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. She just kept her head down and bounced from the table, saying she really needed to get back to work. Stick with me here, you and I are about to see a wild switch up. Outside, our hero's mom was straight up crying happy tears because Larson finally called her mom. The young protagonist actually asked his mother to carve out 1 full hour of her schedule every single day. He even promised they would chill together and sip some premium Challenge mountain tea. The lady happily agreed before heading on her way. But this wasn't just your average morning brew. This stuff could literally cure the blue spot illness after 30 days of straight drinking, even though he was an out-of-wedlock kid. Larson honestly could never forget that this amazing lady was still his actual mother. The one person who never quit on this little rascal. His only real wish was keeping her super healthy. Once back at her own place, Lady Soso thought she was dreaming, but this reality was totally legit. With that 10-year ceremony fast approaching, her wild son had absolutely changed for the better. Lady Soso really felt her prayers had finally been answered. I mean, she actually got to enjoy daily tea dates with her own son. Even though he felt super different now, the mom was just pure happiness. Just then, a cool breeze made the candle flicker, almost like the heavens giving a huge thumbs up for tomorrow's epic dawn. Larson totally declared he had something massive to share with Ira. Now watch closely, things get hilarious. The maid started fully panicking, convinced her secret cover was blown. She wondered if the young master needed her dark talents. But right as she hyped herself up to go assassinate some poor guy, he casually asked for imported cargo chocolates. The kid demanded crazy amounts and top-tier quality. While the killer maid felt totally let down by this basic request, the kid added 1 extra order. Just when she got her hopes back up, he just ordered some basic sweets from a certain local bakery, bumming her out. And so, exactly 60 minutes later, our protagonist was completely stunned. He realized having rich guy money was totally broken, while standing in front of 100 chocolate bars worth 20 million W. Seeing a literal fortune in sweets dropped off in under an hour, he decided to flex that absolute power. And with that, his insanely unhealthy feast officially began. This brand sold premium bars for 300,000 each, plus cheaper ones at 1/3 the price. Surprisingly, every single bar held different mana levels. Crazy enough, mana was also packed inside those Ludon bakery sweets. That meant there had to be some shared secret ingredient between both treats. With that insane realization, our hero summoned his shadow ninja and demanded the Ludon baker be dragged over immediately. Exactly 30 minutes later, the scared baker was standing inside the kid's room. The dude was internally freaking out, absolutely convinced Larson found some nasty bug baked into his sweets. Plus, those crazy rumors about him being a total thug who beat up a martial arts heiress were definitely not helping. At that exact moment, you saw this coming, right? The baker pictured the kid as an absolute demon ready to execute a commoner. He started praying hard. Right then, Larson cut through the heavy silence and casually asked about his baked goods. The young master demanded every single ingredient used, but when the terrified baker dropped down apologizing, the little guy clarified he literally just wanted the recipe. Shaking for his life, the man tried remembering, saying it took sugar, some starch syrup, and a big handful of millennial grass powder. The young dude was shocked by how ridiculously simple that recipe was. Our hero instantly realized millennial grass was the magic link. This discovery left him super satisfied, because munching on this specific grass would grant him massive mana. Meanwhile, over at the training hall, Noah was getting super annoyed. More and more random people kept asking about our overpowered kid. He could only explain that the kid wrecked a mushroom monster using just his magic combat moves. Plus, he healed from the brutal recoil using a basic recovery spell. All of a sudden, someone smashed into the room and snapped him back to reality. The healer mage frantically told the admin everyone was losing their minds, hearing the seventh young master crush the sixth. Hearing this insane news, Noah was absolutely floored. So what do you and I make of this? Noah was pissed, totally unable to grasp how a 9-year-old got this ridiculously broken. All right, stick with me here. The healer totally figured Larson was just flexing his power before the big Year 10 ceremony. But when the admin heard how badly our boy had totally wrecked his older brother, the guy was just completely floored. Mages are super slow naturally, so they gotta use movement spells to cover that up, but those spells, way too advanced for a little kid. Noah chimed in, saying if a kid was basically brute forcing magic combat techniques just to grow up faster, he'd hit a massive wall eventually. Some old study claimed the kid would struggle with basic elemental spells and never reach the Grandal tier. Plus, when the admin called this whole thing a super reckless gamble, the healer just shook his head, thinking the kid was just acting plain naive. But Noah swore things weren't that basic. His buddy just told him to stop overthinking it. With that sorted out, both guys started getting totally hyped for the upcoming ceremony. Meanwhile, our main man was literally munching down like an absolute goat. He was housing this 1,000-year-old magic herb all by himself. 0 calories involved here. Since he basically ate a decade's worth of chocolate earlier, all that insane mana was now straight up trapped inside his own body fat. Simply put, he just needed to burn off that fat using his core to unlock it. Boosting his own mana pool meant he could keep his heavenly eye active way longer. That basically fast-tracks his mana cultivation, letting him level up like crazy. So yeah, after 3 solid days of hardcore grinding. Now pay attention, because here's where it gets wild. The system actually reveals a hidden page, pointing him to the great sage Alberto's notes. Out of nowhere, the pages of the book started flipping all by themselves. Seeing the name Great Sage Alberto pop up instantly got our boy super curious. Because of that, he had to suck it up, conquer his fear of the Ice Witch, and head back to the library once again. The kid was praying he wouldn't have to deal with that scary lady again, but what he totally missed, he wasn't even alone in his own room. The maid was hanging upside down like a bat, just quietly watching him. Later on, at the Starlight Library, while our guy was looking for the librarian, he noticed the whole place felt way warmer than it usually did. Boom, Evian spawned right behind him. Larson handed back the book he somehow managed to speedrun in 3 days. The librarian just casually dusted off the cover, and it magically floated right back to its shelf. That's when the kid realized this lady was no joke. She was straight up casting spells without even chanting a single word. Playing it cool, Larson politely asked for book number 77 by Sage Alberto. The librarian nodded, confirming they actually had that exact copy. Evian dropped a reality check, saying it was ranked Class B because it was basically just a bunch of pure gibberish, but the kid still wanted it anyway. Suddenly, the Ice Witch's nose totally twitched. Out of nowhere, this fully grown adult woman started intensely sniffing the little dude. You and I are probably thinking the exact same thing right now, total stranger danger panic mode. He really thought he was dealing with some kind of creep. But then, the librarian just casually mentioned he smelled super sweet. Our boy let out a massive sigh of relief, finally catching on. He pointed out the smell was definitely coming from his chocolate bar. When he offered her a piece, the librarian actually turned it down at first, but with just a tiny bit of pushing, she caved instantly. Seeing this overpowered, terrifying Ice Witch acting like this, it legit made the kid wonder if the system was just glitching out. Now, clutching the book, the little dude decided to bounce. He started wondering how Evian would react to a compliment. So Larson told the maid she could swing by his mansion anytime for more chocolate, promising to give his maid a heads up about her. In reality, though, the kid was just being polite while screaming internally, praying this Ice Witch would stay as far away from him as possible. Later that day, after grinding through 42% of the book, his heavenly eye just completely tapped out. This book was nowhere near the hype he expected. Honestly, it read more like a cringe compilation of Alberto, hyping himself up like some clout-chasing influencer and telling the reader to learn the basics to be awesome. A bit later, Hampton and Hero were absolutely stunned seeing the little rascal actually putting in some workout time. Hampton felt super proud watching his young master dedicating real time to getting totally shredded. Reading up in the library and training at Noah's place. Right then, the assassin pointed out this was definitely not your average morning jog. Someone behind them noticed the young master was actually trying to farm all that trapped mana, and trust me, we're just getting started. All right, stick with me. The servants were completely shook seeing Evian behind them. Jiro didn't even sense her. Evian pulled up to the Autumn mansion. She immediately told Hampton not to snitch to the young master. The little dude was super curious why this overpowered high-level librarian just randomly showed up. At first, he totally guessed she was here to test the young master and buff his stats. But then he remembered librarians are strictly forced to stay completely neutral. Watching him sprint like that, Evian realized he wasn't the little punk from the rumors, and that's exactly when Jiro finally remembered. Our young master previously told him to hand over some chocolate if this librarian ever visited. The maid was honestly shocked to find out this hardcore librarian had such a massive sweet tooth. Jiro was sweating bullets, dead sure this high-level mage would be super pissed about getting basic chocolate. But to her absolute shock, Evian snagged that gift immediately. So while the shadow and the librarian focused on the young master's crazy training, the maid got super suspicious, questioning what kind of sketchy relationship our main character actually had with this witch. 3 whole days passed. When Larson finally finished Alberto's 7th book, the system announced his celestial eye would absorb the info. Our boy was feeling so proud about finally learning mana cultivation, but then out of nowhere, insane pain just blasted him. Completely out of nowhere, our main character collapsed hard. Watch closely here, mana was speedrunning through his body. Failing to understand this flow meant literal instant death. So just by leveling up his brain, our guy was suddenly fighting for his actual life. He quickly used his celestial eye to analyze the mana, still completely mind-blown that reading a literal book could actually kill him. With everything on the line, he locked in. Later that day, the mana cultivation technique was permanently hardwired into his heart, but plot twist, the system told him learning it unlocked the hidden backstory. And just like that, the otherworld's lore was completely revealed. Now he could finally uncover what unpredictability actually meant, plus the 27-year-old librarian's wild origin story. But since her bio claimed she was a massive chocolate lover, he was super confused. Then it hit him, a crazy flashback from babysitting his buddy's little kid. On that doomed day, the kid started scribbling all over his backstory lore book. Because of that massive typo, our boy finally understood why Ice acted so weird around chocolate. Suddenly the vibe shifted as a voice called out, saying Larson's intense concentration was totally useless. You guys see that? Fire spawned out of nowhere. It wasn't hot, but the aura behind it was absolutely insane. This person had an absolutely lethal smile and fiery red hair. It was Persia Martin, a totally tyrannical, cruel boss who controlled fire, earth, and water. She completely called him out for faking his concentration. This overpowered mage's heavy presence absolutely startled him. Making it way worse, the celestial eye revealed she absolutely despised the weak and literally sliced people up for fun. When she aggressively asked him again why he was faking, our guy almost apologized but instantly zipped his mouth shut. Since his eye said Persia hated weaklings, saying sorry to her was basically a literal death sentence. Larson realized he got dragged into some crazy forced test, so he told his big sister he was actually locked in. Even he wasn't totally convinced by his own words. But he totally rolled with it, casually telling his sister she should really be way more observant. Persia called absolute cap on that, while Larson aggressively doubled down, swearing he wasn't faking it. Our boy pointed out she just wanted to see if he'd crack and apologize, but then she randomly busted out laughing. He couldn't tell if he was safe yet. Then Persia admitted he definitely matched the rumors about changing, which honestly shocked him since he didn't even know she existed until right now. Larson claimed he genuinely wanted a redemption arc, but his sister hit back saying it was too late. That response totally intrigued her, and like any solid big sister, she threw a massive flaming snake. And that's where we leave it. Persia declared things only end when you decide to. Alright, stick with me here. Right off the bat, our guy made it crystal clear he totally knew his limits and would never become the family boss. But when he casually dropped the bomb that he could help a sibling become the patriarch, his sister immediately demanded he explain himself. So our boy revealed how he could totally be the ultimate hidden ace, but Persia completely doubted he could actually be useful. He shot back that, like any shiny tool, his value depended entirely on how capable the user was. But when his big sister asked exactly who he wanted to serve, he instantly realized she was basically just fishing to see if he wanted to work for her. So he played it smart, claiming he just didn't know his siblings well enough yet to back whoever was destined to become the next family head. Deep down, though, he totally knew the absolute best candidate was Avilia, the legendary mage of the end. Suddenly, the little bro called Persia out on how terrified she actually was of their second sister. Her totally hidden fear flared up as her snake hissed. Now watch this part closely. The roaring flames around them suddenly intensified, making it feel like an absolute oven. Persia snapped that she only gave him a few minutes because he was cute, calling his words utter trash and reminding him she despises liars. Larson fired back that he was super aware she preferred people who were brutally honest and wildly arrogant, instead of those who were just weak and totally submissive. So by declaring he would only bow to honor and never to raw power, his older sister finally let go of him. Then Larson calmly suggested she should just forgive him, since he had been 100% honest. The redhead literally called him a massive idiot before suddenly throwing something right at him. The thing hit our MC right in the gut and hurt like crazy. What felt exactly like a high-speed bowling ball crushing his ribs turned out to be just a regular apple. To make things even wilder, the impact of that freaking fruit was so massive it forced him to unlock a defensive skill called Iron Will. After that, Persia simply ordered him to eat the apple before she bounced, casually claiming she just found the fruit on her way over. You saw that coming, right? It was only then that our guy realized what he was actually holding. This random apple he just took to the gut was actually a cardian, an insanely rare, top-tier mana elixir that costs an absolute fortune. The only reason he managed to score such a legendary item this easily was simply because he was the youngest kid of the Matin house. Larson once again compared himself to Conan Sad, who practically had to be cheered on just to carry a basic cardian around. Later on, chilling in her room, Persia started wondering how her little brother, a 9-year-old walking disaster, managed to unlock the first circle all on his own. Realizing he might have been faking his whole delinquent act this entire time, she knew he was definitely no fool. The mage was absolutely certain that slippery, cunning guys like him were exactly what she needed to beat her second sister. Making things even better for her, the 9-year-old kid was surprisingly brave and actually knew how to hide his true motives even when terrified. Plus, Larson literally had zero chance of ever stepping up as the next family head. So Persia, who casually shattered a solid desk with just her finger, realized this super valuable asset could never actually threaten her spot as the successor. With that settled, she called in Sando to stop her other siblings from recruiting Larson. She ordered her servant to block all contact with him and keep spreading the juicy rumors about him being a total delinquent. Then Persia started wondering if her little bro had actually eaten her wild gift yet. Since he was told to watch the MC closely and make sure he didn't literally die from eating the apple, Sando pointed out how much Persia actually liked him. The lady just laughed it off, explaining she'd be in huge trouble if caught murdering him, and honestly, it'd be way more entertaining if he just refused the fruit. According to her, if her 9-year-old brother was dumb enough to reject her precious gift, then she'd be perfectly within her rights to just casually rip off a few of his limbs. Later that night, while scanning the insane fruit, The system warned our MC that overeating it meant instant death, and that he'd seriously need to find a top-tier mage for help. Making things way worse, he had zero clue what counted as too much. Larson started questioning why Persia even gave him this crazy gift, assuming she just wanted him indebted forever. But he definitely couldn't forget that his sister was completely unhinged. Which meant she might have just tossed him that apple out of pure curiosity, planning to use him the second he digested it. Despite not knowing what twisted plans she actually had in store. So what do you and I take from this? Simple. If the little bro refused the apple, his sister was definitely ripping off his arms. Let's dive right in. The system told our boy to find a water, ice, or wind mage, and suddenly a crazy idea hit him. His first thought, find Evian, but honestly there was a massive chance she'd just straight up ice him without a second thought. After all, she could totally just blame his death on him eating too much of the apple, brushing it off as a failed rescue mission. In other words, worst case scenario, he'd be totally at the librarian's mercy, but hey, he still called the mage over anyway. Our MC knew full well he couldn't hide the Cardian or its massive mana from her, so he invited Evian inside while desperately scrambling for a brand new plan. Sitting down, the young master told the librarian he wouldn't hide this super op item, straight up showing her the apple as a Cardian. Then Larson confidently stated he wanted to strike a deal with the lady. Since he was way too weak to eat the apple alone, he needed her help, but Evian pointed out that as an AI variant, she was strictly bound to stay neutral, no helping him in the messy succession war, not even indirectly. Our boy quickly explained that the succession battle had absolutely nothing to do with his request. Larson totally hooked the witch's curiosity, claiming he just wanted to level up as a mage and follow the true path of magic. Honestly, those were the words of a top-tier mage. Evian started thinking someone framed him as a total delinquent just to ruin his rep. Larson made it super clear he couldn't care less about becoming the next head of the house. But Evian wasn't buying it at all. Literally every single Matin kid lived for the brutal succession war. The hero had to double down, swearing he only wanted her help for his own survival, absolutely not to take over his family head. Even so, the lady flat out stated her job strictly banned any intervention. She told him to ask the Matin mages, but he clapped back saying they all worked for his siblings. Then Larson dropped the bomb. He begged Evian to help protect his mom. Those exact words deeply impacted the cold ice witch. Flashback time, one day guards were totally harassing a lady over tax evasion, and her brave kid grabbed the officer's arm, desperately trying to free his mom. The soldier got super pissed off and literally decided to punish the little kid with his sword. At the absolute last second, the mom jumped in, sacrificing herself to save her boy. And making things way worse, the garbage soldier just complained about his sword getting dirty. Covered in blood, the poor kid cried his absolute heart out over his mom's lifeless body. Now pay attention to this part. Seeing this, the whole crowd just started whispering about how completely abusive the local authorities actually were. But only one single person actually stepped up. The Ice Witch stood completely alone, facing down a total tyrant and his fully armed squad. She blasted the ruler with her freezing magic. It turns out that was the youngest Matin son and his mom, a literally discarded maid. Evian suddenly realized our MC acted like a total punk just to protect his mom, even though it seemed completely impossible. His siblings were absolute monsters, while he was just the youngest, an illegitimate kid. Because of that, even if his dream was impossible, Evian knew he had the right to try, so she finally made her choice. To her, chasing a dream mattered just as much as reaching it, so Evian straight up told the young master she wasn't helping him just for chocolate. Hearing this, our hero was absolutely hyped, now with everything finally ready to go. Evian explained she'd freeze the wild energy bursting from him as he ate the fruit, letting his body absorb it back once it melted. Then she warned him there was a major risk his body might freeze solid. Let that sink in for a second. Best case, he's frozen for months. Worst case, he literally drops dead right on the spot. Right then, Larson nervously begged her to please not say such terrifying things with a straight poker face. Being the insanely skilled ice mage she was, she promised to do absolutely everything to keep him breathing. Larson second-guessed himself, wondering if he should just ditch the fruit for now. Still, he realized right now gave him the absolute best odds of actually surviving this insane operation. In the end, the ice witch he was terrified of was actually someone who deeply cared about other people. Finally, he decided to treat this like a high-stakes gamble with a tiny fail rate, urging the librarian to just go for it. Right then, Evian pointed out that since the young master was officially booking her top-tier mage services, she needed some kind of payment. Evian promised a tiny fee, casually demanding exactly 24 chocolate bars. Shortly after our MC's older sister got the official report, he actually ate the magic apple with a librarian's help. Since Persia instantly realized her servant was definitely talking about the icy Evian. She questioned how the hero actually managed to win her over. The masked maid couldn't get close enough to spy on them at all, totally blocked by Evian's overpowered detection magic. This crazy twist shocked her. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Persia explains that the Karchin is so ridiculously overpowered that only someone as strong as Evian, who Larson knows as Larvian, could actually make this work. Stick with me on this one. When Sando mentions our boy swallowed the whole fruit, she drops a bombshell that totally catches the ice mage off guard. His vitals are staying perfectly stable while he is sucking up mana at lightning speed, but honestly, Persia doesn't even flinch because she knows he's always been an absolute beast. Persia notes that this usually takes around 3 years, but she completely expects Larson to finish in just 1. But get this, Sando completely shocks her by saying at his current speed, he will be done in 3 weeks. Meanwhile, back at the Autumn Mansion, our main character is sweating buckets in bed because his whole body is literally burning up. By dawn, after jogging for hours, the dude realizes he isn't even slightly tired, and that's exactly when the morning rooster finally crows. Our hero is so overflowing with energy, he feels like his heart might actually explode from all the mana, so he tells his shadow to warp him straight to the waterfall garden. The second he gets there, he starts climbing. Scaling a roaring waterfall is way tougher than a light jog. Even so, Larson tells Hampton to bring him some 10-kilogram weights. Thanks to this insane workout, his iron will levels up to advanced iron will, granting him some massive extra protection. This also triggers his mana utilization to evolve into competent mana utilization, making him feel crazy light. Now watch closely. Larson bumps the weight to 20 kilos. 7 days later, he is already crushing 30 kilos, and the following week he demands 50 kilos. This totally makes his servant think he's overdoing it. But Larson insists he is doing just fine. He is basically bursting with raw energy, even though his sleep schedule is a total mess. It is totally safe to say he completely absorbed that apple's mana. Sando then explains to her boss that her little brother's body is honestly a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Persia is super intrigued hearing her baby bro climbs the waterfall daily using his magic combat techniques. Since magic combat techniques level up fast but hit a wall early, she starts thinking Larson might actually be a huge asset to her cause after all. Even so, she never expected him to climb 30 meters in under 5 minutes packing 50 kilos. This cracks her up completely, and she actually asks Sando about the main character's estimated lifespan. The masked girl explains that without help, Larson will drop dead in 3 months. His body is so overloaded with mana that he could literally explode from the inside out. Sando claims it would be best if Persia helped her brother. But she wants him to figure it out himself. Classic tough love, right? The second he looks like he's about to kick the bucket, Persia will swoop in to figure out how he melted the ice mage's heart. Meanwhile, after finally getting a much-needed haircut, Larson can't help but notice his massive glow-up. That afternoon during tea time, Soso points out her son leaned out a ton, and though she is super worried about him, he swears he is in tip-top shape. His mom then praises the maid's tea-making skills, leaving the girl totally flattered as she shyly hands a compliment right back. Larson is stoked to see Hiro acting so surprisingly sweet to his mom. Making things even better, the gnarly blue stain on his mom's chest has basically vanished completely. Later that night, while cultivating his mana in bed, our boy realizes it is only 4 days until December 24th, the exact eve of the star's birth. In this world's lore, everything kicks off with Emperor Hyperion, the guy who united every race to build the empire. So December 24th is essentially his big birthday bash. But honestly, our main character couldn't care less about ancient history because a massive plot event is about to drop. If things go as planned, Ludia, the natural enemy of mages, the Crimson Butcher, and the one-armed sorceress, is gonna strike. Ludia is in incredibly deep trouble and will get exiled right out the West Gate. At this point, even without spelling it out, he knows she's fated to meet the third sister. Bumping into Persia explains exactly how the girl gets her arm sliced off. That's exactly why the Crimson Butcher will hunt down House Metin for revenge and team up with the novel's original protagonist. The one-armed sorceress packs her whole tribe's crazy power, and Conan is meant to fight alongside her based on their future contract. But Larson wants her to hand him the holy grail of fire instead of Conan's Sade. Trust me, you're gonna want to see how he pulls this off next. Stick with me, things are about to get seriously wild. His celestial eye caught the shadow of Persia lurking right inside his room. Spooked but curious, our guy figured the smartest move was just shutting off his eye and playing dumb. But nope, the system warned him that forcing it shut would completely wreck his mana flow. Dangerous stuff. So he pulled the classic fake sleep trick. Funny enough, this totally blew Sando's mind, making it look like our boy was casually cultivating mana in his sleep. Because cultivating mana, that is a super risky business demanding 100% focus. Yet here was a 9-year-old kid seemingly pulling it off while snoring. Sando was scratching his head over how to even report this crazy anomaly. After all, the kid only read a super basic, totally boring beginner manual. The spy flipped through the book, nothing. Zero passive mana techniques hidden in those pages. You see, after eating that special apple with the ice mage's help, his body had gone through a massive upgrade. The shadow realized his heart was literally generating its own mana. But the absolute craziest part was that the kid showed zero signs of heart strain whatsoever. Believe it or not, his mana was actually just chilling out and slowly stabilizing. Even though he had not even hit the second circle or gotten a physical enhancement spell yet. Sando decided this 9-year-old's heart was an absolute monster. He definitely needed to report all this wild intel tomorrow morning. Now pay attention here. The second that spy vanished, our boy finally opened his eyes. Boom, December 24th rolled around. Over at the Autumn Mansion, everyone was hanging out by this massive glowing tree. Right then, the young master grabbed his maid and his shadow for a little field trip. Hampton was super curious about the destination, but shockingly, Larson marched them straight toward the west outer gate. The Metin family had 4 whole gates on the west side, and our hero was heading to the absolute furthest one out. Because tonight, Ludia, the infamous Crimson Butcher and the ultimate nightmare for all mages, was scheduled to make her grand entrance, and Larson was itching to meet her face to face. But plot twist, a massive brawl had already kicked off down at the gate. Seeing this tiny girl chucking fire everywhere and causing absolute chaos, our hero totally regretted running late. His servants were completely clueless about their plan. Hampton, locked and loaded with tons of paralyzing poison, asked if they were making a pit stop at the 6th young master's place. But to his massive disappointment, our guy shut that idea down fast. When asked if he was upset, the little dude panicked and just blanked on what to say. Meanwhile, at the gate, Ludia was going totally berserk with absolute fury. You and I know that feeling, right? Seeing the system call her simple-minded, he instantly regretted ever picking up that damn writer's pen. Still, he bet she was weak to poison, so he hyped Hampton up to do his thing. He ordered his shadow to bust out the paralyzing toxin, and Hampton chucked that poison right at her. While the girl was busy throwing her wild tantrum, the toxic dust hit her hard. Instant paralysis, lights completely out. Larson rushed in to handle the messy situation, but suddenly, somebody totally blocked his path. The gate guard mistook him for a trespasser, demanding his name. Larson totally roasted the guy, pointing out he literally just walked out from inside. Our hero wanted to play nice, but he had to call out how useless they were against one tiny girl. Honestly though, it was more like that crazy kid was just way above their pay grade. So our guy tried dragging her inside, but Fermi, the guard, aggressively blocked him, demanding ID. That is when the shadow stepped up. Hampton gassed him up, introducing the kid as a Mound family VIP and a major magic path prodigy. Chasung Min tried shutting him down while the praise kept coming, so the young boss finally introduced himself as Larson Min. Hearing that, the guard thought he was totally capping, zero belief. The dude pointed out that Larson Min was not supposed to be this handsome. Our hero was torn between being super offended or flattered. So he asked for their names, pointing out how stupid it would be for anyone from inside the estate to fake being the patriarch's youngest son. Our boy then brought up the nasty rumors claiming he was some incredibly ugly, no-good delinquent, but added that only a total idiot would impersonate a loser like that, leaving his shadow staring in pure shock. With that epic flex, the hero told the guard to send someone to the main family and fact-check his identity. So what do we take from this? He promised they'd deeply regret their arrogance once they confirmed he's the real seventh son. Hearing that, the guard absolutely panicked for his life. He apologized instantly, but stick with me here because when asked why he wanted the girl inside, Larson found himself in one seriously awkward spot. So the grown man trapped inside a 9-year-old boy's body just pointed out that she looked cute. The maid watched all of this with pure intrigue. Later on, the unconscious little fire user was tied up securely on the floor. Hampton, Era, and Larson waited anxiously for her to wake up. Right then, the system alerted our MC about an unexpected error. It felt like the world itself actually noticed the massive plot change he just created. And at that exact moment, Ludia finally opened her eyes. Even with her mouth gagged tight, he could totally tell she was absolutely roasting him with a barrage of muffled insults. Seeing the system officially label this girl as a total simpleton, our hero decided to handle her in the most basic way possible. Larson cut straight to the chase, offering to help the girl with her sick dad. He claimed his own mother was also sick. So he totally understood her pain. He even deduced from her outfit that she was a Geron Fire tribe mage, while the young master pointed out the massive epidemic back in her hometown. His shadow was honestly blown away by his crazy knowledge. As for the maid, she just watched everything in dead silence. Now watch closely. Ladia was completely shocked when the dude standing right in front of her claimed he had the cure. He then pointed out she probably tried breaking into his house, thinking the Min family held the cure. Our hero asked her to nod if she followed his logic, and with one simple little nod, the girl confirmed he was spot on. With that settled, he told the assassin to ungag the girl. Ladia immediately asked the hero if he really wanted to help her out. He was super surprised by how casual she acted, instantly comparing her to Conan Sod in his head as he confirmed it. But the girl had a tough time believing him. In her mind, stuck-up aristocrats only ever help people to benefit themselves. Ladia straight up said she had something super valuable to trade. Right then, our MC's eyes went wide as he realized this valuable item was the Holy Grail of Fire. Literally one of the most overpowered legendary items the main character from the original novel was supposed to get. When the hero promised to cure her sick dad, the girl was absolutely thrilled. But hearing it would cost her a massive fortune. The poor girl felt instantly crushed and nervously asked how huge the required sum was. The hero smoothly explained he would only know the price after the treatment actually worked. This let him negotiate trading her valuable item for her dad's health. I know what you're thinking. It's time for our protagonist to actually deliver his end. Larson ordered his shadow to spread 1,000-year-old herbs across the territory after boiling them in silver seawater for a bit to prep the cure. Hampton was totally intrigued by these weird instructions and asked the hero how that worked. So the MC confidently reminded him that a shadow should never doubt his young master. Hearing that, the dark-skinned guy was absolutely stunned. He promised to perfectly execute his master's order while completely marveling at his insane aura. It didn't take the protagonist very long to figure out who she was. She wanted to ask how he knew that prescription. The MC claimed it defied common sense. Larson simply fired back, stating he was a mean. The maid thanked his brutal honesty. For some weird reason, she felt like she was standing before a real young patriarch. When the hero announced he was freeing Ludia, the kid was pretty shocked. Then, the tribe girl immediately flared up with some serious hostile intentions. Since she never actually told the young noble her name, he realized he just made a massive rookie mistake. The girl got super mad since she hadn't given her name to anyone. Our boy found himself in a really tight spot. Still, he kept his cool and casually asked the girl if it was really that weird for him to know her name. When she said yes, he asked if she also thought it was weird he used a crazy expensive herb to cure them. Then he pointed out it was even weirder giving her a total family secret, and how crazy it was to do something with literally zero benefit to himself. In other words, the girl was just acting totally hostile towards the one guy trying to save her. Realizing she was biting the hand feeding her, the girl quickly apologized. However, the hero smugly asked her to repeat what she just said, claiming he was way too far to hear her, so he leaned in and forced the girl to repeat herself, making her apologize for a third time. Larson was satisfied, ordering her to stay by his side. "Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." He couldn't just let her leave freely after she straight up attacked the gate guards. Ludia said she told the guy her story, but he literally called her dirty and permanently banned her from ever entering the property. They just laughed in her face, saying they didn't care at all if her dad died, and the Maddie family had zero reason to step in. The little girl's anger was completely justified. In the end, those cruel gate guards told the father she loved so much to just drop dead. With that out of the way, our hero ordered the mage to untie the tribal girl. Only then did she think to ask the name of the guy showing her kindness. Our hero introduced himself as Larson Matten. The name sounded familiar, and then it finally clicked. Ludia recognized our hero as the infamous delinquent, leaving all the servants completely shocked. She explained that, according to the rumors, he was the absolute lowest of the low. But with a wry smile, the girl claimed the rumors were totally fake since he was obviously kind. Because of that, another unexpected variable popped into the story. Cha Sung-min started wondering if making this one-armed sorceress a major ally for the novel's hero was actually a good idea, so he decided to just observe her for now. Later on that very night, inside the mansion, Hampton reported to his master that he had gathered all the necessary herbs and would head out to the Highern territory immediately. According to the shadow, he should reach his destination in exactly 3 days. Now watch closely because this gets interesting. Hampton broke protocol to ask his master the real reason why he was helping the kid out. Larson claimed there was no special reason at all. Honestly, it would just be way too cruel to let sick people die when he already had the cure. He even added that showing the girl kindness cost him absolutely nothing at the end of the day. Hearing that, the loyal servant thanked his lord for the solid explanation. Hampton figured it made perfect sense for a powerhouse family to naturally look out for the needs of the less fortunate. Because of that, he assumed his master was a true beacon of light, someone who would carry their family to brand new heights. But the guy had no clue his idol was just acting to get his hands on the holy grail of fire. 2 whole days passed since then. As the sharp sound of heels echoed through the mansion, the maids were completely horrified. Persia was there to inspect the new toy her little brother was hiding, but then she noticed something super intriguing. The fire mage did not remember having anyone this crazy handsome in their entire family. So our hero quickly reminded her that he was just her little brother, the 7th young master. Persia got interested all over again in the baby of the family, who seemed like an endless box of surprises. Cha Sung-min explained he wasn't hiding anything at all, except for the tiny fact that he was literally the author of this entire world. Then Persia gently grabbed his face, totally praising him for being so handsome and freaking adorable. Right then, the 9-year-old kid felt like his heart was gonna stop, as his advanced iron will instantly fired up to save him. You and I both felt that tension, right? A simple look from his big sister, who liked his glow-up, literally forced his body into full defense mode. With that said, Persia promised to spoil her little bro rotten if he stayed this handsome. But he rejected her kindness, realizing this was just another one of her twisted tests. Larson pointed out that he wanted her to take him seriously, which honestly just made him look even cuter to her, so cute that he would make a fantastic piece of art once she chopped his head off. Remembering his doomed future, our main character begged her to stop making scary jokes like that. Persia wanted to see Larson's new toy, and he totally panicked she'd find out Ludia was a genuine prodigy fire mage. The third sister hated other female mages and would definitely despise the Crimson Butcher, seeing her as a massive potential rival. So he decided to block their fated meeting right there, telling his sister straight up that the girl belonged to him. After all, he was the one who found the toy first, meaning he had absolutely zero obligation to show it off to his big sis. That bold arrogance seriously ticked off the redhead. Just her aura alone forced our main character's body to immediately fire up the advanced iron will. Persia couldn't stand the fact that a guy only good at basic magic combat wouldn't bow to her will. Right in that intense moment, the heavenly eye activated. Her raw mana alone was more than enough to completely crush her little brother, and so, fully knowing the insane power gap, she decided to give him a fighting chance. Seeing her little bro learned basic magic combat, she'd now fight him using just a single finger. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this. Persia promised to only use a magic combat technique she'd just read about for a few short minutes. Alright guys, stick with me here. This offer was just too good to pass up, so our boy went all in. Persia totally loved her little bro's guts. She unleashed a massive fire snake right at his face. But wait. His celestial eye clutched up, proving the whole thing was just a massive fake out. So he dashed straight ahead and punched right through that fiery illusion. Persia was legit shook by his insane glow-up over the last 3 weeks. She promised to leave Ludia alone if he actually won, hyping him up to fight harder. Because honestly, if Big Sis got bored, she'd have zero choice but to absolutely wreck Larson's new toy. Now staring down his overpowered sister, she remembered the crazy flex he just dropped. Persia started realizing how wild and entertaining he actually was, despite totally being the family outcast. Our boy charged straight at her, but the top-tier mage thought he was moving way too slow. She stopped him with one single finger. That ominous danger made him quickly back up. Persia was low-key impressed he even survived that hit. She admitted he wasn't a total noob at magical combat, seeing him use his brain for once. Meanwhile, right then, Larson realized his chances of actually catching a dub were dropping fast. You and I both know this power gap was way too huge to play off casually. Advanced iron will activated. Our boy was completely shook that just one mana-charged finger from his sister could do that much insane damage. Right then, his mana cultivation technique kicked into overdrive, helping him chill out and perfectly control his energy. So he decided to shoot his shot, popping his weight utilization skill to seize the moment. The little bro aimed straight for his big sister's leg, grabbing it fast and totally locking her down. He tripped her up crazy fast. Before the overpowered mage even clocked it, she was hitting the floor hard. In that split second, he dumped all his mana into one devastating punch, but seeing blood splatter absolutely everywhere left our boy completely stunned. To block it, Persia popped a crazy self-defense spell that literally shattered all his hand bones. Big Sis completely read his mind. She knew he'd take his one shot while her guard was down like that. She even called out his wild, barbaric combat style for just throwing his body at her. In the end, Persia admitted she totally hated magical combat. I know what you're thinking, did he win? Yeah, she paused and gave him the victory. Then she straight up snapped back to magic. Suddenly, he was literally floating, and before he could even blink, she slammed him into a wall. That heavy impact made him cough up blood. Keeping her promise, his ruthless sister left Ludia alone, hyping up how interesting her little bro was becoming. Just like her shadow said, the kid was built different. His tough body actually tanked her insane finger blast power. Curious about his limits, she flexed more power into that final wall slam, figuring out he was still pretty weak. And with that massive mic drop, the girl said peace out and left. The absolute craziest part was that his mana got absorbed. She knew some mages could siphon magic, but her little brother just gave off a totally different vibe. Persia even let him soak up some healing mana, figuring he'd level up like crazy if he mastered it. Right then, her shadow popped up, pointing out how much the boss was vibing with her brother by gifting that. Persia warned that failing to control it would totally wreck him. Meanwhile, our boy was just trying to pull himself together. Larson, who just casually unlocked a brand new auto-recovery skill, wondered how he kept getting insane buffs around her. Right on cue, that recovery skill started working. This new, super draining ability totally clicked with his cultivation style, unlocking a completely new tier, but when the system announced his body reconstruction, it triggered completely on its own. The confused kid was seriously panicking. Then it all started happening. As body reconstruction forced him into absolute agony, he desperately tried keeping his sanity. This pain was just way too much to handle. But trust me, you and I aren't ready for this. The real horror just started as black sludge poured from his mouth and ears. Alright, stick with me, his auto-recovery kicks in right here, bringing pain so intense he totally blacks out. Every single bone inside this 9-year-old kid is getting completely destroyed and rebuilt at lightning speed. Suddenly, the maid and the little girl hear the wild screaming and come rushing in to check. At first, they totally thought that gross black ooze was some deadly poison. But Era quickly figures out this stuff is way too strong to be poison. That thick black smoke, it's actually just pure impurity waste leaving his body. Because his body is literally reconstructing itself, Larson notices his mana is draining at an absolutely insane pace. He barely has enough mana left to keep this technique running, and stopping halfway would guarantee some seriously devastating results. Then he notices something wild. The Crimson Butcher is actually using her own powers to back him up. That pure mana our hero is soaking up right now. It's the Crimson Flame, packing the exact same purification power he originally wrote into his own novel. Larson knew for a fact the girl only did this out of desperation. She had no clue how to help, but accidentally gave him exactly what he needed. Just like that, Larson Moan is reborn from the fiery ashes. Now the process was totally complete. With his body fully reconstructed, he scores a brand new fragment of unpredictability. Watch closely now, the ladies were absolutely stunned because our guy just awakened a totally hidden attribute. He unlocked the celestial body from deep within, giving him the crazy potential to totally upgrade his magic combat techniques. And just like that, a brand new, upgraded Larson Mound sees the light. He now rocks the celestial body, one of the most epic techniques his own novel's protagonist originally got at birth. When you combine this broken ability with the legendary Sword God technique, the user can actually, just like Kassin Sayud at the very beginning of the story, unlock the absolute power of the Sword Emperor. Right then, a half-naked Larson starts seriously wondering why he keeps snagging the overpowered skills he custom-made for the novel's main hero. Our guy quickly realizes he needs to keep these god-tier skills a total secret. Later on, the little girl is over the moon hearing her dad is fully cured. Then Era makes her even happier by handing over a letter written directly by him. In it, the guy writes about how the villagers are doing way better and how they totally crushed the epidemic thanks to Larson's huge help. Hearing this awesome news, the girl completely breaks down into happy tears. Cha Sung-min feels super glad to help out, but gets super curious when the girl insists on paying back his kindness. After all, he basically saved her entire village and her dad, so Ludia steps up and offers to be his very own personal fire contractor. This was a super rare contract the girl originally made with Kassin Subak in the original timeline. A fire contract is literally the most sacred promise any member of the fire tribe could ever possibly make. They literally swear absolute loyalty and power to their contractor. I know what you're thinking, stealing the main hero's best ally changes everything. Larson realizes this completely wrecks the original plot, leaving the actual protagonist without serious backup. Still, our totally unbothered main character literally could not care less. He just needs to stay safe and dodge Kassin entirely by the time he turns 17, so he humbly accepts her huge offer, leaving a massive smile on the girl's face. With that settled, Ludia kicks off the sacred oath. Larson stands there totally stunned, witnessing a real fire contract happen. But to his absolute shock, the celestial eye suddenly activates and starts instantly analyzing the contract's fine print. It reveals that as her contractor, he'd secure the crazy Berserker restriction authority. In the original lore, Ludia seemed super simple, but she actually unleashed bloody massacres whenever she got totally enraged. So naturally, finding out about the insane control this Berserker restriction gives him over her, our MC is absolutely horrified. Seriously, using this power could literally end up killing the poor kid. Reading that warning, he immediately stops the girl right before she finishes her oath, leaving her completely confused and intrigued. Knowing her dad practically pushed her to make this hardcore oath, our guy straight up asks about the actual benefits. Hearing that, Ludia really struggles to remember any actual perks from the most important promise of her entire life. Then Larson breaks it down. Completing this contract forces her to literally sacrifice her life for him. But honestly, Ludia sees absolutely zero problem here. According to the Crimson Butcher, dying sounds absolutely awesome. Larson desperately explains that if she ever loses control, his only way to stop her as a contractor is to straight up execute her. When Ludia happily claims dying for him just turns her into a glorious martyr, Larson realizes he is dealing with a dangerously innocent, total idiot. So what do you and I take from this? The more she talked, the fewer brain cells he had left. Alright guys, buckle up for this wild ride. Our grown man trapped in a 9-year-old body tells her he is way too young for a fire contract. Ludia tries arguing that age is literally just a number for her people. But Larson totally reminds her he is not from the fire tribe at all. At first, she actually thinks he is just rejecting her kindness right there. So he clears things up, saying he just wants to postpone the deal until they grow up. The Crimson Butcher basically has zero choice but to wait it out, and just like that, the fire contract gets cancelled completely. Suddenly, Ludia starts hyping up the kid's kindness, totally basing it on what her dad said. She points out the fire contract is super sacred, so picking the right contractor is an incredibly huge deal. Her dad claimed any contractor would want her since she is easy to manipulate. Only a genuinely good guy would reject it with reason. It hits her that if she ever found a dude truly worthy of her trust, she needed to hold on to him no matter what. Sometime later, she gets introduced to literal chocolate. While she is busy thanking the young master for saving her dad and feeding her, he casually brings up the precious item she promised. The Crimson Butcher almost totally forgot. Larson is absolutely positive this huge item is the holy fire grail her tribe had been guarding forever. This crazy legendary artifact was hiding out in Dragon Mountain, inside a stone tomb that only fire tribe members could actually activate. Then Ludia explains that something seriously powerful was chilling near her old neighborhood. Larson casually asks for its exact name, just to double check. Watch closely right here. When she admits she has zero clue what it is called, our author gets completely stunned, realizing he created an absolute idiot. Seeing this massive fail, he decides to use his heavenly eye to learn more. The fire grail could actually produce fire flower water every single year, which basically cleanses your mind and your entire spirit from absolutely all kinds of nasty impurities. In other words, this insane power was literally perfect for survival, granting him total immunity against mind control and literally any type of poison. The system then chimes in, saying this is all straight from its database. Still, our boy decides to ignore that minor detail and head straight for Aeron territory. Then Jiro straight up asks if he needs an escort called in. He almost forgot. Every noble kid, even the total trash tier ones like him, was totally forced to have a guardian mage tag along whenever they went outside. With that, Larson tries cooking up a solid excuse to travel without looking super suspicious. Lying was off the table, considering a 7th circle mage would be stalking his every move, and to make things way worse than before, the escorts were already totally loyal to his brothers, since they needed a bunch of talented guys to secure the whole succession line. Larson starts stressing over keeping his old goal hidden, or just searching openly and risking losing the grail entirely. And just like that, he finally decides his play. You and I both know this is gonna get spicy. The guardian mage Yale gets asked to be his escort, even though he absolutely hates the 7th young master's guts. Back when he was 6, the original Larson straight up told the mage he was basically just a guard dog serving him. The brat even had the insane audacity to demand that he bow down in the most arrogant way possible. Our main guy, who completely absorbed his character's old memories, starts realizing this was a totally garbage decision, seeing how overpowered all the escorts were, when they eventually asked him why he was traveling to Heian anyway. He tells Jiro to just play it cool and say he was on a playdate to try out the crazy delicious local chocolates. Even though she thought that weak excuse would flop, it actually worked out flawlessly. Later that day, Jaffel finally rolls up to the Autumn Mansion. Someone chilling on the balcony casually welcomes the mage inside. Seeing it was actually the young master himself, the escort tries incredibly hard not to totally lose his cool right there. Face to face, the mage points out how much the kid seems to have completely changed over those 3 years. Larson quickly figures out that Jaffel is desperate to know exactly why he picked him out to be his guardian mage. From the looks of it, the dude still was pretty salty about the kid calling him a literal guard dog. So our main character points out that guard dogs still gotta protect their owners, leaving the mage absolutely boiling with rage. Larson, totally sure the guy would not forgive him with a basic apology, drops the fact that Jaffel was loyal enough not to backstab him. The confused mage asks the young master if he actually trusted him, prompting him to basically admit that was not really the case at all. Our hero reveals he did not trust Jaffel as a person, but as an incredibly ambitious escort. So what do you and I take from this? The guy is greedy and ambitious enough to betray the 4th young master just for the 2nd sister and his own massive ego. Larson basically told the mage he could help him achieve his wildest dreams, totally hooking him. Stick with me here, our main character, just a kid his dad completely tossed aside. But the mage's jaw drops when this kid casually mentions his secret plan to betray his 4th brother to save his 2nd sister. Jaffel scrambles to deny it hook, line, and sinker. He fell right for the trap. The 9-year-old then reminds the guy that a bodyguard doesn't need an excuse to defend his master. Dropping his family name, he forces the escort to fall in line and protect him. Jaffel is absolutely floored. He cannot believe this mastermind is the same little troublemaker from the rumors. He already knew the crazy story about him beating up the 6th young master and waking his first mana circle alone. But the real shocker. His first circle holds way more mana than a normal 2nd tier. Not even the 2nd sister had a starting ring this insanely strong. Highly suspicious of this whole setup, the mage decides to keep a very close watch. Later on the road, the Crimson Butcher is hyped to see her dad again. Our crew finally rolls right into Heron. The Fire Tribe used to rule the entire ancient continent, but they completely crashed after their god, the Phoenix, burned out. Now, this spot looks just like some quiet little rural farm town in the boonies. That being said, our little fireball takes a massive breath and screams for her dad at the top of her lungs. Larson thinks she is way too loud. Hampton steps out to greet them, and Ludia instantly starts demanding to know where her dad is. Now watch this. Once she hears her old man is inside, she absolutely sprints in to find him. Hampton chases right after her. Meanwhile, Jaffel just cannot shake this totally weird, nagging feeling. Larson knew exactly about his big plan to backstab one brother to save the other. Even though Jaffel never breathed a word to anyone, meanwhile, father and daughter finally get their sweet reunion. Together again, they both deeply thank the young noble for his help. The escort scans the girl and is completely mind-blown. She has an insanely high amount of mana for a 9-year-old. But get this. Both father and daughter call the supposed delinquent master a super nice guy and want to pay him back, seeing the whole village looking at him with pure gratitude. The bodyguard starts seriously questioning the kid's so-called good deed. But then he realizes it doesn't even matter. Jaffel's brain is just short-circuiting with endless questions about this crazy, mysterious young master. Right then, the Crimson Butcher grabs her savior by the hand, dragging him straight toward her big thank you gift. A little while later, something seriously weirds out the escort. Arriving at the so-called gift spot, they find nothing but a single stone tomb. Then Ludia starts chanting an ancient spell, and the heavy rock actually starts moving. The rocky tomb finally slides open, revealing a straight-up legendary artifact. Seeing this glowing prize, the escort is hooked. This unidentified object is completely packed with a crazy amount of intense fire magic. It only takes a few seconds of staring at this cup for the escort to realize Larson totally lied about coming here just to taste some chocolates. At the same time, the young master is totally thrown off by the legendary artifact, but then his interest spikes. His heavenly eyes reveal a major fragment of unpredictability. I know what you're thinking, easy loot, right? Nope. The system warns that drinking this legendary water without a fire contract guarantees a horribly agonizing death. Seeing this pop up and realizing this shiny cup could literally be his super painful doom. Our guy knows he has to sign that fire contract right this second. Shortly after, the system drops another bomb. The longer this fire flower water sits out in the open air, the more raw power it leaks. In other words, if our hero hesitates even a little, this cup loses its juice. Making a contract right here with a blockhead like Ludia means he is stuck babysitting her forever, something even Kessin had a really hard time doing. Still, this epic opportunity is way too good to pass up. So being the literal creator of this world, he does the only logical thing and locks in the fire contract with the Crimson Butcher. The kid is super hyped about it. Our MC tells her to hurry up, and boom, the second they sign the fire contract, the legendary artifact reveals its true, ultimate form to them. Watching this busted cup transform into a gorgeous, glowing golden treasure leaves the escort absolutely speechless. It just fully restored itself to peak condition. So what do you and I make of this? Chavel knows this wasn't some cute playdate. Our guy just pulled off an insanely calculated, high-level heist. The mage was totally blown away by the pure, insane fire mana coming from Ludia. He honestly couldn't help but compare her raw power straight up to Persia's. Stick with me here, because this is the exact moment the mage realizes everything he heard about the youngest son was absolute trash. The epic fire contract was finally, officially sealed. Our boy was now permanently linked to the Crimson Butcher, throwing a wild new variable into the plot. Even if just for a split second, he felt that massive burst of fire mana rapidly vanish straight from his own body. Since the legendary artifact actually witnessed the fire contract happening, it literally evolved into the pure holy grail of fire. Now holding the cup tight, our MC held the brand new pure fire flower water. Chugging it honestly did not feel crazy special, except for the fact it tasted a little bit like burnt toast. Right after swallowing, the system popped up saying he desperately needed to grab the power to control his wild new energy. So his mana cultivation technique practically kicked in on autopilot, while he felt all that raw power rushing straight into his beating heart. Larson just dropped to the floor and asked the mage to watch his back. This heavily confused the guard, since the young master was actively cultivating mana right then and there. He was totally shocked by the kid's insane trust. Even the tiniest interruption during this could completely destroy the young boy's entire physical body. Jafel was absolutely positive Larson already knew the massive risks involved. So remembering how much the young master trusted him as a guard, the 7th Circle mage refused to break that trust and slammed down a shield. Now watch closely, because that surging fire energy started literally shredding the kid's heart, forcing his body into pure panic mode to activate recovery. His mana cultivation technique actually managed to dominate the crazy new fire energy, letting him finally absorb it completely stable. But to our hero's huge disappointment, his total lack of mana completely forced his heavenly eye to shut, blocking him from checking his new powers. After finishing, the MC actually apologized for taking way too long, shocking his guard by thanking him for the backup. Jafel then hyped the kid up for his new power, only for the guy to stay completely tight-lipped. The mage then pointed out to the young master that they were currently hanging at the Dragon Mountain entrance. Then he warned him about some crazy strong mana heading straight for them from the mountain center, basically flexing to announce its arrival. By the looks of it, that super heavy wave of mana dropping from the holy grail of fire definitely attracted company. Larson was stunned hearing the leaked mana was actually that insane, and immediately asked about the incoming enemy. Jafel said some swordsmen were rolling up on them and should drop in any time, but he couldn't read their vibe. But one thing was certain, one of those approaching swordsmen was packing some seriously massive power. In this world, swordsmen were basically the ultimate rivals to mages, and even without knowing what they wanted, Larson totally knew there was zero chance of escaping now. Plus, the kid was absolutely sure his dad would roast him forever if he ever ran from a swordsman, though honestly, having Jafel right there kept him feeling super chill. Right then, the heavy-hitting swordsman finally pulled up. The heavenly eye immediately snapped wide open. You and I totally saw a twist coming, but this one caught our hero completely off guard. He had literally written his novel's hero as an absolute genius, sitting on a power scale right up there with Saitama from One Punch Man. Cha Sung-min was now staring dead at the actual main character he created himself, Conan Sade. A super awkward silence instantly dropped between the mages and the swordsmen. Seeing the chest emblem, Jafel clocked the kid right across from him as the Sade family's second son, literally the exact same age as the boy he was protecting. As for the two guys flanking him, he totally recognized them as the elite knights handpicked to be his personal escorts. The meetup between Matin and Sade Blood was basically like two wild, apex beasts instantly recognizing each other in the jungle purely off sheer instinct. There was zero doubt Kassan sensed that heavy Matin energy pumping right through our hero. Right then and there, the tiny swordsman stepped up to both mages with undeniable style, politely dipped his head, and casually explained that massive mana wave dragged him out here. The novel's original protagonist explained to our hero that he and his knights rushed right over. This heavily intrigued our guy, totally not expecting the mana wave to actually be cracked enough to catch his guard's attention like that. Let alone a swordsman, so what do you and I make of this? The original protagonist was always driven by wild curiosity as a kid. Alright, stick with me here. Kajin could totally sense the guy in front of him was a Matin, guessing he was the sixth son. But here is the crazy part. The sixth son was a water mage, and this dude did not give off a single drop of water mana. Being mixed up with the fifth son, Larson figured it was super smart to keep things low-key and just let the kid believe whatever he wanted. Still, lying now means huge drama later, so our guy spilled the beans, explaining he totally was not the fifth son with earth magic. Kajin was completely shocked, because this meant he was actually facing the seventh son, who looked absolutely nothing like the crazy rumors. Even the knight seemed totally thrown off. Larson told the swordsman to drop the formalities since they were the same age, according to the system. Kajin had crazy potential to be the strongest, but literally zero friends his age growing up. Honestly, our hero was not even surprised. When Ludia finally jumped into the chat, she realized only insanely strong and quirky people like her could ever be real buddies with a prodigy. Ludia called the new guy handsome, hyped up their matching ages, and asked his name. The shy kid introduced himself as Kajin. While she was totally hyping up his cool name, he asked our hero about that wild mana wave he felt earlier. After a quick breakdown, Larson bragged about stumbling into an epic, once-in-a-lifetime chance. But our boy kept quiet about actually coming all this way for the super rare artifact. Instead, he just flexed that it gave him straight-up immunity to nasty things like poison. Watch closely right here. The bodyguard realized fighting that forbidden power source right now would equal a massive, embarrassing defeat. Yet the kids were just casually chatting it up. Kajin was totally puzzled by Ludia being so nice, but honestly, he was absolutely here for it. Larson figured it would be a long time before seeing his main character again, so he wanted to make an awesome memory. He reached out saying it was his first time meeting a Sade his age. Just like that, the two young nobles shook hands. Then our hero asked his own protagonist about that crazy family tradition of throwing hands before becoming actual friends. Kajin instantly caught on. This guy was basically asking for a straight-up one-on-one duel right there. Larson boldly claimed that rumors said a duel was totally required to befriend a Sade, adding a quick spar would not hurt. Kajin asked if he was seriously starting a fight right now. Our main guy confirmed it, thinking it was the perfect chance to check their massive power gap. This showdown totally stressed out the bodyguard, since the other noble had already been hanging around for 2 nights. Basically, the mage could not 100% guarantee the young master would stay safe. But he also could not just interrupt. Since the protagonist was a noble, the guard needed a massive excuse to stop the brawl. You and I know this gets messy, especially dealing with a major rival family. Stopping the kid now would totally trash the Matin family name. When asked about sword skills, our hero bragged about his dope magic combat techniques. Larson admitted it was literally his only cool, redeeming quality. The swordsman then asked the young mage why he even wanted a duel, since their families were hardcore enemies. But when our boy pointed out that his favorite novel protagonist had 0 friends, Kajin was completely taken aback. Even his guards panicked. Jaffel was stunned, thinking this was not the time for roasting someone. Larson then added that they were actually pretty similar. Since he had 0 friends too, he explained that is just the heavy price of high society life. Larson actually had it way worse, forbidden from making buddies. Only fake, clout-chasing friendships with high-ranking nobles were allowed just to boost the family. But since the young master absolutely hated that toxic fake vibe, he flew completely solo. Unless that friend was Kajin Sade. After totally justifying the duel request, the system hit him with another crazy, unpredictable notification. According to the system. So what do you and I learn here? Duels build ultimate trust. Larson explained that trust is literally the main ingredient, otherwise friendships completely crash. Kajin quickly realized this young mage seriously knew his stuff when it came to swordsmen. System logic says the ultimate way for a weaker guy to prove his trust to a powerhouse is to man up and demand a duel. Naturally, in this wild situation. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this. Our underdog explained to his opponent his magic combat was basically just martial arts. Kajin confidently declared he would only use one hand and his family sword technique, drawing his blade with pure elegance. He even gave our hero a free pass for 3 attacks, seeing the guy was totally unarmed. Right then, Larson flat out admitted he had 0 chance of winning. This totally intrigued the swordsman. Why fight if you know you lose? So it was painfully obvious to both of them that winning this fight meant absolutely nothing. Larson explained he only asked for this duel to become friends, and friends stand as equals, meaning Kajin had no right to hold back or show pity. The swordsman quickly realized his slip-up, apologizing for basically insulting his opponent right there. The mage made it clear he wanted them both going all out. With that settled, the epic clash between these 2 noble kids was finally kicking off. Now watch this. Kajin instantly lunged, an attack our hero saw coming using his slow flow skill. But Larson freaked out. The fight barely started, and that blade was already kissing his neck. Activating his weight control skill, our boy managed to create some distance and instantly charged right back in. For a second he actually thought winning was possible, but as he rushed, the speedy swordsman popped a skill, perfectly maintaining the gap between them. Since magic combat is only good up close, Kajin completely refused to just stand there like a sitting duck. On the flip side, getting closer now would leave the mage wide open. But staying back meant taking hits anyway. Cha Sung-min was fighting the actual novel protagonist, yet his winning odds were not totally 0. Thanks to his crazy stats, he could read his opponent perfectly. As the swordsman swung a massive slash, our mage casually stepped in, knowing darn well it was just a fake out. But mid-swing, seeing our boy did not even flinch or react. The swordsman turned that fake into a real attack. Dodging was impossible now. The only choice left was to tank that heavy hit head-on. Boom, advanced ironwood activated. Larson put everything he had into blocking that crazy fast blade coming straight for him. Even so, the agonizing pain he felt was way too intense. He figured taking the hit on his arm was the best play, completely unaware it would mess up his entire mana flow. Pinned down with a blade near his face, the mage just admitted defeat. Chaffel was honestly relieved it ended without massive bloodshed. When they asked about his busted arm, he admitted that brutal hit literally left his entire body numb. Afterwards, the 2 nobles started hyping up each other's crazy skills. Kajin heavily praised Larson's defense, casually mentioning how some weird little sparks totally caught him off guard, leaving our hero super confused. You and I both know something is up. He figured Ludia must have secretly helped while he was completely distracted. Kajin then casually dropped that his weapon was custom crafted, meaning Larson took a hit from an absolute top-tier blade. Kajin was low-key, shocked his arm even survived that devastating strike. And while our guy explained he fully expected to lose anyway, Kajin suddenly stepped right into his personal space. When Kajin asked why people avoided getting close to him, Larson bluntly said it was because of his absolute monster strength. Our boy pointed out how weird it is for weaklings to approach powerhouses. So following that anime logic, Kajin decided his new buddy was definitely a weirdo. With that, the novel's main character said his goodbyes, hyping up their next rematch. And just like that, House Sode hit the road. Hearing that this little chat triggered another totally unexpected variable, Cha Sung-min was super curious. Right then the bodyguard stepped out of line, having a burning question for the young master. However, when they suddenly asked about his fire magic, our hero was honestly confused. But remembering Kajin talking about those weird sparks during the fight, something massive finally clicked in his brain. He quickly realized the energy bursting out was the fire mana from his own heart. No doubt about it, that crazy fire power had already spread through his entire body. Now was the absolute perfect time to analyze that insane duel using his special eyes. Back during the clash, when that blade connected, his body naturally threw out sparks as pure self-defense, totally shocking the swordsman. According to Heavenly Eyes, his mana cultivation perfectly fused the Holy Grail's crazy power with his own hidden fire attributes. Trust me, this changes everything. Larson finally realized he scored fire powers from drinking that pure fire flower water. Stick with me here because combining elements with these techniques, supposed to be impossible. Even if he could pull it off, he'd need to be as overpowered as his third sister, and honestly, it still wouldn't be super efficient. When they grilled the kid about his shiny new fire powers, he just played completely dumb. Yale was totally stunned. He figured the young master was basically giving him the silent treatment, subtly telling him to drop the subject. Since everything went perfectly, Larson must have actually planned this run-in with the swordsman. They figured a major big shot was involved, since even Jaffel was clueless. Super cautious now, he quickly escorted the kid straight back to the mansion. Out of nowhere, Ludia demanded Larson take back what he said. The little girl was absolutely furious, threatening to literally roast him if he actually refused. That's when he remembered his total slip-up, claiming he had zero friends right in front of the novel's main character. Ludia felt totally backstabbed. She genuinely thought he was already best buddies with her contractor. Seeing how huge friendship was to a 9-year-old, Larson quickly caved. He confirmed they were totally friends, took back his harsh words, and immediately apologized. Ludia's mood instantly flipped. She beamed and completely forgave the young noble on the spot. She promised to let his first screw-up slide, but warned him to never forget their sacred friendship again. By the very next day, our hero's little chocolate-eating joyride outside the castle became totally public news. The mages complained that the patriarch desperately needed to discipline his youngest son. Now pay attention, things are getting sneaky. While they plotted to basically off the kid in a fake accident, Jaffel was totally spacing out. It was super weird seeing Lord Martin just pardon his kid, tossing him over to the Autumn Mansion instead. But remembering the young master's secret passwords, Jaffel realized the kid wasn't bluffing about helping him out later on. Fast forward to January 1st, year 21. A massive, colorful feast was laid out for the evening dinner. Lady Soso sweetly thanked the maid. Meanwhile, Larson was freaking out, his totally overpowered celestial eye just activated on its own. Out of nowhere, our hero casually asked his mom about his dad. The original Larson barely remembered the patriarch and was basically terrified of him. It's totally safe to say the original character desperately tried to block out his own dad. Soso simply sighed, describing the terrifying patriarch as a very lonely guy. That left our hero completely speechless, because according to the system, Dekatra had only ever loved his mother, Soso. Suddenly, a massive chill ran right down our hero's spine. Someone had definitely been eavesdropping, and things were getting crazy. A literal magical portal ripped open straight out of a painting, and a man stepped through. It didn't take a genius for our boy to recognize this boss character. It was none other than Dekatra, his dad. Mother and son quickly bowed in greeting, while the patriarch instantly scolded the lady for calling him lonely. The patriarch's mere presence dropped an aura so heavy, Larson was literally struggling to catch a breath. Our hero's entire body went into full panic mode just looking at him. Taking his spot at the head of the table, the dad brought up the brutal fight between his two sons. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is Larson totally busted? He realized his dad meant his brawl with the sixth young master, expecting a brutal punishment. But our guy decided to bluff with pure confidence, since this overpowered character he literally wrote was now actively testing him. Larson firmly claimed he only did what was right. His brother insulted their magic by trying to physically beat him down like a total scrub. Our hero smooth-talked, saying he respected the path of mana perfectly. He even had the guts to claim he showed his brother absolute mercy out there, even though he tried to end the whole fight instantly. The youngest son explained he just wanted to teach his big bro a lesson using his flashy martial arts techniques. Landing a critical hit, he argued that the main point of this whole succession war definitely shouldn't be brothers tearing each other to absolute pieces. Larson declared the Martin brothers shouldn't be enemies. They need to team up against Grandel and Sadie, making them totally submit to the patriarch's epic rule. He even bragged his brothers should be thanking him for showing them what fighting a real martial artist actually feels like. Dekatra, who had exactly zero expectations for his youngest kid, found himself getting weirdly fond of the boy. Then Larson dropped the mic, saying if his brother holds a grudge, the family name is completely wasted on him. But in reality, beneath all that cocky swagger and big talk, our hero was literally shaking in his boots. And that's where we leave it. Thank God the system reminded him his scary dad still loves his mom. Alright, stick with me here. The system just dropped a bombshell. Our boy Larson only survived 17 years in the original novel because he is Soso's kid. That realization absolutely shook him. This completely forced the author to rethink his own original story. A total scumbag like Larson definitely should have died way before turning 17. Even though he never wrote it down, the author quickly figured out the original plot. Soso would get taken out by the blue spot disease. Simply put, Larson would literally have nobody left to protect him. Years ago, the patriarch banished the woman he loved to a remote mansion, and honestly, he never even bothered visiting her again. Our hero remembered everyone saw him as a powerless, useless thug. That is exactly why the cold patriarch completely threw away his lover and son. But get this, it was probably the only way to protect her from his other jealous wives. She was his only true love, after all. Right now, our hero is absolutely positive about one thing. If he actually becomes strong enough to protect his mom, he can dodge his doomed fate completely. The kid knew for a solid fact his dad wanted him to get super strong. Dekatra thought his magical combat techniques were incredibly limited and totally inefficient. So Larson fired back. Limited does not mean useless. He knew his own limits and accepted he would never actually become the patriarch anyway. Our hero revealed he saw himself as a massive asset for the future head of the family. Sure, his fighting had caps, but as a Matin, his pure value as a person was completely off the charts. Hearing her own son wanted to protect her, Soso was completely stunned. That raw honesty even made the all-powerful patriarch actually smile. A little later, his dad personally invited him to the main estate's massive banquet hall. Still, that tiny scroll inviting him to the 10th-year ceremony barely even counted as a real letter. This epic Matin tradition gathered the entire family together. It always went down whenever a family member hit their 10th birthday. But it is also the exact moment the Matin kid unlocks their physical enhancement magic. Now pay close attention. This is definitely not your average stat-boosting scroll. It actually grants crazy elemental mana too. We are talking fire, water, metal, earth, lightning, light, or total darkness, fully dressed and ready. Our guy started reflecting on his absolutely massive physical and mental glow-up. Waking up as a 9-year-old completely changed him. With that crazy thought, Larson was about to step into the main banquet hall. This is exactly where the massive 10th-year ceremony was happening. His heavenly eye spotted a constant magic release effect running on the table. To him, just an absolute waste of hard cold cash. Jira told Larson to sit at the far end of the patriarch's table. Zero surprise, his mom did not get an invite. Right then, the two youngest sons crossed paths, and Carlton barely recognized his own brother. So Larson instantly grilled his brother about his fresh injury. The water mage was shocked by the youngest kid's massive glow-up. How did his former punching bag suddenly get this insanely arrogant? Larson made it clear he would absolutely welcome a fight if his big brother dared to challenge him again. Before flexing his own new strength, Carlton choked down his bubbling rage. He swore brutal payback was coming very soon. This intense sibling rivalry actually gave our hero way more psychological control over Carlton than just acting like a scared victim. Right on cue, sibling number 3 dropped in. Persia made her grand entrance, greeting our guy who arrived super early. She smugly asked if he liked his shiny new fire-controlling toy, complaining about how painfully disappointed she was to lose it to him. Hearing she actually lost that elite item to him in a straight-up bet. Carlton was completely floored that Persia and Larson even gambled in the first place. To make things even wilder, the fact that the third sister lost to the 7th son was pure madness. But watch this next entrance with me. The author was absolutely speechless. After all, this was the second sister, Ibelia, better known everywhere as the terrifying sorceress of the end. Despite her gentle vibe, this powerhouse mastered both dark and light magic. Basically equal to the third sister, she would ruthlessly sacrifice anything for the family's sake. In the original storyline, she actually loses her mind fighting the protagonist later on. The author even twisted fate, making Ibelia into Casanad's first love. When the sorceress of the end noticed his massive glow-up, he took the compliment, and trust me, seeing both sisters together gave Larson an absolutely insane revelation. Stick with me here because our boy realized he absolutely could not slack off. These two were clearly on a completely insane level that his current skills could never reach. The rest of the sibling squad rolled up right after. The wives also made their grand entrance. Dikachura himself then sat at the table. The patriarch, his wives, and all his kids were present, except for the oldest one who was completely missing. A total of 10 people were squatted up at the dinner table. While Dad hyped up his youngest for hitting the Big 10, our boy was literally shaking from all the intense praise. Ibelia then stood up, flexing how she totally clapped all those evil beings in the spring of darkness and chaos, exactly like her dad ordered. It is super safe to say this was definitely not your average, boring family reunion, but more like a massive flex battle for the siblings in front of Dad. One brother then hyped up how he sealed that northern undead swordsman, Karen, inside a coffin and absolutely wrecked all his followers. When asked about his team's casualties, the dude flexed that he took on the sorcerer completely solo just to keep his squad safe. Now pay close attention here. The second he got praised, the third sister stood up, but get this. When she dropped the bomb that she looted the halls of Sylphia from the abandoned temple, everyone was totally shook. This third sister, basically pure menace energy, had straight up swiped a divine artifact that protected the abandoned temple. Thanks to its insane wind-boosting powers, this legendary drop was top tier for literally any wind mage. To bag it, Persia completely clapped 7 monks, 30 priests, and 17 swordsmen guarding the sacred loot. Dikachura hyped his daughter up for doing the right thing, asking how the temple reacted, only to find out they completely ghosted them so far. Realizing the temple was so weak they could only offer a pathetic apology, the family just left them on read. The sacred temple had definitely learned the hard way to never ever mess with the mean family, since their boss once completely wrecked some dude who dared to hurt their squad. Right then a knock hit the door. Senki, the patriarch's right-hand man, rolled in carrying something super important. This mysterious item was slammed right on the table in front of our boy. Now Larson had to pick one of 7 scrolls, totally handcrafted by his dad, to score his physical strengthening magic. For this big brain choice, he used celestial eyes. The mana waves from the 7 scrolls were sinking into one single spot, exposing a secret 8th one. You and I knew it, but his secret pick left everyone absolutely stunned. It barely took him a second to spot the one packing that transcendent attribute. Larson locked in this hidden scroll for his massive physical boost. Instantly, dead silence totally took over the whole banquet room. The patriarch slowly turned to his second daughter. He asked if she carried her little bro, but she flat out denied it. Seeing that the whole squad swore, they did not help him out at all. Dikachura was absolutely mind-blown seeing his 10-year-old son discover the hidden scroll completely solo, a crazy flex not even the second daughter could pull off. This forced the sorceress of the end to admit her little bro had a way better eye than she ever did back then. This massively spiked the crazy third sister's interest right away. Ibelia guessed this was thanks to his crazy fast leveling in magic combat techniques. She called it the most logical answer, since Larson was the only one grinding it so young. With that out of the way, the boss told his kid to hand over the scroll he was holding. These insane drops, basically the ultimate 10th birthday present for any mean family member, would let him unlock that super sick physical strengthening magic. Red was for fire, blue meant water, silver stood for metal. The dark one was earth, yellow was for lightning, black meant shadow, and white obviously stood for light magic. When you mash up the mana wavelengths of all 7 scrolls, a totally new vibe called the Elementor System attribute drops. It is the transcendent attribute, letting the user wield all 7 elemental energies like an absolute boss. Larson figured that since this was such a wild mashup of powers, it was safe to bet he would not get the absolute best of any single world. Dikachura then admitted how shook he was seeing his kid grab the 8th scroll, which our hero totally took as a massive win. Watching his little brother have the absolute sheer guts to talk back to dad seriously triggered Carlton. Our boy was genuinely shook to find out his second sister was actually going to be the one casting this massive spell on him. The patriarch, who usually handles the cast, casually explained that if he did it himself, the kid would literally only have a 1% chance of surviving. Ibelia's soft mana gave a 50% survival chance. That is where we leave it, trust me, you'll want more. Stick with me here, you're about to see Cha Sung-min seriously regret picking the strongest scroll, but he's risking it anyway because he desperately needs the raw power to survive. So, our hero literally puts his life in his big sister's hands, claiming he trusts her magic skills. The sorceress of the end explains their dad is trying to stay positive, because this translated scroll packs some seriously destructive, wild mana, making the whole operation crazy risky. Basically, there is a 50% chance our main guy straight up dies right here at the hands of his own older sister. Naturally, the youngest asks his sister if grabbing a different scroll might be smarter, but she shuts him down, saying she has no right to give an opinion as a mage. When Ibelia admits she actually wants to see him get stronger, our boy is totally stunned. And so Larson confidently declares he is keeping the scroll, right as they tell him to strip down to his underwear, while this grown man trapped in a kid's body undresses. Catching a glimpse of those abs completely sparks the interest of his total psycho sister. Persia stops caring about how her brother suddenly acts like a completely different person, and instead starts wondering how he even sensed that hidden scroll in the first place. His totally shredded physique, which absolutely should not belong to a normal 10-year-old kid, makes her massively curious. Larson feels a huge chill down his spine when his sister points out he has the perfect face and body to become a literal room decoration. Anyway, as the ritual is about to kick off, the sorceress of the end thanks their dad for the high honor of gifting this strengthening magic to her little bro. But right as she is about to start, watch this closely. Our hero begs for a few more minutes, saying he needs a quick word with their dad. His 5 siblings are totally shocked to hear him actually ask for a favor. His intrigued siblings cannot help but view him as completely arrogant. Larson points out how the patriarch completely broke tradition by letting his sister handle this ritual, so he claims he has every right to ask for one simple favor. Carlton cannot stop smirking, fully expecting their dad to instantly snap the youngest kid's neck on the spot for having that kind of ego. The patriarch demands to know the favor, and totally shocking the wives, the youngest son wants his own mother brought into the main palace. The blonde wife snaps back that it is absolutely impossible, calling Soso an inferior creature and a dirty commoner. Larson then claps back, reminding everyone he is the son of Lady Soso and the Kachura patriarch. Since they are all tied together by blood, disrespecting his mom means disrespecting him, which throws that same insult right back at the patriarch himself. When asked why he even wants this, the kid drops the bomb that his mom wants to see dad. Larson fully knows he is making hardcore enemies out of the other 3 wives right now, but bagging the patriarch as an ally is a huge win for his endgame. After all, Soso is literally Kachura's one and only weakness. The head of the house completely shocks his wives by agreeing to grant the favor, but only if the kid actually survives. With that settled, our main guy is totally hyped to make his dad proud, and the insane ritual finally begins. The sorceress of the end starts chanting those magic words, and using the crazy power given to her, she passes the will of transcendence straight into her little bro. Instantly, the protagonist gets hit with the most unbearable pain. Like a red-hot branding iron is being shoved right into his chest, and then boom, he sees a blinding light. You feeling this tension, now in total darkness, a mystery voice offers help. Not feeling his own arms and legs actually seems super familiar to our hero, since it feels weirdly exactly like being under anesthesia. Then suddenly, this crazy fire entity pops up right in front of him. At first, he has no clue what it is, but then his eyes go completely wide in shock. Larson is now staring dead at the holy grail of fire, or at least, that is what he claims this glowing cup actually is. This messes with our hero's head, since literally seconds ago he was getting physical buff magic, and now he is chilling with this fire ghost. So this animated fireball reveals it is not actually the holy grail of fire at all. Totally shocking our guy, the artifact's true name is the holy grail of transcendence. Larson realizes right away that this item is insanely overpowered, since his heavenly eye trick cannot even scan it, while the entity explains how some dude named K-Tel filled it up with pure fire mana. And while the spirit brushes off K-Tel like he's no big deal, our main character instantly recognizes that name as the absolute legendary Archmage himself. Most people thought Albert the Great Sage was just a myth or a total fake, but they definitely believed K-Tel was real. The artificial spirit reveals it wants to help out our boy, and when asked what kind of help, the cup notes his special body. Wild stuff, right? He's got a build that ancient legends used to call a literal celestial body. But hey, even with the kid's totally stacked physical stats right now, he absolutely could not hold the scroll's mana. Why? Because his first mana circle was already maxed out. Stick with me here, because if that mana explodes, it's instant game over for our boy. The entity straight up says watching Larson die wouldn't be fun, mostly because it'd be stuck hiding in the dark for another 100 years. So it offers a deal to eat the scroll's overflowing mana, literally the only way our main character survives this mess. This artifact spent years hunting for a worthy boss. In the original novel, it ended up with Cassin Este. But the cup points out that this 10-year-old kid is totally qualified to be its new master. His whole existence is basically a walking glitch anyway. Larson is super confused and asks the cup to spill the details, but it just hits him with the classic wait and see excuse. After that, the almighty artifact formally asks the grown man stuck inside this tiny kid's body to step up as its new owner. The chalice would melt right into his heart and snack on some mana, letting it be reborn as the true holy grail of transcendence. It mentioned that terrifying woman actually handled it well. The entity decides to take a nap inside our hero, saying he'll need help soon. Meanwhile, the system chimes in. The chalice is building a second mana circle in his heart. But suddenly our hero starts literally fading away, meaning he is basically inches from death. But Cha Sung-ming, oh, he absolutely refuses to tap out. After all, the guy has a massive goal to stay alive for. So right before he vanishes completely, he agrees to become the artifact's brand new master. Watch closely, guys, the deal is sealed. Power explodes from the object, and he realizes this goofy, cartoon-looking guy is morphing into pure, absolute, mind-blowing transcendence. The sorceress of the end finally wrapped up the strengthening magic op. Then Larson snaps awake in a cold sweat. He can barely believe he isn't dead and totally assumes it was a dream, but reality hits hard. Something in his heart had definitely changed, but to his absolute shock, Ibelia tells him the operation was a bust, the sorceress of the end. She blames herself for being incompetent and apologizes, saying she messed up and the scroll's magic completely vanished. But the patriarch just hops off the table and coldly declares that the ceremony is officially over. Larson knows the truth, though. That magic didn't just poof away, it got totally swallowed up by the holy grail of transcendence. As his dad walks out, someone reminds him about that promise to bring his mom into the castle. With an ice-cold glare, the patriarch tells his kid that promises are only for people who are actually worthy and reliable. Ouch. In the end, Larson is totally cool with what he snagged. He even wonders if his dad and older sister, who literally operated on him, sensed the Grail's insane power. But just ignored it. After all, the surgery worked out and he scored a massive new ally. But right as he tells Jira it's time to bail, a massive chill runs down his spine. He suddenly feels a crazy spike of bloodlust. You and I both know something's off here. The maid drops her fake act, shows her true colors, and asks our boy a question. Larson is completely horrified. Why? His eyes can't even read her basic stats anymore. This means she's boldly exposing herself right in front of the patriarch. Scratch that system error. The primeval bank hall is now completely locked down by a max-level security spell. A spell this crazy strong could only be cast by Decatra. The maid notices the young master isn't treating her the same way anymore, claiming he's finally snapped back to his senses. And with that, the assassin asks the young noble who he thinks is actually paying her bills. Larson's first guess is the patriarch, since she's flexing her aura openly while he's still on the estate. The maid finds his answer totally fascinating. She asks the kid if he can really sense her aura. The 10-year-old says yep, and admits it's actually pretty darn terrifying. Jira has turned into a total nightmare, but the kid knows he absolutely can't outrun the deadly wolf standing right in front of him. Larson is now 100% sure his dad hired her, mostly because literally nobody is coming to save him. Even though this entire place is packed with mages who could easily sense her killer aura. He figures there's gotta be some kind of barrier blocking the others from sensing it, like a heavy-duty security spell. A spell like that couldn't be chanted without the patriarch noticing, so Larson concludes Jira is showing her true colors strictly on his dad's orders. The assassin confirms he's right, so what do we take from this? His dad left him to die if he couldn't spot the danger. Insane. Jira revealed the patriarch totally expected this from the kid. He was his son after all, but one huge question remained. Why did this assassin decide to show her true colors right now? Larson figured this was the perfect opening. And stick with me here, because meeting his dad in the main house changes absolutely everything. Our hero realized the only reason his old man threw up that heavy security barrier spell was just to put him to the ultimate test. Gara drew her blade, confirming every single thing the kid just said was dead on. The assassin admitted she was honestly mind blown he figured out so much alone. She totally expected him to just pee his pants in fear. No. With the masks finally off, it was time for introductions. The person standing before our hero revealed her title as discreet without a sound. This totally shocked our author, since he literally wrote this exact character into existence himself. Discreet without a sound was basically the boogeyman that parents used to scare their unruly kids. This lady is an insanely overpowered assassin that even the world's strongest fighters are terrified of. The famous swordsman family tried hunting her down, but she was a faceless ghost, and now she stood right in front of our boy. Mentioning that old incident, Jira explained it went down 15 years ago, proving she was older. He asked about the test, and she said passing meant deflecting just one attack. With that chilling rule dropped, the assassin straight up vanished. Seeing his heavenly eyes were totally useless, our main character realized his best skill simply would not work against this world-famous killer. A chill ran down his spine. Now watch closely, because her disembodied voice just declared she had orders to eliminate him if he wasn't strong enough. So he quickly paused the fight, because he actually had something important to say. Our hero wanted to know what his sweet reward would be for pulling off a win. The maid popped up right behind him, explaining she really hadn't planned any prize. When she asked what he wanted, he openly demanded her personal services. But Larson didn't want discreet without a sound under his command as just a maid. He wanted a bodyguard. At least until he got strong enough to protect his own neck. After thinking it over for a second, the deadly assassin actually agreed. Our hero felt pretty smug about that. The assassin vanished into thin air once again as the brutal trial finally kicked off. At first, our guy gained some confidence, but that faded fast. There was no way he could beat an enemy he could not even sense. While stressing over how his heavenly eyes were totally useless now. The hero figured this lady probably wouldn't actually kill him. He was sure her threat was a bluff, meaning she definitely would not aim for any of his vital spots. And since he absolutely could not track her lightning-fast movements, he had to try predicting which body part she was going to attack. It was safe to say the assassin was super confident against the kid, and she would undoubtedly go for one of his limbs. He was sure the maid would reveal herself while attacking, relying on slow flow and heavenly eyes. I know what you're thinking, game over, right? But activating the skill, he noticed something incredibly wild. Because slow flow did not just drop the speed of time, it also completely exposed the invisible flow of mana. From the looks of it, his broken skill had evolved thanks to something called enemy will. Iron Will was now reacting with the mana inside his heart to create an epic self-defense technique, to keep things super simple. The holy grail of transcendence had literally leveled up all his skills using his hidden mana supply. Larson now had the crazy ability to sense the assassin's incoming attack. The targets were limited and her stealth was broken. Judging by the mana, she was totally going for his leg. Dodging was impossible since the trial's whole point was deflecting the strike. Right then, his defense technique fired off automatically as our hero took the heavy hit on purpose. The young master then grabbed the lady's armed hand, channeling all his explosive mana to throw one ridiculously powerful punch. Discreet without a sound blocked his fist super easily, without making a single peep. Even so, she couldn't deny that his wild punch came dangerously close to hitting. Since this counted as a deflection, the young master clutched the win, and just as agreed, Discreet without a sound kept her word, swearing to protect him at all costs. And with that, the assassin vanished. Even though he was bleeding pretty badly right now, Larson felt hyped because he actually managed to pass the test. Soon after, somewhere else entirely, inside what looked like a super creepy and mysterious building, a door suddenly opened and slammed shut. Inside an empty room, Ira appeared to give her report, and trust me, you and I are going to want to hear this. Stick with me here. She realized this 10-year-old kid actually predicted her attack perfectly. According to her, Larson figured out she was not actually trying to kill him, since he did not even try dodging. She figured this was literally the only logical move he could make. But here is the crazy part, even though her dagger sliced right into his hand. A blade dripping with a deadly poison called Melia, our young hero was totally fine. The only explanation, the kid's magic completely wiped out the poison. But the assassin had zero clue if he did it on purpose. Ira decided she needed to investigate this right away. Walking away, she could not stop thinking about how the changed young master actually neutralized her deadly poison. This was not the same useless brat from last month. He was a noble totally worth protecting. Later that night, our main character decided to enjoy his night out to finally relax after a super long day. When suddenly, boom, the floating chalice popped up right in front of him, asking for praise. Larson low-key panicked, thinking this floating cup would cause a massive public scene, but luckily, he was the only one who could see it. The chalice demanded a literal gold star for neutralizing the Melia poison, but Larson was just confused, since he had zero idea the dagger was even poisoned. Right at that moment. Now pay attention to this. The system explained it was a deadly southern sea starfish poison, and without treatment, he would have dropped dead in minutes. This left our boy completely stunned. He really had no clue that blade was secretly laced. Turns out, the chalice drank up every single drop of poison inside him, treating the whole thing like a super fancy 5-star meal. But then the cup casually mentioned the poison could come back and literally melt his body. Panicking hard, Larson instantly summoned his shadow for help. The young master quickly asked the kid if he knew anything at all about Melia poison. Hampton nodded yes, getting super hyped. He eagerly asked if he should grab some right now to go poison somebody for him. But when Larson frantically asked about the antidote, the edgy kid casually explained it was super easy to find. So the stressed noble ordered his servant to go fetch some for him right this second. Larson thought about how crazy lucky he was having a poison expert and a master assassin on his team. Just then, somebody walked right up to him. It was none other than the exact same maid he was just thinking about. She had swapped her outfit to match her mission, coolly explaining that she was officially assigned as the kid's brand new shadow guard. Now Larson had double the protection, replacing the old guard. Ira totally dropped her fake maid act and finally showed off her real, badass personality. Because at the end of the day, a top-tier assassin needs some serious acting skills. When our hero confronted the silent assassin about the deadly poison on her dagger, she was absolutely completely shell-shocked. Larson played it cool, claiming he totally faked his ignorance earlier, but now he demanded to know why she used it, since her little test was supposed to be non-lethal. You see what he is doing right. He claimed he ignored the Melia on purpose, just to prove he could easily tank her deadly poison. Our boy acted his absolute heart out. He made it look like he always knew she used that rare toxic poison straight from the Southern Sea horned starfish. And honestly, the bluff completely worked. The assassin started realizing she had severely underestimated this guy's true power level. The silent assassin then pushed our protagonist to get way stronger. After all, she was sworn to protect him at all costs, and she could only break her oath once he became an absolute powerhouse. So while Larson promised he would grind and do his best, the killer lady swore she would help him level up however she possibly could. And while she explained how completely ruthless and immoral she would need to be, he nervously begged her to maybe keep a little conscience. Suddenly, Larson asked for some millennium grass powder. For some weird reason, he was feeling unbelievably crazy thirsty right now. Our hero was super confused. He had literally no idea why his body was desperately craving water and massive amounts of that rare grass powder. Seeing him acting so weird, his bodyguard immediately suggested they turn back to see a doctor. But our hero flat out refused. He inhaled as much powder as possible, chugging an insane amount of water while desperately begging for more. His wild mana flow was super sketchy. The silent assassin quickly realized something was going terribly wrong with the young master. According to the system, that grass held a tiny bit of a mystery compound called ether, which violently expands whenever it touches Melia poison. But for the magic cup that swallowed both things. This felt exactly like a massive hangover, and just like that, the epic holy grail of transcendence literally started vomiting the toxic mixture everywhere. Right at that exact second, the protagonist dropped his glass. The heart inside his chest suddenly started expanding to a terrifying size. His guard freaked out. She wanted to save him, but moving him meant instant death. Trust me, you are gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here, we're jumping right back in. Ira swore to protect her charge. But since she wasn't a mage, she had zero clue how to help him. There was only one option left. Without making a single sound, the silent assassin decided to sacrifice her own body to absorb his excess mana. Meanwhile, the system dropped a bomb on our MC. Only someone with the transcendent attribute could survive this toxic ether poison combo. Larson, who was honestly sick of always being at death's door, realized his newly acquired attribute was his literal get-out-of-jail-free card. Right then, as the mana cultivation technique finally kicked in, his ribs literally snapped from his heart, expanding so fast. Larson panicked hard when the system casually mentioned that the transcendent attribute was just one of the requirements to survive this crazy expansion. Turns out, you also needed the pure bloodline of a top-tier martial arts family just to make it out alive. This completely horrified our guy. Was this seriously game over already? But wait, the system had one more trick up its sleeve. The celestial body he conveniently owned. It acted as a flawless substitute for that martial arts bloodline. Hearing this, the young master was absolutely blown away. Basically, he had everything he needed to survive this insane curveball, and suddenly, the holy grail of transcendence woke up and decided to lend its master a hand. Watch closely because this is about to get wild. The mana cultivation technique perfectly synced up with the cartoonish cup. Just like that, the young master's body started glowing like crazy. The assassin braced herself, fully expecting the 10-year-old kid to just explode, but surprisingly, his chest shrank back to normal for some completely unknown reason, leaving her super confused. Then, to her total shock, mana fire erupted from him. What looked like a simple energy leak instantly turned into a massive, silent explosion of raw power. She knew for a fact her master had changed, but what actually happened left her entirely speechless. Because what she was looking at, it was supposedly impossible. Larson Maiden had officially unlocked his second mana circle at just 10 years old. This elite assassin had literally never met anyone who reached this insane level of magic so young. Our MC then told her to stop staring at him so dumbly while she finally started congratulating him. She could clearly sense the young master's brand new second circle, which he totally unlocked by brushing past death yet again. Our hero felt pretty proud of gathering mana himself, but according to the assassin, this was basically expected for someone from the Maiden family. That comment made Larson realize his hardcore bodyguard had literally never given him a single compliment before. The herb's essence, the transcendent attribute, the celestial body, and the chalice all fused together in his body through a massive stroke of fate. So after casually awakening his second circle by total coincidence, our hero looked right at his bodyguard and said they had a do-over planned. This completely threw the assassin off, having no idea what he meant. Later that night, over at the Leaf Building, someone rudely woke up the administrator from his peaceful sleep, making him end his beauty rest in a total panic. Noah was shocked to see the young master inside the training building so late. You and I both know what's coming, right? He noticed something absolutely terrifying. He was staring straight at the second circle of a kid who had literally just awakened his first circle a month ago. And as for the person standing right next to him, obviously an incredibly dangerous assassin. This immediately made the admin think back to his last chat with the escort, who hyped up some massive master plan. According to him, something huge was brewing, and the seventh young master was right in the middle. Now absolutely convinced Yale wasn't capping, he felt the kid was way too chill for someone who just hit the second circle so young. Terrified of whatever crazy stuff was about to go down, the admin decided to just do his job and ask what they needed. Noah got super curious when the kid requested a spot to host his newly assigned shadow duel. They finally agreed to set up the duel in a wide open training space. But as the hero and his bodyguard walked off, the admin caught the absolute death glare of the assassin. Feeling exactly like prey staring down a top-tier predator, he wisely decided to play dumb. The training area was prepped. Larson quietly asked the silent assassin if she had held back her power level during their first duel. Our hero wanted her to attack him using that exact same level, purely to test something out. So what do you and I make of this? He's making her go easy, knowing real enemies won't. I can't wait to see this fight. All right, stick with me. To her absolute shock, the young master reminded her she wasn't just some random opponent, but his literal shadow. Those heavy words totally resonated with the assassin. Now flexing as a second circle user, our boy realized that by linking both circles together, he could literally pack way more mana inside his body. It didn't take him long to grasp the whole concept and move the mana however he wanted. Larson decided to let that energy flow everywhere, making his magical combat technique instantly level up from normal to straight-up skilled rank. Now rocking his upgraded magic combat moves, our hero immediately kicked off the crazy duel. When the deadly assassin suddenly vanished, Larson flashed back to last time. Just like their very first fight, he totally couldn't track her down. Even so, he stayed perfectly still, ready for absolute madness. Thankfully though, since our boy was now a legit second circle user, his celestial eye had completely leveled up enough to easily keep pace with her crazy spinning speed. That slow flow skill also hit way harder against the stubborn assassin, and the moment he used it, the young master instantly figured out his sneaky opponent was aiming for his leg once again. But unlike the last time around, our absolute boss of a hero actually chose to dodge. This completely fascinated the assassin, because it meant this 10-year-old kid actually read her lightning-fast movements. With that said, the young master charged the maid with everything he had. He packed all his magic into his fist for one totally devastating punch. Watch closely here. Right as his knuckles were about to smash his opponent's face, she completely vanished. Not even a split second later, our hero felt an ice-cold blade right against his neck. Her strength was undeniable, because even with his fully evolved celestial eye, he seriously couldn't keep up with her insane speed at all. But right when our boy was about to call it quits and take the L, the maid straight up admitted that she actually lost. After all, she was totally supposed to use the exact same skill level as their previous fight. But she broke her promise, never expecting him to get this strong. Beneath her super blunt tone, our hero claimed he definitely caught a compliment, but explained that Shabe's praises were basically poison, and our guy was still way too weak to earn one. After watching this entire wild duel through his crystal ball, the admin seriously couldn't stop shaking. What he saw left him completely baffled. This 10-year-old kid was showing off physical skills that no normal maid should ever be able to handle. Even basic magic detection shouldn't have been able to track the lady's crazy speed, and our hero's firepower had massively leveled up since their last showdown. You and I saw that coming, right? That assassin's final strike was way more terrifying than anything Noah had ever witnessed before. The admin decided to totally forget what he saw as he said goodbye to the young master and his maid. But the second the kid walked out the door, a freezing piece of steel pressed right up against the mage's neck. When ordered to wipe his memory of tonight, Noah quickly swore he spent the whole evening chilling in the bathroom. Hero explained that the guy should only remember the young master couldn't control his newly awakened second circle just yet. So the admin agreed, saying he just found out a 10-year-old kid had awakened to this insane level of magic. The wolf praised the lamp for being smart enough before finally letting him completely bounce out of there. After that crazy night, Noah seriously didn't know what to think. The next day, while our guy was training his squad, Jiro dropped off a letter. After reading it, the young master literally fell right off the pull-up bar. What he read turned out to be an absolute shocker. It seemed the author had stumbled onto another huge variable. Since the famous Sourcement family formally invited him, something she had literally never written about before. A little while later, inside the main estate, the kid theorized his dad called him in after seeing he got mail from the Sade house. Earlier, right after wiping out on the bar, our guy actually asked the maid to quickly report this to the main house. The kid explained that now he was 10, he was officially joining the Wild Succession War. According to our hero, he needed to enter enemy turf to conquer it, though making them an ally would be way better. Ludia, thinking this was a legit royal assassination, got super hyped, so our hero decided to bring her along. After all, the novel's original protagonist wanted to befriend her too. So Larson decided to view the story from his author's perspective, kicking things off with this brand new invitation from the rival family. Trust me, this tiny letter is about to start countless wild storylines. Standing right there in front of his dad and older sister, our absolute hero reached a massive conclusion. Stick with me, his original story was crumbling, so he had to forge a brand new one. The system immediately flagged that little reveal as a massive wild card. Later on, the kid straight up asks his dad for orders, but the patriarch isn't playing games. He tells the boy he already knows exactly what they need to talk about. The second our hero brings up the invitation from the rival family, boom, the entire room suddenly drops to freezing cold temperatures. Before he can even blink, our guy gets blasted by ice magic. Literally in a split second, a deadly sharp spike is aimed right at his throat. Larson doesn't even flinch. He just asks his old man why he's being so dramatic. His logic, if the patriarch actually wanted him dead, he'd be gone by now. But nope, the kid is standing there perfectly fine. Larson calmly explains he hasn't done anything wrong. His dad then snaps back, saying House Sador's rightful place is groveling at the feet of the maids. Surprisingly, the young master completely agrees with the patriarch, which is honestly pretty intriguing. Because his words totally contradict his actions, our hero doesn't even try to deny hanging out with House Sador's second son right over in the Fire Tribe's territory. He even admits he challenged the guy to a duel. Apparently that's just how the Sourcement family makes best friends. Larson goes on to say they met by pure chance. He figured it was the perfect excuse to flex his family's absolute supremacy. According to him, demanding a duel was simply the smartest way to test out his rival's raw power. Meanwhile, the sorceress watching from afar starts questioning those rumors about her brother. To her, he looks completely different since his birthday party. Now watch closely. She knows Larson couldn't just magically flip from a total delinquent to this overnight. Which means he never was one, and the rumors were totally fake. As far as she knows, not many people have the power to warp reality like that. So naturally, the very first suspect that pops into her head is the patriarch himself. Larson then announces that since he's 10 now, he's joining the massive succession war. While Abelia stands there completely shocked, the kid points out that everyone in the family has already picked a side with his siblings. He accepts this unfairness is just part of the game since he's the youngest. Staying inside the family literally gets him absolutely nowhere. Hearing the kid explain that his big brain play is expanding his power outside the house, Decatra asks if he actually dares to drag outsiders into family business. Larson straight up says it's his only option left. When his dad demands to know if he even understands the heavy weight of his words, the boy shouts that he absolutely does. He wants to turn Cassin into his well-trained attack dog, one capable of hunting down a tiger. But when his dad warns him that a dog like that might turn and bite, our guy shoots back that if that happens, he totally deserves getting eaten by his own beast. I know what you're thinking, the dad is mad, right? Nope, he actually smiles hearing his son vow to make the other kid his loyal servant. Soon after, the second sister pulls the seventh brother aside, asking if he predicted all this chaos from that one invitation. The kid nods but admits he totally didn't expect their dad to drag her into this mess too. Larson knew damn well his father wouldn't just toss him into the enemy house without a heavy hitter like the Sorceress of the End to watch his back. Abelia realizes her little brother literally rehearsed that whole intense interaction with their dad. Our hero just shrugs, saying it's the best way for his brain to work. The Sorceress of the End admits that when she was 10, she didn't even have the guts to talk back to their father. When she decides to ask one final question, our MC suddenly feels this heavy, overwhelming aura. His second sister straight up asks if his physical enhancement magic ritual was actually a huge success. Larson confirms it was a massive win, but when she brings up the scroll from the Man of Transcendence, he apologizes to his sister, saying his lips are sealed. Larson claims their dad strictly forbade him from talking about it. With that little drop, the Sorceress of the End gets her suspicions fully confirmed. In her mind, the only reason her little bro name dropped the patriarch was because the old man secretly designated his son as his own hidden trump card. She theorizes this new weapon's value depends entirely on how she uses him. If she fumbles it, Decatra will just hand him over to her other siblings. Abelia figures she is the very first person the patriarch wanted to test this weapon out on. So basically, she just gave herself a brand new quest, make the absolute most out of her little brother. Right then, our boy decides to put on a show. The hero focuses his energy and starts firing up his magic. That purple energy erupts, leaving her completely stunned, and that's where we leave it. Her 10-year-old brother just casually unlocked transcendent mana. Alright, jump in with me. After flexing this wild new skill, his second sister is completely stunned. Larson asks Evelia if she can sense his insane mana, and she says it totally feels like fire magic. Her guess was 100% right. The Sorceress of the End then tells her bro to chill out. She already knows his potential, which leaves him totally confused. She breaks down how tough it is for a heart to handle physical mana, total common sense he completely missed. Evlia explains his heart is already working overtime from the second circle, and pushing it will totally ruin his magic growth. While his sister talks about wanting to see him reach crazy high levels. Our hero is just shocked by her kindness. Then it hits him, his dad completely hid the fact he unlocked the second circle. When they ask him what his next move is, the kid points out Casson must have invited someone else too. His sister admits it has to be the Grandel family kid. This person would be around his age and definitely pack some serious, top-tier talent. Now pay close attention. The only person fitting that exact description is Rosalind, the Grandel daughter. Obviously, her family would be using the portals they set up to speed run across the entire continent. Larson, who had totally been a jerk to the martial arts family daughter before, wants to go wait for them. When he was 8, Larson Mound actually whacked Rosalind with a stick, which basically got him fully exiled. Our main guy wants to apologize. The sorceress warns that mean pride forbids bowing, but our hero says that only matters if your honor is completely spotless. But right now, seeing how badly he messed up his magic honor, he cannot act high and mighty. As a mage, he absolutely owes the girl an apology. That is when our guy realizes the original Larson had literally zero power to hurt a martial arts family member. According to the system, unlike the rest of the Grandels, Rosalind seriously hated violence. This explains absolutely everything, helping him realize exactly why she goes totally psycho and super violent later in the novel. Russell would build up insane hatred for Larson after all that awful bullying, making him learn the true meaning of utter despair. Because of his toxic behavior, Rosalind trained like an absolute beast while her dad hyped her up. She was a martial arts genius with insane growth potential, but she had zero reason to flex it before meeting Larson. Let that sink in for a second. The side character's dumb actions completely changed a main hero's entire life. Evalia then tells him that she got the invite from the Sword family and promises to secretly back him up. A little bit later, right by the sunflower field with the third gate, Ludia starts wishing Casson had packed them some super tasty road trip snacks. And while she praises Conan as an awesome guy, Hampton worries he might become a massive threat. The Shadow knows the mean house crushes sad people into obedience, but he feels sure his caring master will show them kindness. Hampton literally cries tears of joy, thinking his new boss has some epic things waiting for him. While the first Shadow completely breaks down bawling, the second just watches in pure silence. Our heroes start their epic trip at Gate 3, hitting Gate 7 by midnight. Next up is Gate 1 near the Black Sea, and eventually they hit the central gate at the Sword Tomb. Larson and the crew jump through 22 gates to arrive, totally exhausting their bodies, especially poor Hampton. The Sword Tomb was the busiest gate right next to the famous fencing family. Despite that edgy name, this place was actually a cute and super lively little town. According to the sorceress of the end, the Grandels arrive in 4 hours. Larson decides to grind his mana breathing technique until they arrive, while his crew heads to the hotel. Evalia watches her little bro super closely. She's so hyped to see what crazy wonders he reveals next. Meanwhile, back at the main estate, Decatra spills the tea to his second-in-command Senkin. So what do you and I take from this? The dad just confessed that despite appearances, the physical magic ritual was actually a huge success. Alright, stick with me here. The dad explained how something totally weird infected his kid's heart. Decatra actually theorized that the magic wrapping around Larson's heart was the holy grail of transcendence. According to the wild legends, this artifact traveled the whole world right alongside Curdle. Right before kicking the bucket, the Grand Mage finally realized his lifelong buddy wasn't actually the legendary Holy Grail of Transcendence at all. According to the Mean family's official records, Decatra revealed how their first family head had this super special bond with Curdle, and how history completely forgot about the cup after he died. After doing some serious digging, the dad figured out his youngest kid's new playmate actually belonged to the legendary Fire Tribe. This basically confirmed his crazy theory. Dekatra then pointed out how their ancient records showed the first patriarch had a super weird nickname for the Grail. He literally called it the support circle. Curdle actually referred to the thing as a charger or a battery, literally objects that medieval people should absolutely know zero things about it all. Dekatra claimed his youngest boy must have somehow snagged the holy grail of transcendence, since it was the absolute only explanation for this wild situation. Now pay attention, because his own second-in-command was totally clueless about the absolute madness going down. So to his absolute shock, it turned out 10-year-old little Larson had fully awakened his second circle and actually scored some elemental mana. Back in childhood, Dekatra was called a straight-up magic genius, while Senkan was hyped as a total physical powerhouse prodigy. The family head then straight up asked his commander if he could have ever awakened a second circle back when he was just 10 years old. Sen guessed he probably could have, but admitted he definitely wouldn't have survived long enough to actually hit adulthood. That is exactly why it was completely mind-blowing seeing Larson chilling without a single issue despite his crazy condition. Even so, the dad was totally scratching his head, wondering why he couldn't spot his youngest son's insane potential before the kid's big 10th birthday ceremony even happened. Dekatra, completely positive his youngest boy was hiding some massive secret, decided to hand his commander a super special mission. The loyal Senkan, waiting on standby, got the absolute VIP job of keeping Larson alive. When they asked him how long this crazy mission lasted, the patriarch basically said his right-hand man was only off the clock the second he took his final dying breath. A bit later at the sword tomb, our boy noticed something super alarming. The Grandel family finally pulled up, literally the continent's other massive superpower. Besides maintenance aid, it had seriously been way too long since our main character last saw her face. Rosalind, the genius girl he completely beat up before, finally made her big entrance, getting totally greeted by a random little kid at the bottom of the stairs. She didn't clock him initially, but after intensely staring at that smug face, she realized this was the exact same menace who totally wrecked her 2 years ago. You and I both knew she'd snap right. In a flash, she completely cleared the entire staircase, dropping right in front of our clueless boy and totally catching him off guard. Rosalind then explained that he was only there to apologize. Hearing this nonsense, the martial artist completely busted out laughing. Our hero seriously never expected her to be holding such a massive grudge. Right then, the older dude hanging out with her walked up to the kids, but this absolute unit, who turned out to be Rosalind's uncle, totally scolded our MC for ignoring his elders. Catching the vibe, Larson immediately gave a proper greeting to the martial artist boss. The guy was totally shocked because this 10-year-old kid had actually recognized him as the legendary combat king, Magnar. This absolute beast was the Grandel patriarch's little brother and the family's second strongest member, literally outclassing his own older brother in terms of pure, raw combat skills. The combat king then explained he was totally planning to chew Larson out for slacking. But seeing the kid perfectly understood that wasn't his family's actual style, the guy was just completely stunned, especially since the boy wasn't even slightly intimidated by his heavy aura. Larson confidently explained he was totally ready to follow her family's wild apology traditions just so he could finally earn her complete forgiveness. So Rosalind casually dropped the bomb that he basically had to accept straight up dying by her own hands. But man, when that insanely powerful fist flew toward our hero at breakneck speed, even the combat king was left completely shocked. After all, the mage kid didn't even flinch. Rosalind was super surprised by her bully's guts, so she dared him to try and block her next massive attack right there. At that exact moment, Flow slowly activated alongside a crazy self-defense skill. Wham! Larson took a brutal punch straight to the gut. Our hero felt absolute agonizing pain, and before he could even blink, he got knocked totally flat out. And that's where we leave it, the uncle just watching his 8-year-old nephew Matin. Let us jump into the madness. The combat king was absolutely stunned seeing this kid whip out magic matching his martial arts. He figured those insane skills were exactly what let the boy react and block the strike with basic defensive magic. And while Rosalind started screaming at him for just taking it, Our main character simply apologized again. After all, the author was still just a modern guy, so getting walked all over every single day felt totally normal to him. But as the girl kept screaming her lungs out, Larson smoothly explained she was just too cute back then. Our boy confessed that 2 years ago, he only bothered her to get her attention. At first, the fierce martial artist had zero clue how to react. But then she found the perfect answer by kicking the mage right in the knee. Without his self-defense magic, his bones would be totally shattered. Rosalind crossed her arms, calling it boring. The embarrassed girl claimed there was zero fun in hitting a punching bag that would not fight back, so the mage offered a real duel, but refused to do it immediately. Right on cue, someone stepped up to shut the fight down. Her uncle explained this was definitely not the spot for throwing hands, but she completely ignored him, totally hyped to settle the score with her bully. With that said, he pointed right at the massive crowd, whispering around them. And while the martial artist yelled that random spectators did not matter, the mage warned their clash could actually hurt people, leaving her completely speechless. The combat king thought our hero was super wise. Our guy promised they would have their apology showdown in a much better spot. Then Magnar reminded the 8-year-old girl they had to hit the legendary swordsmanship family estate. Suddenly, our main dude started hearing a voice straight in his head. The combat king, using telepathy, totally urged him to chill out for now, so nobody thought their two families were about to start a huge war. Watch closely because another crazy variable just entered the chat. Since the combat king took a massive interest in young Matin and planned to watch him, Larson quickly realized what this big mess meant. Then the system chimed in that the Heavens Mage was totally questioning the probability. Our hero instantly recognized the Heavens Mage as his dad. Just like that, by pure coincidence, he totally cleared some major system requirements. Simply because his top-tier acting skills had influenced a super important character. Larson was blown away seeing both Dakra and Magnar, doubting the overall probability. Because of that, the system handed the author of this world a new cheat called Creator Privilege. Our hero was absolutely shook, expecting something epic to drop. Suddenly, a tiny object popped out of thin air right into his hands. Looking at it, the young master completely froze. This was literally the character book he designed. This outline held every single detail our guy wrote into the story, like the chocolate-loving librarian, the psycho sister, and his relentless killer. But here is the catch. The outline was mostly unfinished, with almost every page completely blank. This makes you and me both wonder why he became Larson Matin, and why the plot keeps twisting. Then the system warned him his shiny new creator privilege was on cooldown. The author realized his power only lasted 60 seconds before needing a recharge. Larson Matin plotted his next move while the combat king suggested dinner. Once they arrived, the two old veterans greeted each other. The combat king was thrilled seeing the sorceress of the end get even stronger. When Avilia flexed that she would beat him in 5 years, the man gladly said he eagerly awaited her challenge. Back in the day, Avilia could casually challenge the combat king whenever she felt like it. But being a top dog in her family made that impossible now. With a warm smile, Magnar noted she was not an adorable kid anymore. Back then, she used to try fighting him anywhere and literally at any time of day. He even joked about how she once set his hair on fire while he slept. While they both cracked up over the past, our hero finally found the guts to join the chat. Right then, a tiny, super shy voice interrupted them. Seeing how Rosalind acted in front of her sister completely shocked our main guy. And trust me, you would also struggle to believe this shy kid was that crazy savage. Rosalind proudly explained she completely idolized Avilia. All right, stick with me here. Since she was clearly weaker than the male martial artists, Avilia pointed out she totally lacked fighting spirit. Mages blast spells, swordsmen swing blades, but martial artists, they strictly rely on raw physical strength to get the job done. They tap into this insane thing called fighting spirit to shatter human limits and achieve the literal impossible. Rosalind straight up declared she would use fighting spirit to become as overpowered as the sorceress of the end. After wrapping up lunch, the sorceress announced she was reopening the portal tonight. When she invited the martial artists along, Larson was just left mind-blown by how much food the Grandals had actually vacuumed down. Since there was still a decent chunk of time before the portal reopened, Evilia asked for some one-on-one time with her little brother. So the Combat King agreed to meet up with them later at the portal. Once alone on the beach, Evilia brought up her brother's wild little run-in with the martial artist back at the portal. He explained it was all a big setup. When asked if he actually expected to get attacked, Larson smirked and claimed he predicted that too. Hearing this, the Sorceress of the End asked why he didn't just settle the score with the girl right there in the swordsman family's arena. In other words, Evilia wondered why he used magic combat at the portal. Larson replied the Combat King was the real target. Now watch this big brain play. He knew his flashy little show earlier completely forced Magnar, his family's number 2 guy, to obsess over him and his combat style. This heavily intrigued the second sister. She was totally convinced the Combat King definitely noticed just how insanely skilled the 7th brother actually was. Between his crazy magic moves and massive mana pool, plus, Larson was notoriously known as a brainless delinquent. Simply put, after witnessing that crazy performance, anyone would immediately start seeing him as a secret trump card. The craziest part was how Larson flawlessly planned to get completely inside the Combat King's head without ever even meeting the guy before. Larson figured his 4D chess move would make Magnar view him as his family's ultimate hidden weapon, practically guaranteeing the guy would become obsessed. Right then and there, Ibelia finally grasped exactly why her dad wanted her to frame her brother as this hidden weapon. Despite relying strictly on magic combat, Larson proved he was an absolute tactical genius with a razor-sharp analytical mind. The wildest part was that he was literally still just a kid, meaning his potential was completely off the charts, even without Dad's orders. Ibelia totally would have gone all out to groom her little brother into one of her loyal supporters anyway. She then spilled how she met Magnar back when she was just a pilgrim, which is the tier right below Truth Seeker, making her a patriarch candidate, plus wearing this surprisingly warm smile. Can you believe this? The Sorceress of the End cheerfully told her brother she desperately wanted to assassinate that martial artist. Back then, while getting absolutely clobbered, Magnar promised her 3 free shots to try killing him if she ever felt annoyed. Crazy enough, it seemed Ibelia shared tons of fond memories with the Combat King. The Sorceress of the End declared that guys like the Combat King always obsessively dig into anything that even slightly catches their attention. So basically, if our boy played his cards exactly right, the old man would come running straight to him. With about 30 minutes left before the portal, she suggested a little sibling tour. She claimed this would be totally fun. Considering it was a merchant city, Bia admitted she had visited plenty before, though she usually ended up accidentally destroying them every single time. And with that, the little bro grabbed his sister's hand and decided to take the lead. Ibelia could not help but crack a smile. Hand in hand, the siblings started strolling down the beach. Meanwhile, back in the city, remembering the totally aimless delinquent that kid used to be just 2 years ago, the Combat King found it absolutely mind-blowing how much he had changed since then. But honestly, nobody flips their personality that hard, meaning his past trash-deer behavior was definitely just a calculated act to hide his true self. Magnar started wondering what massive endgame those sneaky mages were actually trying to pull off with this strategy. He even started getting paranoid that something huge was brewing, since it totally looked like somebody was pushing for a solid alliance with the maidens. What do you and I make of this? The guy was stressing over a massive conspiracy happening under his nose, knowing his family was the weakest. It was super obvious that if something went down, the martial artist would get wiped out by the other 2 families. Stick with me here. Magnar realizes Larson is the mastermind, and you and I are about to watch him uncover this entire insane plot. Soon after, the whole crew gathers at the gate. The Combat King is absolutely hyped to step through a magical portal made by the legendary Witch of the End. Larson casually reminds the Combat King, out of the 3 free chances to kill him, he still has 1 left. Talk about a massive flex. With that, the squad jumps into the magic portal. Rosal not doing so hot. The wild trip leaves her feeling totally nauseous. And just like that, our crew finally touches down. Magnar is shocked the witch did not blast him. She just shrugs, explaining that killing him right in front of her niece would be super bad manners. Right then, a loud voice calls out to Larson and Ludia. It is young Conan, sprinting over to greet his friends. The Combat King instantly recognizes the kid, the second son, and pretty much the absolute shoo-in successor of his entire family. The two boys immediately start comparing their heights, but boom, they get rudely interrupted by a totally clueless girl. Ludia fiercely tells the swordsman she is the main character's absolute best friend. Conan just laughs it off. It is not a competition. He and Larson just totally vibe together. Conan seriously overestimates her though. He does not realize Ludia totally lacks the brain cells to actually process what he just said. While the girl stubbornly claims her absolute bestie status once again, she confidently promises the novel's main character that she will become his closest friend no matter what. With that settled, the cheerful swordsman totally thanks the Crimson Butcher for becoming his buddy. Right at that moment, the fierce young martial artist reminds the host he invited her to. Conan quickly apologizes for completely ignoring her existence. Now pay attention here, as Conan gives her this super stiff formal greeting, the younger girl tells him to drop the formalities. You will love this dynamic. But he just shuts it down, saying it is way too early. Rosalind gets super annoyed. The handsome guy is acting all buddy-buddy with the other two, but giving her the total cold shoulder. The Combat King instantly cooks up a theory. He figures the young mage totally set up this whole social dynamic beforehand. Larson clearly is not just some normal kid. He acts like he is possessed by some ancient, super unwelcomed presence. Our hero then casually asks his bro for a massive solid, revealing he actually wants to throw down in a duel against Rosalind. Larson tells a totally shocked Conan to find them a proper spot to settle their beef. Just like that, the stage for his epic debut is perfectly set up. He gets the chance to fight a prestigious family kid on another family turf, right in front of some major VIPs. Absolute madness. Soon enough, the rumor mill starts completely spinning about the upcoming showdown. Most folks bet Rosalind will absolutely curb stomp the otherworldly mage, especially since she recently awakened her crazy fierce fighting spirit. But since this massive brawl is going to rely heavily on raw physical stats, it is bound to be super entertaining watching a martial artist clash with a magic combat user. Even Carson Sade, the family patriarch, is super hyped about it. Both father and son completely agree that a friendly brawl sounds like absolute peak entertainment. Casson admits to his dad that he thought Larson was just some basic kid, but hanging out with him quickly proved how completely dead wrong he was. I know what you're thinking, but get this, Conan calls our hero his absolute rival. Even his dad is shocked since they are still way too young. Now Carson's attention is utterly hooked on this, because his son boldly claims he is actually way stronger than the mage right now. The patriarch figures out someone definitely planted fake rumors about the seventh son being a total delinquent. His first guess, this is all some galaxy brain scheme orchestrated by Decatra, using his youngest kid as the ultimate hidden trump card. When the dad asks who's going to take the massive win in this fight, his boy confidently declares the mage is taking home the victory. Even so, he is totally sure Larson will not actually be crowned the official winner of the match. After all, our novel's main character knows deep down his bro is just way too nice. Hearing this, the patriarch decides he absolutely has to watch these kids throw down. Conan gets totally hyped up, since he finally gets to introduce his new squad to his dad, who looks incredibly proud of him. So the very next day, right on the epic firmament sword stage, Rosalind declares she has been dying for this exact moment. Larson, meanwhile, realizes he needs to stack every single deck entirely in his favor. Playing the normal 10-year-old kid is totally useless in this arena. After all, he is destined to make his massive debut right here, right now. The fierce girl squares up and charges headfirst at her opponent with some absolutely insane lightning speed. Slow flow activates for the one rocking insane physical stats. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Stick Stick with me here, since his opponent lacked any fighting spirit, his slow flow technique let our guy predict her next move perfectly. This let him perfectly block the strike using his arm and wild self-defense skills. Rosalind expected to snap some bones, but ended up just kicking empty air. Both the sorceress and the combat king were completely mind-blown by this display. Rosalind charged right back at him, yelling that he shouldn't get cocky because blocking her attack was just pure luck. Still getting completely blocked, she snapped that he would need way more training to actually beat her. And with that, she threw another punch, blocked again by the 10-year-old. Then he countered with a strike that missed, but it still forced the crazy talented martial artist to stumble back a few steps. Rosalind was already gasping for air, while our main character stayed totally chill and full of energy. Seeing this play out, absolutely everyone was left speechless. Wagner was especially confused, watching this 10-year-old kid flawlessly predict every single one of his niece's moves. He realized talent must run in the family, and those rumors about the kid being a punk were totally fake. The combat king felt certain that his family had put their youngest son through some insanely intense secret training. The girl desperately tried to catch her breath, but on the flip side, this kid wasn't even breaking a sweat. Rosalind felt incredibly annoyed because her opponent was literally just dodging and blocking her attacks. Now watch closely because you and I can see what the combat king realized. The kid was letting his frustrated opponent burn her energy while saving his own. What was truly crazy was how many open chances he had to actually strike. According to the martial artist, perfectly guarding your vitals during a fight means you have to be way more skilled than your enemy. Simply put, the kid only played defense just to flex his absolute superiority, which was super weird behavior for a typical bully. Even though magic combat was considered weak among mages, he knew it had massive potential, just like Rosalind's style, and according to the king of combat. There were two main reasons behind our hero's actions today. First, he wanted to prove his supposedly weak technique was actually god tier. As for the second reason, it looked like the perfect way for the mage family to show off in front of both the swordsmen and the martial artists simultaneously. Wagner and Garcia theorized that Larson was secretly raised in the shadows to become a pro user of magic combat techniques. This made things super intriguing, basically meaning the maids were showing off their hidden secret weapon. The most logical answer was that Larson just wanted to test his skills in a real fight to push himself to the absolute next level. To keep it super simple, the main character purposely flexed his crazy skills in public just to trigger the rival families. While the sorceress was hyped to see her brother's master plan unfolding, Kajin was completely blown away by this epic fight. When asked when he would finally attack, Larson stated he would only throw a punch once Rosalind had totally vented all her angry energy. Seeing this disrespect, the girl gathered every ounce of her strength and begged him to at least pretend the hits were actually hurting. Right then, the martial artist unleashed her fighting spirit and sank a massive punch incredibly deep into her opponent's stomach. You and I felt that one, our hero took serious damage. While the kid lay helpless on the ground coughing up blood, she started screaming at him for not dodging her insane strike. Then he just calmly explained that it looked like she desperately wanted to see him get hit. Hearing that, the martial artist was beyond frustrated. She handed her opponent a healing potion before completely giving up on the duel. Rosalind admitted she unlocked her fighting spirit thanks to this annoying kid, but could not fight him anymore since he showed her genuine kindness. Since she literally broke his ribs, Rosalind decided to drop her grudge and forgive him for all his past mistakes. Right then, Kajin rushed over to his buddy. In the original timeline, this friendless little guy obsessed over hero biographies all day, which made him absolutely love the concepts of real friendship and deep trust. While the swordsman praised his crazy fast growth, our main character realized this epic fight had deeply inspired him. But wait, hearing Kajin say he was thrilled to witness his friend's new strength firsthand, the author realized exactly what was coming. Kajin instantly demanded a duel. Larson flat out stated he had to decline the offer since he was completely exhausted. Since magic combat drains tons of energy, trust me, we definitely want to see our hero fight this swordsman at his absolute peak. Let's dive in. Honestly, you and I are about to watch this hyped-up novel protagonist accidentally snap him in half. But get this, Kajin was totally dead set on throwing down. The guy demanded a full-out duel for the very next day. Our boy had literally zero choice but to say yes, especially since that potion completely healed up his injuries. Right after he hit up Roslyn, the one who used her fighting spirit on him, to ask a favor. At first, she totally thought this mage was just trolling her. But then he drops a bomb. Taking her hit actually made something spark deep inside his core. She immediately expected the worst. Larson claimed he was on the verge of discovering some brand new failing, which completely grossed her out. But plot twist, to her absolute shock, he actually begged her for help. He claimed her crazy martial arts skills were the key to leveling up his own technique. Larson even threw out a sweet deal, telling her to consider this a massive favor he would owe her later. Roslyn was super conflicted. I mean, she spent 2 whole years plotting revenge against this guy, and now he is showing a totally different side. The Combat King actually hyped her up to do it. After all, doing a solid for the youngest son of the top mage family in public, that is a massive flex. So giving in, Rosalind finally agreed to help Larson out. The sorceress of the end was totally stunned. Her little brother literally swore on his honor as a future mage to repay the girl. She couldn't help but crack a huge smirk. Why? Because saying that basically confirmed he was finally jumping straight into their crazy family succession war. From the looks of it. Now watch closely here, the other family reps definitely caught on to that vibe too. Anyway, Rosalind just had to punch the kid like before. Bam, right at that second, his automatic self-defense technique triggered. The girl clearly stated that what came next was not even real martial arts. Then, she absolutely decked him in the stomach with full force, yelling at him not to blame her. Taking that massive hit confirmed it for Larson. The magic inside his heart was literally reacting with Rosalind's insane fighting spirit. The absolute madman begged her to punch him one more time, and yeah, she delivered. From the sidelines, it totally looked like the Combat King figured out the kid was cooking up some wild plan. Karsha asked Abelia what the heck was going on. She explained there was definitely some weird reaction clashing between the two kids' energies, but here is the thing. Even though she knew it was happening, the sorceress of the end completely failed to figure out what that reaction actually was. After tanking all those heavy blows, our main guy had absolutely zero doubts left in his mind. This broke his original novel's plot, his transcendent mana reacting with fighting spirit. As the author, he saw the probability stat dropping fast. The system actually praised him for catching the glitch, giving him the green light to fix this massive plot hole. Larson's mission in this broken world was way bigger than just surviving. Suddenly, the legendary character book spawned right into his hand. Green numbers started raining down from nowhere. It looked like reality itself just got trapped inside some crazy computer simulation. Whenever this settings book popped up, time literally froze. Right then, the notebook magically flipped open completely on its own. You and I both know the rules. The system explained that fighting spirit and mana are total opposites that should never mix. That was the hard rule in the book, but during their little sparring match, something super glitchy happened. It was a huge void the author needed to fill. He suddenly remembered those were the absolute last words written in the settings. Larson had to think super carefully before jotting anything down. One wrong word could completely trash the other concepts in his story. After all, casually writing and erasing stuff in this notebook, that could literally end up destroying the entire world he built from scratch. So after sweating over it for a few seconds, he finally cooked up a rock-solid reason to justify exactly why his transcendent mana was reacting with her fighting spirit. And his genius, logical excuse. His own character was completely immune to the rules of this realm, absolute cheat code. At first, our boy wanted to use a different excuse tied to his transcendent mana, his chalice, or even his celestial body. But honestly, focusing on his character was the ultimate big brain move. Being totally free from the world's rules meant he could pull off absolutely anything without wrecking the established lore. With that single edit, Larson basically turned himself into a walking, talking anomaly. This epic move actually made the system reward him. He got 10 whole seconds of VIP privilege to write a brand new line in the character book. This completely blew his mind. Later that night, while Ludia was knocked out sleeping, someone kept pounding on the door until the non-stop knocking finally woke her up. The girl cracked the door open and asked the guy who he was. Magnar introduced himself as the Combat King and asked for our main character. "So what do you and I make of this?" Ludia thought he was there to hurt her friend, but Magnar swore he meant zero harm. "Stick with me here, they just spotted the kid leaving the shower." The Combat King is shook. For a 10-year-old, the kid is insanely ripped and his aura, completely different from a normal fighting spirit. While most mages usually pool all their magic right in their heart, this kid, he is running a completely different, crazy kind of setup. Normal martial arts training would actually mess up his mana flow. Seeing this, the Combat King instantly figures it out. Our boy must have gone through some seriously hardcore, next-level special training. The clueless girl actually asks to poke his funny-looking abs, but he totally dodges her. "You've got to watch this part." He asks for clothes, and the maid fetches them instantly, leaving the man completely mind-blown. Magnar finally realizes something. Ira is on a completely different level. Honestly, it's pretty weird that a literal powerhouse like her is playing maid for a 10-year-old kid. As the two nobles finally take a seat, the suited guy offers them some fruit. Larson Monon catches on fast. The Combat King definitely wants the scoop on his magic combat style, which totally explains this random surprise visit. Trust me, his interest in martial arts changes the whole game. Let's dive into this. Magnar thought it was super weird the kid was so certain he'd just hand over his martial arts secrets. But Larson was dead set. He knew the guy would gladly pay that price just to satisfy his own burning curiosity. So Magnar made it clear, teaching Larson his fighting style would bring serious consequences. But the kid just smirked, explaining that's exactly why both of them were invited here. In the end, not even the legendary Sky Mage could manage to peek inside the Sada family estate. Pay attention here because that made it insanely dangerous but completely safe. The Combat King was completely hooked now, telling the kid to ditch his shirt and turn around. The kid had a seriously athletic back for a 10-year-old. Then the man told him to accept the raw fighting spirit he was about to plant inside him. When Larson confidently agreed, Magnar finally realized how insanely smart this kid actually was. After all, he basically engineered a whole situation where the man actually couldn't hurt him at all, yet still acted like he was risking his life by putting himself in his hands. Larson's big brain truly has no limits. Trust me, you and I are gonna love watching this. As the skill activated, he thought about how much he'd analyzed their duel. Let's dive right in. Our guy wondered what kind of crazy, overpowered skill the author should give the main character. And since he was literally both of them, he just casually hooked himself up with the power to absorb pure fighting spirit without any messy side effects. Right then, a massive wave of the older man's intense energy slammed straight into the 10-year-old kid's back. The Combat King was absolutely shook. He could not believe this random kid actually soaked up a chunk of his legendary fighting spirit. To him, the Maton family flexing this kind of insane ability on purpose felt exactly like a straight-up declaration of war. But when asked about his mentor, Larson just explained he was solo, grinding his magic combat techniques all by himself. Now pay attention to this absolute flex. The Combat King pointed out he had never met a mage who could eat fighting spirit, and the kid just played dumb, claiming he had zero clue about it. Right then, Magnar stared him down and asked if Larson seriously believed a man needed to master both martial arts and fighting spirit to level up. Our boy confidently said yes. Because in the eyes of this super famous mage family, sword skills were total trash and martial arts were basically a joke. The House of Monon only cared about raw magic, but against all odds. The Combat King was finally looking at a Monon kid who was actually hyped to learn martial arts just to get stronger. Magnar asked if he was really a Maun bloodline, and the kid casually dropped that his dad was literally Katra, the head honcho. You and I both know a crazy twist is coming. Magnar just busted out laughing at this absolute weirdo standing in front of him. He told the kid to stop playing games, cut the filler, and spill exactly what he was really after. With a totally straight face, our hero looked up and asked the legendary combat king to be his master. Hearing that insane request, Magnar was completely speechless, but our hero was dead set, knowing that raw fighting spirit and heavy martial arts were the ultimate cheat codes needed to perfect his magical combat style. It was exactly why the previous users, who only spammed basic magic, literally never had a chance to level up. The combat king was super confused by the whole thing, explaining that the snobby mage family would never let him train one of their golden boys. And to his absolute shock, the master clearly heard this little kid promise he would smoothly sweet-talk his family and keep them from blocking his training. So what do you and I take from this? Larson knew being the heir made it look like his family was bowing down to the Grandel house. But get this, he quickly pointed out the combat king would have shot down his request instantly if he wasn't already considering it. Magnar realized he got totally backed into a corner. You and I are about to watch a master get played. He couldn't say no, forced to examine the kid's body out of pure curiosity. The exact moment he didn't turn down the kid's offer right away, that's when the trap completely snapped shut on him. When asked about it, Magnar clarified he didn't care much for magic combat techniques. He was hyped about the kid's actual fighting style. Larson then declared he was inventing a brand new fighting style. Why? Because his magic combat tricks only hit their peak potential when mixed with combat spirits and hardcore martial arts. The combat king couldn't even believe he was hearing this from a Matgon. He straight up asked if the kid showed off his power on purpose just for them. The kid just smirked and agreed. He definitely noticed the old man watching his every move, which led them to ask what the duel's real purpose was. Larson explained that besides flexing in the arena, he actually managed to win over Rosalind's forgiveness. And with that mic drop, our MC casually asked his future mentor if he wanted a front row seat to a new martial art being born. Our hero then announced he wanted to crash here with his friend's family. The older guy pointed out this would literally make him look like a total hostage. The kid just shrugged it off as no big deal. After all, his dad would definitely score an insane deal thanks to him staying there. The guy figured this kid was just straight up crazy. Now watch this power move. He wanted to meet here because it was the absolute furthest spot away from his father's crazy reach. Magnar honestly couldn't decide if the kid had that classic family craziness or if he was just uniquely insane. The old man quickly caught on that the kid had this entire thing planned out for ages, and with that said, he gave him the huge privilege of becoming his student, planning to analyze everything about his body and magic combat moves. Knowing he'd use him to crack the magic family's secrets, the combat king told the kid to use this exact chance to master his own crazy potential too. Larson literally couldn't ask for a better deal. Meanwhile, out in the courtyard, his shadow guard started overthinking how his young master pulled off schemes he couldn't even wrap his head around. He figured Larson purposely let him eavesdrop on their chat, and from that alone, the kid had already reached a wild conclusion. His young boss wanted to build an epic world where all three families lived together in peace. Hampton nearly jumped out of his skin when the maid spawned from nowhere and handed him a handkerchief. He admitted he was still shook that she turned out to be the other shadow guard, saying she almost scared him to death. She just coldly roasted him, saying he was still way too weak. The icy assassin then asked the guy if he actually knew about their master's crazy plan to stay right here. But what he didn't realize was they had to head back to the main estate to get the top brass's official approval. You see where this is going, right? Total life or death danger. Hampton manned up and declared he didn't care one bit. As a shadow guard, it was his ultimate duty to protect his young master, even from the clan patriarch himself. After all, our MC was his true light, and with that, the assassin just vanished into the dark night. Meanwhile, chilling in another part of the massive mansion, the two siblings finally crossed paths. The sorceress of the end quickly noticed her little brother had some heavy news to drop. Yelia told him to hold off for just a second, because these next few minutes felt way too precious to waste talking about boring business or stressful family drama. When asked if she was into tulips at all, the lady explained she just loved beautiful things, This got the kid curious, totally assuming that her favorite thing ever had to be magic. The sorceress of the end admitted there was a time she actually thought magic was the most beautiful thing in the whole world. But now, in her hands, magic was just a lethal weapon that could literally rip flesh and skin right off the bone. To her, that beautiful magic became pure, raw violence, and unlike getting blasted by fiery magic attacks, regular flowers definitely do not kill the people catching them. Hearing this sad truth, the little bro promised to buy his older sister a huge bouquet of flowers someday. She started smiling so bright because just bringing it up made her heart race like crazy. With that out of the way, she listened to her brother drop the bomb about staying with the Sade family. When she asked if he was plotting to become the official heir, the kid said nope, even telling her to check for herself. The sorceress of the end decided to double-check using the Eye of Truth, after completely scanning our hero's mind. So what do we make of this? She saw he just wanted the ultimate truth, asking why he made this crazy choice. But hearing him say he just wanted to survive, that totally blew the sorceress's mind. Stick with me here, guys, Larson explained. His own brother Carlton literally had a burning desire to take him out. He always claimed that blood brothers would never kill each other, no matter how incredibly bloody the succession war eventually got. But Larson called bluff on that, since even Decatra totally wiped out his own brothers just to become the family head. Larson insisted he just wanted to stay here, survive, and level up, but his sister kept pushing him for his real hidden motive. In the end, our main guy was forced to admit he wanted to become a human shield to protect himself and his mom. Those exact words struck a deep chord inside the sorceress of the end. She genuinely loved her family. They made her the absolute powerhouse she is today. To protect them, she'd play the guardian angel, but had zero problems going full demon mode against her enemies. One day, during a mission, some swordsmen ambushed her from behind. The overpowered mage instantly sensed the sneak attack and magically paralyzed him. Back then, Ibelia had zero desire to end a random kid. She actually wanted the boy to live. But for the sake of her house, the sorceress forced herself to crush her own feelings and do what was necessary. Ibelia deeply cherished her entire house and absolutely hated the succession war, knowing it would force her siblings to slaughter each other. For that reason, she wanted to become the strongest future family head, grabbing enough absolute power to completely shut down the succession war. Now watch closely. To reach that epic goal, Ibelia needed to unlock the ultimate supreme magic that could rule absolutely everything. Ibelia desperately craved that absolute god-tier power to end all future conflicts. The author suddenly remembered how during her 10th year ceremony, the second sister totally crushed the evil spirit Balrog. A much harder flex than her brothers pulled off. The crazy part, the sorceress intentionally chose fighting a monster over a human. Our hero suddenly realized the totally brutal web novel he casually wrote was now the horrific everyday reality for these characters. Sure, it was super easy for an author to type about characters taking lives. But for someone who actually had to kill another person, things hit way differently, because for them this wasn't just cheap ink on paper, it was their cruel, bloody reality. With that heavy thought, the younger brother decided to ask his older sister something major. Larson straight up asked if she would think he was too arrogant for wanting to get strong enough to actually protect her. The sorceress of the end was absolutely stunned. It was the first time our hero heard her laugh so genuinely. She brightly admitted that chatting with her little brother always made her day. Larson begged his big sister for backup to convince their dad. She definitely had doubts, but our hero was totally determined. He desperately needed his father's approval. At dawn the next day inside the palace, the author was literally shaking. Because despite being stuck in a traditional Korean historical setting, I know what you're thinking, classic author fail. His rushed writing caused this weird classical music vibe, making him heavily regret ever picking up a pen. To make things even crazier, Ludia somehow pulled a full-blown princess dress completely out of nowhere. The girl's jaw completely dropped. It was her first time seeing a massive 4-tier cake. With that out of the way, the kids wished the young swordsman a happy birthday. The kid accepted their congratulations with a huge smile. Ludia then handed him a special gift, swearing her dad said it brings good luck, while demanding cake. Larson realized her gift looked suspiciously just like a random rock he had literally seen on the roadside earlier. Russell then confidently handed her gift over to the birthday boy. When he thanked her casually instead of formally, the girl was beyond hyped, but hearing the protagonist admit he brought no gift. The novel's main character couldn't help but smirk, knowing full well that something way better was coming. However, Ludia totally failed to realize what was actually happening, since she cruelly lacked the necessary brain cells. Hearing Larson express his intense desire to stay here and train, Kanan was completely stunned. That meant his absolute best friend wanted to crash at his place. Ken was basically thrilled. Larson asked him to inform his dad about this choice. Our hero headed home to convince his patriarch, though he knew it wouldn't be easy. You and I know Larson had two epic goals. Let's dive in. His first goal, make the novel's main character his ally. Second, milk the combat king for absolutely everything. Ken told his buddies to head back immediately. Our hero promised he'd do whatever it takes to return as fast as possible. Russell couldn't help but notice, this guy was completely different from the scumbag she used to know. Larson then threw out a quick hope that their next meetup would actually be happy. Annoyed because he basically read her mind, the young martial artist bounced. Evlia then gave her little bro a huge warning about the massive risk ahead. Surviving their dad's rage, basically impossible for anyone in the family, but he completely refused to back down. A bit later, over at the Mage family's main estate. Just standing outside, our guy could feel his dad's chilling, heavy aura. The patriarch immediately told his youngest son to skip the formal greetings. Dad made it clear his second sister already snitched, pointing out exactly how awful this whole mess made the family look. Decura, absolutely boiling with rage, threatened that failing to explain himself meant insulting the entire bloodline. Then, out of nowhere, an item randomly appeared right in his hands. They straight up handed him an instant death dagger, guaranteed to immediately kill any mage below the third circle. Watch closely here. Larson is completely horrified, realizing that if his excuse totally flops, he'd be forced to end his own life. So, panicking, he reminded his dad about his genius plan to turn the Sade family into their literal servants. He claimed the Sade family's second son was a total softie for friendship and feelings. Larson insisted he only wanted to stick around to manipulate the guy's future. But his dad wasn't buying it. He knew this sleepover with the adepts meant something way deeper. Our main character dropped a bomb. Unlike everyone else, he actually saw the insane potential in their magic combat styles. And as he explained leveling up to his second circle, and how something literally fused right into his heart, his dad realized he meant the chalice. The kid was absolutely stunned seeing the patriarch already knew about this legendary artifact. He explained that after his celestial body merged with his mana, his inner power reacted perfectly with the Grandal's fighting spirit. Now, the tiny amount he absorbed was just infinitely stacking up inside him. Plus, getting a formal invite from the Sword family, that was rock-solid proof their families were officially on friendly terms now. Larson played it totally cool, acting like none of this bothered him at all. Especially since the kids from the big three families hang out together anyway. He bet everything that the Sword family wouldn't spread rumors about subjugating Matin, but if they actually pulled a stunt like that, he'd gladly pay the ultimate price. Danup noted his crazy confidence, immediately demanding to know the very next step of his master plan. Larson completely panicked inside. He definitely hadn't planned things out this far ahead. I know what you're thinking, total panic. So he improvises, sweet-talking his dad by saying he's smart enough to figure out the Sada situation. Knowing Sinop's completely ruthless personality, our guy spouted some absolute nonsense about how raw power wins the throne, but only kindness and humility can actually keep you on it. Saying that out loud, a freezing chill ran down his spine. His dad casually mentioned he would have ended him instantly with zero regrets for talking like that before. Surprisingly, Destined gave his blessing to go live with their rivals, but he made it clear he's watching closely, expecting massive results from him. But the moment our main character reminded him he's literally just a 10-year-old kid, his dad instantly flared up, convinced he was just making lame excuses to fail. Plot twist, Larson calmly explained that as a child, he desperately needed his mom, so he requested she get sent with him over to the Sade family. Hearing this completely wild request, the Sky Mage literally burst out laughing. He never expected his trash-dear son, the one he completely gave up on, could actually manipulate people this flawlessly. Dikachura admitted it was a huge shame he only possessed magic combat skills. Why in the world had no one spotted this insane potential earlier? Right then, a glowing system window popped up. The system dropped a warning, probability just collapsed completely because his own dad started doubting him. So what do you and I make of this? Larson is terrified, knowing a collapsed world means his death. Meanwhile, Evelia relaxes in her study, just peacefully enjoying a good book when suddenly, a heavy knock on her door changes everything. Alright guys, stick with me here. The sorceress of the end was totally thrown off when her little sister dropped by asking about the book she was holding. Stick with me here, Persia quickly realized this was the exact same book her little bro was reading earlier. Both sisters had some major news to drop on each other, so they totally skipped the small talk. Abelia flexed, stating she would be the one babysitting Larson. Her psycho sister found that downright hilarious. Why? Because she also showed up to claim the big sister caretaker title. The sorceress figured their dad actually gave the crazy witch access to their brother too, betting that whoever weaponized him the best would ultimately get to keep him. The siblings started arguing over who actually called dibs on the young genius first. Abelia straight up declared she had no choice but to battle her little sister for him, just like the hardcore laws of magic dictated. Persia thought this was absolutely ridiculous. After all, way back then, a bunch of crazy incidents like the Nupia Canyons went down that could have totally let Abelia hurt her. If the roles were reversed, the girl in the red hat would have been hyped to rip a limb right off her blonde sister. But honestly, Abelia didn't hold back out of pure kindness. The sorceress claimed the witch misread the vibe, making her laugh even harder. Now pay attention here, an absolutely epic brawl between the two sisters finally popped off. But the fight was super short. Persia got bodied real quick by her sister, who surprisingly didn't even leave a scratch on her. Suddenly a sharp heel slammed right onto her shoulder. When asked why she was so obsessed with Larson, the sorceress of the end kept her mouth shut. Persia explained that the more her sister clung to him, the more she wanted him. Asked why she wanted the kid, Persia literally just said she found Larson adorable. Abelia told her to quit goofing around and pressed her heel down even harder on her shoulder. The witch then hyped up how wild it was seeing a 10-year-old kid get completely shredded and actually awaken his second magic circle. The craziest part, the shadow assassin she hired to stalk him just vanished into thin air. Abelia caught on fast. The girl in the red hat only stopped by to test her reaction. She then told her to get up, since their little scuffle would definitely alert the house elders. Seeing Abelia's obsession, Persia wanted the kid even more. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, our boy Larson suddenly felt a massive disturbance in the force. When his mom asked if something was wrong, he quickly played it totally cool. Later on, our guy got served a delicious plate of spaghetti and meatballs, knowing an actual assassin was waiting on him hand and foot. Meant his odds of getting randomly murdered had dropped pretty much down to zero. He thanked her for the grub, and the maid smiled softly, saying good nutrition was super important for a growing boy. This sudden sweet behavior instantly made our hero super suspicious. So he activated his heavenly eyes. Turns out his meal was spiked with a compound called seikin, and according to his handy system, that stuff was a lethal poison for normal people, but a top-tier way to build poison immunity if you actually had mana. Hearing that, Larson casually asked Era if she slipped anything extra into his meatballs. She brushed it off, saying they were totally normal. After all, she practically grew up eating seikin herself. Larson then bluntly clarified he just wanted to know if his dinner was poisoned. Right then, the first child burst into the room, crying that he deserved to die for not warning his master way sooner. A little bit later, the whole situation was explained to him. But when asked how he spotted the drug, our boy just claimed he used his gut instinct. Era figured his genius brain just naturally sniffed out the poison. While she was busy hyping him up for his quick reflexes, Larson was just wondering where she even got those cups. Era proudly stated her job as a shadow was making sure her young master got buff. Then she revealed how his mom put all that care into his plate. Lady Soso thanked the maid. Later, the cup told him not to sweat the poison or that weak Seiken stuff, since she was chilling inside him. Ironically, though, the legendary artifact seemed pretty messed up by this so-called weak poison. Right on cue, Ludia strolled into the room. She demanded to know when they were leaving, begging to roll out immediately just so she could eat cake. The kid shot her down, explaining that was literally impossible since the teleportation gates were completely offline right now. So Ludia dramatically announced she was going straight to sleep to fast forward to tomorrow. So what's the big takeaway for us? Well, our guy was originally broke, not a billionaire, meaning he definitely didn't want a 10-year-old crashing his bed. The second they called her. Stick with me here, you and I are diving into the madness. The maid just popped out, spooking our boy, asking him to carry the sleeping girl. But before our hero could even process that, Ludia straight up started levitating. With that flex, the two ladies dipped out of his room, leaving the young master completely stunned. And boom, the next day finally arrived. Hampton quickly apologized to the lady since they had to travel by basic carriage. In this totally janky world, nobles actually got monopowered cars, but they were a massive luxury. Sasen wasn't allowed to ride in one because the other wives would throw a total fit, and Dekatra ladies acting jealous was the absolute last thing our boy needed right now. So our hero took his very first step toward total independence. He was heading straight to the Sade family to crush his goals. After a super long trip, our guy, his mom, and the servants finally pulled up. The second his feet hit the dirt, somebody came sprinting over to greet him. Casson was super hyped to see his buddy back so fast. Larson flashed a grin, saying he was just there to keep his promise. Both dudes were absolutely itching for a duel. Everything was going perfectly to plan. Larson even hyped up the young swordsman, promising this match would be totally different from their first round. He wanted to flex his power. After his very first scrap with the novel's main character, our boy leveled up to the second circle and totally mastered his magic combat techniques. Now he casually owned the holy grail of transcendence, plus crazy physical buffs and transcendent magic. Now pay attention because this gets wild. Larson was totally pumped to fight Casson, who you and I know was literally hard-coded by the author to be invincible. Casson Sod was written as a total beast who literally could not lose to anyone his age. No genius could ever outshine this kid. Casson kept going all out, swinging hard. Casson Sod is basically insane talent mixed with unstoppable grind. Since Larson was also 10 years old, it was totally obvious his opponent had been grinding his skills too. Suddenly, a random red dot popped up when the young swordsman launched a solid thrust. While dodging the incoming blade, our MC realized something crazy. Casson had massively leveled up his power and speed since their last throwdown. Right at that second, slow flow triggered. Larson totally read his opponent's next move based on his stance. He knew that thrust was just a fake-out before the real heavy hit. He also guessed that dodging would force Casson to close the gap fast. The swordsman's speed was straight-up terrifying. Even the slow flow hack felt totally useless against it. So Casson decided to whip out his sword chi, but this accidental flex totally helped our boy. The kid realized his major slip-up instantly. You saw that coming, right? Since sword chi is strictly banned in duels, Casson was totally distracted by his own massive mistake. In other words, perfect timing for our hero to counterattack. The swordsman quickly sensed the incoming danger. Seeing his rival try to dodge, the mage decided to crank up the pressure even more. Casson predicted that charging in would make his opponent totally lose his balance, giving him the perfect opening to strike back. Then our hero locked in his mana. With that, he rushed his opponent with everything he had. This totally shocked the swordsman because Larson stayed perfectly balanced. The kid could not dodge at all, so he had to block the incoming hit. The heavy clash between the two boys sparked a terrifyingly massive shockwave. It was so loud it left all the adults completely speechless and amazed. Kassin, totally a noob against magic combat, took some light damage. He instantly realized losing focus meant losing the match. The swordsman then asked the mage about his crazy glow-up. He explained his technique leveled up super fast. Kassin pointed out he was way stronger than last time. Larson just smirked, saying he had way more to show. The Combat King literally could not stop clapping for the kid's epic performance. According to him, his niece would have caught an instant loss the moment Kassin swung. But then, picturing a world where Larson was in his family, the dude felt super guilty for wanting his enemy's kid on his team. Meanwhile, the patriarch was busy thinking his own son would totally wreck the little mage if this was a death match. So what do you and I take from this? Predicting moves and using the enemy's sword chi against them is just insanely cool. That smirk on her face, it proved this wasn't just blind luck. Our girl was seriously leveling up. Kassin started wondering why those high-tier sky mages actually sent their kid to him. Cut to the 10-year-old boys catching their breath. The epic duel was finally over. Kassin admitted he totally didn't expect magic combat techniques to scale up this insanely fast. Even though he literally lost the match, he pointed out that winning didn't even matter here. The swordsman was just super hyped seeing his bro get so stacked. System-wise, Cassie had enough raw power to absolutely wreck anyone his age. Seeing how this was literally a hard-coded world rule. It meant our boy could never beat the main character, who just keeps getting stronger. Now watch this part closely. Larson told his buddy to chill, since fate would probably twist them into bitter enemies anyway. After all, they belonged to rival houses. Kassin said he didn't care at all, while Larson admitted he really wanted to stay bros too. But honestly, in a world where families constantly fight for power, they could never freely just stay friends. Right then, Kassin's dad walked up and hyped their performance. Larson felt super honored getting praised by the actual patriarch. He pointed out how crazy fast magic combat techniques were literally evolving lately. Our hero straight up claimed he wanted ultimate power. He even admitted he planned on eventually surpassing his best friend. The buddy in question found this super intriguing. Cassie loved the fiery determination in our hero's eyes, seeing him as a totally worthy rival for his kid. But when they asked exactly how he planned to pull off this crazy goal, the main character dropped a bomb, saying he wanted martial arts lessons from the Combat King, totally stunning him. Wagner was pretty annoyed the kid just blurted this out loud right in front of the patriarch. Because now he was basically forced to treat him fairly in front of the whole Sword family. You saw that play too, right? It was wild because teaching him looked like the Grandel family absorbing the means, yet he still made it totally public. The Combat King agreed to be his master, but asked if his own family had even given him the green light yet. And shocking the patriarch completely. Turns out Dekatra himself actually let his kid learn martial arts. This left him absolutely mind blown, since that was so out of character for the Sky Mage. Then the Combat King revealed a test was required first. System-wise though, this was a hardcore trial every single martial arts family member had to take to become a successor. The test was strictly for kids, forcing them to hunt either the red or white tiger completely solo with zero adult backup. Magner figured the kid picking the white tiger must have done his homework on their family, since he locked his choice before getting any details. Then, Larson asked if he could bring his buddy along, wondering if those white tigers were actually as op as they sound. Kassin was super amazed to hear they were fantasy beasts that could grow into absolute units of cats. Right then, the Combat King smirked. He told his student he actually never had a choice to begin with, ordering him to hunt the red tiger instead. Our hero grinned and accepted it instantly. That's exactly when Wagner realized our main character had totally played him like a fiddle again. He planned this all along. Larson's real goal was always bagging the red tiger, since it was way more low-key than hunting the white one. Honestly, the Combat King had no choice but to give props to his sneaky student. Then a terrifying thought hit him. He might have just started mentoring a genius way out of his own leg. So shortly after, while snacking away, CI realized their whole mission basically felt like a camping trip. Backing our hero up, the kid explained this would be his very first time hitting Garen. Rumored to have some absolute beastly mountain ranges right there. The red tigers chilled in the Terran mountain range, right next to Garen, an average-sized city way out in the far east. This dangerous mountain was mostly peaceful since the red tigers basically ruled it, sitting about a solid 4-day hike from the city limits. And that's where we leave it. Ludia asked to join their little playdate, but our boy made it crystal clear this was no game. All right, you and I are jumping right in. Seeing him beg, Larson basically had zero choice but to say yes. But he definitely needed the master's green light first. Cut to the next day, and we get another flashy showcase of this crazy magic process. Larson even offered to stash his buddy's gear in his void inventory, but the dude politely hit him with a hard pass. And with that, our young heroes finally hit the big city. The original game plan, crash at the inn immediately. Hopping through all those crazy portals totally drained every ounce of their energy. But Losh's stomach, it strongly disagreed, forcing the whole squad on an emergency hunt for some grub. So our MC is walking through a city he literally created himself, but the vibes were totally off. Since the streets were completely empty until they randomly bumped into some guy, our MC tries asking basic questions, but this dude is sweating bullets. It was a massive shock for the kids when the guy straight up yelled at them to run away immediately. Bandits were incoming fast, and to make matters way worse, Larson was stuck babysitting a starving 10-year-old girl. Larson immediately knocked on a random door, but nobody even dared to answer. Making things look insanely sketchy. Now pay close attention here. A mid-sized city like Jin should be totally safe, meaning no ordinary thug could ever trigger massive panic like this. Suddenly, a crazy sharp aura filled the air. Our heroes instantly dropped into a defensive stance. Standing right in front of them, a massive crimson feline, a giant red tiger, and this beast definitely wasn't flying solo because its rider was right there with it. Our MC immediately activated his celestial eyes and was absolutely shook. Because somehow Cadden the Tamer, an elite hunter he barely remembered writing into the novel, was standing right in his face. This dude belonged to a massive bandit crew called Scent of the Pines, totally separate from the big three main families. Cadden, who was totally destined to become their boss later, was out here terrorizing this entire mid-sized city totally solo. Bumping into these random kids made the hunter super curious. Cassie straight up asked the tiger rider if he was the bandit terrorizing everyone, but getting called a basic thug heavily offended this dude, and he randomly started laughing like an absolute maniac. Caden looked dead at the kids and firmly stated he wasn't some petty thief, but a manhunter. Now, you and I both know the author quickly realized that even with the overpowered main character backing him up, fighting this tamer meant an instant game over. So he boldly asked who actually gave him the green light to hunt around here. Kaiden flexed hard, claiming nobody was above him, and he could easily hunt wherever he pleased. Larson quickly remembered that a city like Garin should easily have 7 elite swordsmen ready to absolutely crush any bandit chaos. At this exact moment, the thief could really only drop one of 2 possible answers. First, that he pulled up after making some shady backroom deal, or second, that this whole mess was just a crazy butterfly effect from our hero's actions. Realizing he figured it out, time totally froze right as that massive tiger suddenly lunged straight for him and the whole squad. The very second his creator privileges kicked in, the author decided to make a massive move. The system literally demanded he cook up a logical reason why this thief was just casually roaming the city with 0 cops stepping in. Larson perfectly knew how to patch up that plot hole. With that sordid normal time snapped back into place, free from the time stop, the tiger let out a wildly fierce roar. The savage beast rushed the kids, but they had crazy reflexes and managed to dodge the deadly strike just in time. Our boy totally underestimated the red tiger's insane speed. Plus, it really stressed him out seeing his entire squad completely weaponless. So he yelled at everyone to focus up. He warned them this red tiger packed enough raw firepower to one-shot them into absolute oblivion. But honestly, Larson, who was busy breaking down enemy stats, completely forgot he had a starving, clueless wild card in his party. Thinking absolutely with her stomach, Losha totally went rogue and launched a massive fireball. Our boy desperately tried to cancel her attack, but she just wanted to wrap this boss fight up super fast so they could eat. So she fed the beast a hardcore taste of her fire magic, but just when we thought it was game over, this absolute unit of a red tiger took things way too literally and straight up swallowed the fireball whole. The hunter actually respected their crazy skills, offering them a spot in Scent of the Pines and promising to keep them totally safe. Caden bragged his crew completely ruled the mountains. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. But wait, honestly. To Cassin, they totally looked like some abandoned squad, which honestly just made the hunter point out once again how much he hated that word. Let us dive in right here. The swordsman grips his weapon, instantly rejecting the offer and swearing to execute anyone terrorizing this city. Right then and there, Caden straight up explained that his dramatic declaration was basically a total death wish. But right at that moment, our hero finally pointed out how bizarre everything actually was. The dude standing right in front of them did not even bother asking the 3 10-year-olds who just fought his tiger about their real identities. Larson just smirked super smugly because everything he had previously written inside his notebook was totally paying off. Way back then, he wrote something incredibly specific inside the book. The real reason the Knights never stopped the bandit. He was not actually hunting humans at all, he was just giving someone a major test. These crazy martial arts exams were literally completely planned from the very beginning. That is exactly why Rosal was able to face a white tiger solo during hers. Going off that logic, Larson pointed out the beast tamer absolutely already knew their names. He even called out the guy for putting on a fake performance just because someone else demanded it. Larson had a great idea of who that person could possibly be. Right then, a massive portal suddenly ripped open up in the sky. A blonde lady stepped out, meaning Avilia Martin had officially entered the chat. Our boy correctly guessed his older sister was pulling the strings behind all this nonsense. But while he celebrated being right, his best buddy instantly started drooling over his sister. Now watch closely, Larson realized this whole situation was way too quiet not to be a massive trap. After all, every single guard working those portal gates is at least a 3rd circle mage, or even higher. And absolutely no random bandit would ever dare mess with the epic business of a massive mage family. The craziest part was seeing every single citizen suddenly flee the city and lock themselves inside, all because one single bandit was supposedly running loose on their streets. Even crazier. Caden was basically still a total nobody who had not even provoked a single human at that point in time. Jai definitely was not the type of city to just offer itself up for some random exam, leaving literally only one real possibility left on the table. Our heroes were definitely stuck inside a crazy simulation of the real city, and the only person capable of building that was the sorceress of the end herself. Evlia totally hyped up her little brother for being so sharp, directly asking him how he figured it out. When the main character pointed out he literally knew everything from the very start. His sister realized he only threw hands with that tiger because he actually wanted to. Larson confirmed it, flexing that he just wanted to prove his motivation for the exam. With all that cleared up, the mighty mage asked the martial artist for his honest opinion. Magnir literally had zero choice but to pass them all. Caden hyped up the 2 kids from the super respectable family for holding their ground against that massive red tiger. The dude then straight up bowed, apologizing to Larson for being completely rude earlier. But our boy brushed it off, saying no apology was needed since he was just doing his assigned job. This instantly proved that out of the 3 kids, the Matin was definitely the squad leader here. You and I probably guessed differently, right? It was actually super surprising, since everyone expected the insanely strong Cassin to be calling all the shots. The Combat King, always eager to teach a lesson, pointed out that fighting a literal tiger was never standard for this test. So Cassin figured out the whole goal was testing their raw courage. He then completely shocked the main character by claiming his family guardian spirits had to be close by. Super intrigued, Larson quickly activated his heavenly eyes. Conan was just a 10-year-old kid, yet he read the entire situation way better than the actual author himself. Larson fully knew that normally, he absolutely would have passed out just from seeing that tiger. The Combat King then felt super disappointed when the main character admitted he only threw hands with the tiger after spotting his hidden guardian spirits backing him up. But right then Conan dropped some real wisdom, explaining that only a complete fool chooses to fight alone because squad unity is the ultimate path to victory. According to this kid, the only way to make life matter was keeping allies close to cover all your blind spots and make up for your own huge weaknesses. This young dude felt zero shame about his own weakness. In fact, the second he spotted those guardian spirits, he immediately threw all of his absolute faith into them. While Larson totally agreed with his buddy, Evlia started stressing out, thinking this was definitely not the kind of mindset a Matin kid should ever accept. After all, if she were stuck in his exact shoes, she would have rejected that logic immediately. However, for some crazy reason, hearing those deep words from Cassin suddenly dropped a heavy weight right onto her heart. And just like that, a brand new variable crashed into the storyline. So where does that leave us? This massively shocked the author, who could not figure it out since his heavenly eyes were still way too weak. Despite absolutely hating this kind of logic, the Combat King confirmed to the kid that his spiritual guardians could officially be counted as part of his own power. All right, stick with me here. When asked about the spirit guardians, Larson claimed he had already figured it out. He then pointed out he was a Matin currently staying with the famous swordsmanship family. According to him, if he ever got hurt on a trip with the Sato kid, his family would get a massive advantage, completely crushing the Sato house's pride. This wild statement totally shocked his sister. Evlia insisted they couldn't just exploit a situation like that, adding it would honestly be a huge insult. So Larson casually broke down exactly why the two of them were totally different. Unlike her, he was nobody, basically an absolute exile until recently, if a guy like him randomly met his end in some totally unexpected accident. The Matin family would honestly celebrate. They would finally get rid of dead weight. Plus, they would get a perfectly valid excuse to blame the Satos. Evlia could not believe her 10-year-old brother was dropping such brutal facts so calmly. Larson then made it crystal clear he was not speaking out of spite. He was just using his family's objective viewpoint. Before he even knew what was happening, the Witch of the End pulled him into a hug. She told him that no matter what went down, he was still a Matin. Hearing dark stuff like that from a literal kid was honestly terrifying. She pointed out she didn't want their family name becoming a heavy burden for him. Hearing this, our boy genuinely thanked his big sister. Right then, our hero noticed this super weird aura suddenly radiating straight from his best friend. Now watch this. Cassin desperately wanted into the main character's family. Larson was completely thrown off when his bro offered him endless affection. And right as our main guy started Loki panicking. Not expecting things to get this overly friendly, Ludia suddenly grabbed him in a tight hug too. Homegirl was still starving out here. Seeing the test was totally over, she asked if they could finally go grab some food. Larson agreed. That sounded like a solid plan. A few days pass. Larson crashes his master's bath, declaring he wants to hit the Terran Mountains. According to him, the scenery out there was absolutely top tier. Larson wanted to check out the real place after experiencing the crazy simulation his sister made. The Combat King assumed his student just wanted a chill vacation, but our boy immediately shot that down. Larson claimed he had spotted something hidden inside the artificial space his sister whipped up, but naturally, that was complete and utter garbage. Larson, totally wanting to abuse his overpowered author knowledge here, claimed something super special was hiding exclusively in those specific mountains. He lied that it showed up in the simulation, saying he could feel this bizarre energy coming off of it. Then Larson claimed Evlia used their family's secret communication method to tell him she actually left a special gift out there for him. You and I both saw this coming. His hypocritical master found this wild, the Matins using secret telepathy. Even though he literally did the exact same thing a few chapters ago, Larson said he trusted his master enough to share this massive, crucial secret. According to our boy, his sister had two main reasons for using such a cryptic communication method. First off, he claimed they absolutely had to keep Casson totally in the dark, since he's still the son of a rival house. Second, it was supposed to be a test of wits to see if he'd catch on. Larson played dumb, saying he did not know what the item was, just that they gave him its rough coordinates in the mountains. But yeah, our boy was lying straight through his teeth here. He knew the absolute exact coordinates perfectly. Larson was planning to steal yet another item from Casson's future, snatching the thousand-year dragon's breastplate all for himself. He also completely knew that bringing his overpowered master along made things way safer, so he told him they were hitting Dragon Head Mountain. This completely shocked the naked martial artist, since he actually had some pretty heavy history with that exact spot. A bit later, after stepping through the portal, our guy desperately wanted a break. They had been through way too many. He claimed he knew time was money, but pointed out they had a 3-day hike ahead of them. This honestly just confused his master, when the Combat King claimed it would only take them 1 day. Our hero pointed out that only applied to a monster like him. Magner rushed ahead, telling his annoyed student it'd be pretty pathetic losing to an old man. Larson tried arguing he was just a mage, when his master casually told him to just use teleportation. Trust me, our hero admitted that was still impossible. Alright, stick with me here. The Combat King told our main character his only option was to finally man up. Stick with me, guys, this training arc is insane. Larson was completely gassed. His crazy master's heavy burden would probably kill him before he even reached the finish line. Our main character collapsed right to his knees. Then something started coming up. His master completely roasted him for being weak while he puked his absolute guts out. Even so, Magner was actually blown away by how far the kid walked. He knew his niece would have fainted already. It genuinely impressed him that the boy kept pushing despite just being a mage. Still, the Combat King claimed the kid was way too weak to be his official student. So Larson called his bluff, pointing out that meant he was publicly taking back his word. Magner was totally caught off guard by that, but when pressed, he just quickly played it down. The guy was honestly amazed seeing his student already catching his breath. He started wondering just how insanely strong the kid could get with actual fighting spirit. With that said, he told the student to get up immediately, since they still had a massive journey ahead of them. But our hero explained again it should take 3 days, claiming that was the usual travel time for a normal carriage ride. A bit later, while huge strides were being taken at ridiculous speeds, a pair of tiny feet was desperately trying to keep up. The Combat King was power walking over the gravel at terrifying speeds, not even kicking up a single speck of dust behind him. Now watch closely, because this is where our guy gets smart. Larson realized something big. Since his master moved like the wind, there was a literal slipstream dragging right behind him. He wondered what would happen if, instead of using mana to buff his physical body, he used it to pull that wind energy straight inside himself. In testing it out, the results were absolutely next level. Suddenly, moving forward became way easier for Larson to do. According to the system, he just unlocked a brand new combat stance, letting him grab hold of the wind attribute utilization skill immediately. He definitely did not expect to unlock a power like that. The technique's attribute utilization was instantly etched right into his heart. Larson knew perfectly well that his own attribute magic was way weaker than Ludia's skills. But he could still exploit it using his transcendent mana. He figured any mage wanting to learn martial arts should at least pull that trick off. Right at that moment, the Combat King noticed his stubborn student had actually picked up a brand new ability. And so, a little while later, our hero finally faceplanted right into the dirt. He could not move a single muscle, having completely drained the holy grail of his transcendent power. The 10-year-old kid told his master he absolutely could not walk another step, right before completely passing out cold. Let that sink in for a second. He had zero clue his master was stunned, because this crazy kid just walked 100 kilometers in 15 minutes. The young boy was completely out. Back in the day, Magner and his brother were taught that any failure was just the result of their own pathetic incompetence. The old man started flashing back to his childhood, and realized something totally crazy. Neither he nor his brother could have walked 100 kilometers, that ridiculously fast when they were his age. The master knew his student would adapt to the movement with more practice. Later on, our hero got a seriously brutal wake-up call. Blinking his eyes open, he found his old master dangling him by the ankle like some tiny dead animal. Magner angrily ranted about having to use his exhausted old body to drag his deadweight student all the way here, completely draining his own energy. The combat king then told the kid to just do whatever he came here to do, since he was only acting as a glorified bodyguard. Master and student had finally arrived at the legendary Dragon Head Mountain. The MC pretended to search for the item, pointing at an abandoned village up ahead, but his master totally brushed it off like nothing. Larson was super confused, since he was told his master had some heavy history there, but Magner was totally keeping his mouth shut about it. Our hero decided to snoop around the area a bit, making his master loudly claim he did not care in the slightest. A bit later, the heavenly eye revealed to our guy that he was currently standing right inside the old bandit village. 30 years ago, this bandit town was discovered by the combat king, who straight up executed over 10 thieves using his bare hands. According to the system, his brutal massacre was never made public. Larson was completely shocked. He was absolutely sure his mentor wouldn't get all nostalgic just over some random spot where he murdered bandits. So the system explained this was actually the place where he first saw a girl named May. Magner fell instantly in love, unleashing his pure rage to save her from the ruthless bandits holding her hostage. Unfortunately, May was already suffering under the effects of a super deadly poison. In the end, she tragically passed away before being rescued from the mountains. Makes you think, right? Larson realized his grumpy master only lived to mourn his first love. Stick with me here, our hero asked if this place was special, and Magner basically said find out yourself. Larson totally begged his master for help, but the old guy refused to get involved. So, our student decided to snoop around the area while his teacher bounced to take a nap. Later on, the master stopped dead at this one specific well. 30 whole years later, it was still sitting in this completely abandoned dump. According to Magner, this crazy well literally reeked of death. Because he tossed some bandit corpses inside back then, though he honestly wasn't sure they were actual bandits. The martial artist flexed his skills to peek deep inside the hole. What he saw totally left him speechless. That huge mountain of bones he left behind, completely gone, he figured somebody must have seriously come and swiped them. Magner thought if someone actually stole those bodies, they totally would have set up some protection around the well. And from the looks of it, dude was dead right. There was totally a magical barrier guarding the thing. Now he knew for sure the pit was totally empty, making him wonder if this barrier was just slapped down to keep nosy intruders out. Even without knowing what the heck this barrier was actually for. He decided to smash it right then, but suddenly his student totally interrupted him. Finally, Larson tracked down the bloody while hiding the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon armor. Now watch this closely. Our boy's eyes revealed the well was being heavily guarded by some top-tier barrier arts expert. So the kid quickly asked his master if he knew anything about these barrier experts, which totally caught the old man off guard. Once again, the master was super impressed by his student being so sharp. He realized the kid already sensed the barrier. Magner claimed that as a fighter, he knew zero about magic shields. The boy pointed out how super weird it was finding a barrier on some junked well. Hiring these barrier experts costs crazy money, and this specific shield looked over 10 years old, which seriously made absolutely 0 sense right now. Magner just stood there admiring his student's insane brain power again. Larson figured the well cast the barrier on itself. The master thought that was totally ridiculous, meaning the well had to be freaking alive. Just as he was about to argue back, he suddenly remembered dropping those bandits 30 years ago. Magner had met May near this very well. Those bandits had actually poisoned her. Worse yet, May met him and somehow reached the mountains before sunset. Right then, the combat king finally got slapped with a massive realization. Because back then, that poisoned woman shouldn't have been able to move, yet she was casually walking around the well like nothing. Larson explained that only an object with a really crazy special setup could auto-cast a barrier. So he decided to drop some truth bombs on his master, who clearly wasn't talkative. Telling the old man he was spilling his deepest secret got the master super hooked. Our MC claimed his special eyes could detect the unknown, and honestly you saw that coming right as proof. He revealed this well was somehow connected to the name May. Magner met his first love 30 years ago, so this made absolutely zero sense. Since she died 20 years before our hero was even born, Magner grew totally sure his student, who noticed the missing blood, was actually speaking facts. The Combat King desperately asked the kid if he could see anything else. But that was literally all the heavenly eyes could show Larson right now. He had to figure this out himself. Suddenly, boom, weird unknown smoke randomly poured out of the well. A figure started rising up. Seeing her gorgeous eyes and pitch black hair, both the Combat King and his student were left completely, utterly stunned. May, the girl who died 30 years ago, was standing right there. Literal decades had passed since the last time they saw each other. Larson instantly recognized her as May, but quickly realized she wasn't just some regular woman. He was super convinced she was a yokai, and that crazy smoke from earlier, totally some kind of seductive pheromones. May, pointing out how much the Combat King changed, asked if he still thought about her. Magner admitted he totally did. The human got old, while the yokai only got way more beautiful. Larson knew his master wouldn't treat this lady like a normal person, seeing as she was his actual first love. Magner immediately felt relieved. So what do you and I make of this? May asked him to explain everything. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch him finally drop 30 years of guilt over failing May. Then, that yokai casually hugs our martial artist from behind, proposing some fun. She honestly points out that aging just made him look way more manly. May boldly claims she wants him more than ever, wishing they could melt together for all eternity. Right on cue, the master aggressively calls out to his student, who is way too young for this. Suddenly, Magnar just snatches May by the neck and starts strangling her. The master absolutely uses this wild moment to drop his first lesson. He breaks down that he is holding a spirit known as a yokai. There are exactly two ways to bust these crazy creatures. Number one is hitting them with insane physical force. Number two is blasting mana or fighting spirit. She completely freaks out, totally shocked because she never expected this old man to be into such rough play. Our guy is about to show Larson his family's signature basic technique and their literal fundamental wills. Larson easily spots an absolutely terrifying amount of fighting spirit being charged up, and then the martial artist unleashes an epic attack. The yokai cannot even comprehend how she just got wrecked. Now watch this closely. This wasn't a normal punch. The Combat King literally tore space exactly where the spirit stood, absolutely destroying her, even though the guy was supposedly totally head over heels for her. But this absolute unit was fully locked in on teaching his student the first method for crushing spirits. Larson catches on fast. The trick is throwing so much power that the spirit's actual space just shatters. So with zero hesitation, the 10-year-old kid rushes the evil spirit and clocks it as hard as humanly possible. Mock throws a tantrum, screaming that a gorgeous girl like her shouldn't get punched so savagely by men. Because he burned way too much mana, our main character starts feeling a super weird sensation inside his chest. Right then, the yokai has an insane revelation. She literally convinces herself that her gorgeous looks started a rivalry, claiming these two dudes are competing to kill her to make up. After saying that nonsense, the monster fades out, leaving absolutely nothing but a single limb behind. Larson casually wraps things up while his master hypes up his performance. Our hero gets super cocky, looks his master dead in the eye, and asks why he did not just one-shot the yokai from the start. Larson basically roasts the Combat King, joking that he still caught feelings for the evil spirit. That earns the cocky brat a solid smack to the head. A stunned Larson feels the sting, shocked the strike bypassed his iron wheel completely. Meanwhile, though, the Combat King is seriously impressed his student read him like a book. He starts realizing our boy's epic attack was neither basic magic nor martial arts. The kid literally just crammed all his raw power into one fist and detonated it right on impact. An irregular mage's arm would definitely not survive a crazy stunt like that. You and I both know this is wild. The kid's physical strength and durability are a total mystery to the Combat King. When Magnar announces it is time to drop the second lesson, our hero decides to guess it. The hyped master tells his student to surprise him. Visually, the next lesson is hiding his eyes, since his siblings would totally envy his gift. The Combat King is intrigued. But he honestly loves the absolute faith his student shows, making him question everything about this legendary black sheep of the Matin family. Finally stepping into the epic domain. Supposedly built by the sorceress of the end for her little bro, the master guesses it is artificial. Basically, these spots are virtual spaces mages create, but Larson drops that it is a natural dungeon tweaked by his sister. Magnar states Abelia needs to drop the act, hand over the loot, and admits she is still completely insane. The boy defends his sister's good intentions, before casually pointing out a massive guardian waiting down below. And just like that, the kid yeets himself into the pit. Realizing waiting around is way too boring, the master immediately swan dives right after his crazy student. The drop was insanely deep. Here is what stays with me, guys. Free-falling, Magnar realizes those bandits from 30 years back were pure yokai illusions. He wonders how this beast survived hidden, assuming the sorceress would have deleted it. Right at that moment, let's dive straight into this wild alert hitting our main guy. Someone doubted his lies, he panicked hard, but then it clicked. This so-called setting destroyer was actually his own master, checking his vibe. Seeing the whole world's probability dropping just from a little doubt. Our author completely freaked out. Boom, the character book suddenly spawned right into his hand. In the original plot, nobody touched this well for 30 whole years after the Combat King himself. The universe literally demanded a solid reason why it stayed totally hidden from the world. Larson had to think fast. Because originally, the main character stumbled on this spot while hunting down yokai with a crew. So he just wrote that only people rocking celestial eyes could actually see the well. And just like that, the world's probability fixed itself. Our author was absolutely hyped, thinking he'd get the epic chance to write a brand new sentence. But when literally nothing happened, he realized his quick fix wasn't perfect. It hit him hard, he had to stay on edge and absolutely could not mess around. Because messing with the world's probability too much could literally shatter reality. With that settled, our boy finally hit the ground. After a super long drop, he was standing in the forgotten 1,000-year-old dragon nest. Now watch closely, the master actually asks his student why he isn't using any magic. Usually mages flex some basic search or scout spells in dark places like this, but Larson, stuck at the second circle level, claimed he'd need to hit the third circle just to pull off those specific spells. This totally confused the old man. His student clearly packed enough raw energy for 3 circles, yet the kid looked totally fine and healthy. Wagner suggested they just go scout ahead. But the kid figured his sister totally scaled this place to fit his actual level. Then the master basically begged him to at least light a little magical fire so they could see. I mean, it's super basic stuff, right? But Larson totally refused to admit his magic was trash. Instead, he acted cool, claiming he had to save every drop of mana inside a dungeon. And just like that, the duo wandered into the pitch black. Super damp cave vibes, but that sweet loot had to be super close. Right then, our guy spotted the pool. Suddenly, a super creepy voice told them to bounce. The old man was pretty curious. But Larson just smirked. His sister really picked a fun little toy to guard the loot. It was a bronze giant golem. Except it was brutally short compared to a real one, because it was just a cheap knockoff of the original boss. This fake bronze giant tried, flexing its absolute guardian authority, hoping to scare off the old man and the kid. The Combat King straight up told his student they had zero choice but to smash this thing to pieces, and our boy not backing down an inch. The golem was getting super mad right now. These puny humans totally ignored its loud warnings. You and I both know one tiny slip up here means game over. That is exactly why he brought his overpowered master along. Larson literally had one single shot at this. Back in the original novel, even Casson almost died taking hits from this insane bronze giant. That exact same deadly strike that nearly crushed the main character, our boy just dodged it like an absolute boss. Larson knew exactly how to block the monster he literally wrote into existence. With that flex, the giant geared up for a wild fight. Stage set, then this crazy 10-year-old promised to one-shot the massive beast. Right then, the master felt it deep in his bones. He was about to witness something completely and utterly mind-blowing. In that split second, the stone statue blasted pure fire magic. Our hero tried his absolute hardest to dodge, but definitely took some damage. Larson knew the original protagonist suffered way worse than a scratch, literally pushing through a fatal wound just to keep fighting this thing. Because of that brutal fact, our boy had one chance. But unlike Casson, our squishy mage couldn't just tank the giant head-on. He had no choice but to play extreme defense and switch up his entire battle tactic. Larson totally hopped right onto the enemy's flaming weapon. He barely survived the crazy heat for a few seconds using a slick defensive technique. But right as he figured his main goal was aiming for the golem's weak joints, the massive beast just casually chucked him straight into a solid wall. The super intrigued master just watched the fight silently. Seeing what happened next totally blew his mind. His student perfectly timed the attack and somehow managed to climb right onto the giant's actual head. And back in the original story. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this. The original hero used a sword on those joints because they're this powerful warrior's ultimate weak spot. Trust me, this was the only way to beat it. Larson channeled his inner power, ready to use his master's ultimate technique to smash that joint in one single hit. But then, out of nowhere, something came flying straight at him from the ceiling. An arrow coated in some super weird glowing slime zoomed right past him. It was actually a highly toxic poison arrow that totally missed the official history books and just got stuck during the setup. Larson made a huge rookie mistake. He focused entirely on the giant and totally ignored his surroundings. Just like that, he got thrown right off its massive head. Our main guy definitely underestimated the whole situation, but honestly, his master was pretty amazed anyway. As that giant bronze arm crashed into the water, the old man realized how totally insane it was that his student actually managed to take down a massive slime. In the split second before he got totally launched, Larson managed to focus every ounce of his raw energy into his fist. Then he unleashed an attack to deflect the bronze giant's heavy sword. The kid completely missed his shot and was literally screaming for his master's help while getting sent flying backward just from his own attack's crazy recoil. Magner basically called him totally pathetic for struggling against an opponent like that. But the kid argued he was forced to burn through way too much mana. Still, his master was highly entertained and finally decided to step up. When the old man finally revealed his power, the kid froze. This was his master's overwhelming fighting spirit, except this time it was way more savage and intense than anything he had ever felt before. The bronze giant instantly recognized the massive threat and immediately charged forward to attack him. Wagner just gave it a deadpan stare and literally ordered it to crumble. Instantly, the almighty bronze giant just exploded into a million tiny pieces. Now watch closely. Even our guy could not believe his eyes when he finally grasped what absolute supreme authority actually looked like in this system. Seeing that crazy power level made him seriously question his own ability to survive in this insane world. Meanwhile, right outside the well, the young master's 2 shadow guards were moving super fast through the forest. The younger guy begged for a quick breather, but the assassin basically told him to stop being such a pathetic loser. Hampton argued he was perfectly normal and she was the crazy exceptional one, but suddenly she threw her hand up and ordered him to stop. Flashback to 2 days ago, the young master ordered her to wait exactly 48 hours before meeting him right at this specific spot, claiming the well was the dungeon entrance. The skilled assassin instantly noticed the leftover signs of a recent, massive battle right around the well. In other words, this was definitely the correct hidden entrance to the dungeon. Back down inside, our hero, holding the legendary Holy Grail of Transcendence, actually managed to survive that nasty poison arrow. Larson complained his master should have helped earlier, but the old guy claimed to be a fragile senior. Our main character then played smart, theorizing that a giant bronze guard definitely meant some epic loot was hidden nearby. I know what you're thinking, time for loot, right? He went for the treasure immediately, but stopped when he noticed something totally weird. He pointed out some weird oil coating the entire robot, which actually surprised the master, since the stuff completely lacked any kind of smell. Larson had noticed this specific southern region oil, slicked all over the massive golem back, when he was literally riding on top of it. It was meant to prevent rust. Curiously, despite that special oil, the bronze material was still actively rusting. Hearing the kid mumble, the old man flashed back. Another young girl had almost succeeded back then. Ibelia claimed she was literally inches away from killing the old man, who totally refused to even dodge her weak little spells. Ibelia promised to end the Combat King's life next time around. She even revealed her smart theory that her dark magic would work way better in this super dry environment. Snapping back to the present, the kid theorized that, since that special oil was actually super weak against poison, the rest of their path forward had to be absolutely covered in the stuff. The master, realizing this kid was definitely the little brother of the sorceress of the end, nodded and confirmed the entire road ahead was totally poisoned. To make things way worse, it was not the same poison from the arrow. This was a crazy paralyzing toxin that would literally freeze your body forever. For some weird reason, the old guy just smirked, claiming Larson was totally helpless against it since he had zero magic. But to his absolute shock, his young student casually revealed a genius backup plan. Meanwhile, right outside the well, the dark-skinned kid asked if this was actually the real dungeon entrance, but before he could even finish his sentence, he got violently kicked straight down the hole. Ira yelled a quick apology, claiming she had no other choice since they were racing against the clock. Meanwhile, Larson explained that every single poison has to have an antidote. Just like that, the two shadow guards finally hit rock bottom. So where do we leave off? The horrified kid screams she's trying to murder him, right as she whips out her knife. Ira straight up threatened to end him if he didn't hustle, claiming the pain was basically a power-up. Hampton knew she wasn't joking. Stick with me here, she had finally dropped the nice act, revealing her truly ice-cold personality from now on. Right then the old man noticed company coming. Larson was chilling, waiting for them. His assigned shadows had finally arrived. Instantly, Magnar's one eye locked onto the maid. The kid mentioned his dad had assigned these bodyguards, and the old guy just let out this totally fake laugh. According to him, you can always read true strength just by checking someone's aura. But massive auras aren't actually scary. The real threats, guys with zero aura, hiding your energy like that takes absolute master-level skills. The Combat King straight up called Ira the most elite assassin he had ever met. She instantly brushed off the praise, which only made him highlight her insane humility. After all, pride gets assassins killed. The old man then eyed the poison master standing right next to her. Asked if he was the second shadow, Hampton enthusiastically nodded yes with his whole chest. But the Combat King seriously doubted this nervous kid would be any help to the young master. Because the dude was clearly terrified, later, the master guessed his student brought him just for poison control. The dark-skinned guy explained he was fully prepped to clear out the toxic air. He could also whip up an antidote to protect them. Hearing this, Larson patted his servant's head, praising his awesome hustle. Standing next to our main character, even this cowardly shadow managed to find some guts. Hampton then crafted a special orb. Keeping it in his mouth made the young boss totally immune to any poison. The kid was super strict about one rule though, do not swallow the orb. Watch closely, in the original novel, Kajin spent 3 whole days sick from this exact poison. But since he literally wrote the story, our hero had zero fear. He popped the antidote and confidently kept moving forward. Magnar totally roasted his student for freaking out over such a weak poison, so the kid wisely decided to shut up. With that settled, the duo pushed right through the toxic green cloud. Soon enough, they finally reached their ultimate destination. The 1,000-year dragon armor was super close. Suddenly, the giant doors swung open. Our boy's eyes went wide. The epic chest piece he wanted was finally right in front of him. Just laying eyes on that sweet loot filled our hero with pure, unadulterated joy. It looked like thin cloth, but it acted like heavy armor that could block a fatal heart strike once. Then he spotted something weird. Crazy glowing text popped up around it, and the system claimed only true successors could actually read the hidden message. Quickly sizing up the whole situation, Larson figured out his master, who was staring right at it, couldn't even see the glowing letters. I know what you're thinking, he didn't write this feature. He realized this world held secrets even he, its creator, didn't know. Shaking it off, Larson focused on the mission. He grabbed the legendary artifact and slapped it right onto his chest. And just like that, the magic happened. The cloth morphed into pure magic, acting as a permanent invisible shield for its brand new boss. Meanwhile, deep inside his soul, the holy grail of transcendence was absolutely vibing with its cozy new magic blanket. After that, our boy thanked his sensei and suggested it was time to head back home. Magnar dropped a major life lesson, explaining that real gratitude should always be paid in cold hard cash. Later at the Kajin estate, while taking a bath, Larson totally flexed his new invisible armor to his absolute best bro. Seeing the novel's main character geeking out over it, Larson suddenly remembered that Kajin was literally still just a kid. Feeling super cocky, our guy asked his buddy to punch him right in the chest to test out the new gear. But the kid got way too hyped. He casually pulled out a literal real sword from nowhere to test the armor's limits. While the dudes practically sword fought inside the bathtub. Ludia wanted in, but the maid shut that down fast. The system warned the armor was at 32%, and hitting 0 means total destruction. Thanks to all their crazy testing, durability dropped a bit, but magic fixes that. Later, the mage asked the swordsman to guard him during his mana breathing session. You and I would feel just as stoked. Let's jump in. You and I both know true friendship means trying to stab your buddy's heart. Turns out, every single minute of mana breathing boosts that armor durability by 1%, so charging this thing to full max is totally gonna take him an hour. And just like that, after chilling for a bit, the armor's durability finally hit 100%. Our main character thanked his buddy for having his back. After all, that noble soul was literally the hero of the novel he actually wrote himself. The author hyped up his one good creation with total passion, and with that, our guy was left solo. Then Larson called for Ira. Like clockwork, she just popped out of nowhere, totally ready to serve her young master. Larson asked the assassin if she wanted to try stabbing him right in the heart with full force. Super chill and quiet, she just flat out told him if she did that, the young master would instantly be game over. So Larson immediately backed the heck down, because even rocking that insanely overpowered armor protection right now, Ira was still way too terrifying for him. Honestly, the maid just pushed her boss to grind out power fast. The little dude totally agreed with his assassin and promised to put in absolute max effort. A whole year went by, and while they were chilling in the mountains behind the swordsman family's giant mansion estate, his master explained that basic training was completely wrapped up, but told him to keep wearing those black clothes. Larson was totally hating that idea, because the outfit was crazy heavy, but the old man told him to man up since it only weighed 300 kilograms. The kid tried arguing it should just be for workouts, but the master said the fit was for his everyday routine now. Now watch this, the 11-year-old kid was absolutely stunned seeing his sister arrive. Master Magnar scolded his student, thinking he was trying to pull that fake sister trick on him again, but the kid swore he was speaking straight facts. Ivelia, who got a letter from her little brother, was actually standing there. It had been forever since these two siblings actually saw each other. Our hero, about to drop into some brand new adventures, straight up admitted he missed Ibelia. Our guy's letter to his sister totally kicked off by saying he missed her. This had the sorceress of the end literally pouting, since she wasn't wanting respect. She explained she just wanted him treating her like a real sister and loving her, but eventually she started cracking up, saying she was just messing around. When asked if he seriously wanted Lydia tagging along with her, the kid confirmed it, just like he dropped in his letter. The only way the monkey-brained girl could actually level up was by leaving this giant mansion behind. Ibelia found it super wild that he wanted her to basically raise a total stranger. So Larson cleared things up, saying Lydia was his contractor and obeyed him, exactly like he obeyed Ibelia. Right then, the sorceress of the end realized the kid was actually expressing his deep desire to become part of her crew. You feel that shift, Ibelia decided to ask her brother something huge. When asked about the past, our main dude started hardcore panicking, because honestly he hadn't leveled up as a mage at all. Even so, Larson decided to flex his new progress to her. He started yapping about working on becoming a better vessel, since transcended mana and magic combat techniques put a crazy heavy tax on his physical body. But while he kept monologuing and low-key flexing his power, he suddenly got snapped back to reality. Yelia asked the kid who exactly was standing in front of him. Our hero claimed the lady was a matron, the house's best successor, plus a totally legit real mage. So Yelia cleared up she was his sister first and foremost, explaining she wasn't asking about his power stats. Actually, she just wanted to check on him. Since a whole year had passed since they last chilled, making him realize his sister actually had a super massive soft spot for some real family affection. Realizing he was probably the absolute first sibling to ever send her a letter, Larson offered the sorceress to grab dinner together like a normal, happy family. A super warm, fuzzy feeling started filling up Ibelia's heart. The protagonist even promised to snag her some fresh blooming flowers from the garden. Later that night, kicking back in bed, our hero started overthinking how he needed to flex his progress to someone. That thought straight up hijacked his brain, wrecking his sleep. So the young master called his assassin over, pointing out she totally eavesdropped on their conversation. Ira said she'd wake him up super early so he could head out, noting she'd pack some extra emergency rations just in case. And before our hero could even ask Ira what kind of crazy test she thought his sister was gonna drop on him, she instantly vanished into thin air. Even so what do you and I make of this? The protagonist knew this test was meant for his old self, and his new stats would leave Ibelia totally speechless. Listen up, you and I are about to watch our boy completely ace this test by just figuring out the rules. After racking his brain all night, he realized he had to show off his real progress, even though his attitude was basically exactly the same. In his mind, there was literally only one way to pull this off quickly. Without ticking off the Fountain Master's family, super curious, Ibelia stepped up and asked what his big theory was about this whole crazy exam. After breaking the whole situation down, Larson figured he needed to go hunt poison goblins in the Byron Stone Mountains. Honestly, he couldn't think of anything else, but hey, guess what? His wild guess was totally spot on. With that settled, the two siblings were hyped and ready to bounce. But Larson remembered something huge and asked to bring Hampton along, leaving his sister super confused. A little later, the young master and his servant got teleported straight there. That super sudden portal jump totally wrecked poor Hampton's stomach. Gross. Our heroes were now standing in the stone mountains, surrounded by millions of red pine trees. The creator clearly went all out designing this place. Because those red trees scream pure danger, this forest is legit one of the deadliest spots in the entire world. Larson quickly figured out that his sister wouldn't step in to help this time, even if he literally died. Then the servant frantically pointed out something chilling up ahead. It was a sketchy sign pointing straight to the poison goblin habitat, but also a giant warning telling visitors to stay far away. Just a few steps later, Hampton was totally out of breath, begging his young master to tell him they were there. Larson just repeated the exact same line he dropped an hour ago, swearing it was right around the next corner. Boom, the second they arrived, Larson ordered his servant to set up the items exactly like they had planned earlier. Now pay close attention here. Ibelia suddenly realized this dude wasn't actually planning to fight those nasty poison goblins head-on. She knew her brother stood zero chance fighting all those toxic monsters at once. Her secret plan was to bail him out right after he proved he had guts. But honestly, from the looks of it, Larson had his own insane master plan. And with that, his setup was done. When asked if he could climb, Hampton was way too embarrassed to admit the truth, so Larson just casually hoisted him onto his back and started scaling the tree. The sorceress was speechless. After casting a quick invisibility spell, she just kicked back and admired her little brother's fresh, new upgraded outfit. Right at that exact second, the beasts caught the scent. Just like clockwork, a massive horde of poison goblins came rushing in to hunt down their prey. The monsters charged forward like crazy, and Bella realized literally no normal mage would ever use hunting tactics like this. Larson smirked, saying he totally knew that. He explained he wasn't going to serve her as just some basic mage. He wanted something way bigger. Then, the master and servant watched quietly as the beasts devoured the meat, and she finally connected the dots. She saw what was happening and realized her little brother cooked up a genius plan to hunt down goblins that only travel in giant packs. The kid confirmed it, explaining how poison goblins were only chill with monsters that belonged to their own specific crew. His whole goal was to lure two different goblin groups together so they would just absolutely wreck each other. And boom, right on cue, two rival gangs crashed into each other. An all-out turf war started instantly. The ugly creatures just started ripping each other apart. With that, our boy's master plan was officially in motion. You know what comes next, right? We just get to sit back and watch these rival packs absolutely destroy each other. These goblins were showing off some seriously savage violence, honestly making them look pretty human. Ibelia, smoothly dodging chunks of flying meat, started doing a quick body count. Eventually, only one heavily wounded beast was left standing. Having won the massive brawl, the ugly dude felt amazing. The goblin was riding high, thinking he just scored an epic victory, but little did he know he was the prey. Suddenly, the creepy creature felt eyes on its back. Before the beast could even process what was happening, it got totally blindsided by a kid who was 11 years old, flexing some seriously insane, overpowered energy. And just like that, the goblin's upper half got cleanly blown away in one strike. Hampton scrambled down the tree. The kid felt super grossed out by the shredded goblins, but she was totally amazed. They just casually wiped out 24 monsters. She immediately started wondering what their dad would actually think if he could see this. She even spotted the artifact on his chest, doing the math that it weighed about 300 kilograms. Then our boy started doing some quick math. Since these goblins rolled in a massive horde, there had to be a huge boss hiding somewhere nearby. He already marked every cave they passed. Stick around, it gets wilder. Trust me, you and I are about to witness one wild level up. He promised to show his actual progress facing the goblin leader, while his buddy literally shook. Stepping into that final boss cave, our duo got blasted by the absolute worst smell ever. Turns out the tribe leader was not some buff warrior, but a creepy witch doctor. Seeing the coward hiding right there, his weapon totally hit the dirt fast. That ugly monster, this so-called scary witch doctor, just started shivering in the corner. The whole situation was just hilarious. The goblin was completely terrified by the end's sorceress vibe, but honestly his buddy Hampton looked even more freaked out than the beast. Looking closely at the scattered bones, you could easily tell these nasty goblins survived totally by eating human flesh for dinner. Honestly though, our main guy literally did not care. He decided to just smash that devil goblin, following the classic law of the jungle. Once they stepped outside the cave, our boy bragged to his sister about how cool his magic combat technique was. When someone asked if he found the guts to casually walk up to the boss near his sister, Larson said he absolutely knew she had his back. Evlia straight up called his answer super weak and soft, but secretly she kinda liked it. After that, the awesome sorceress bounced, promising to bring her little bro some sweet gifts next visit. Larson could totally tell Evlia was in a super great mood. With her gone, Hampton asked his young master if they had to hike all the way back to Sade Mansion. That totally reminded our hero he forgot to give his loyal servant the memo, so he casually explained they were camping in this spooky forest for days. Seeing they only packed basic emergency snacks, Larson instantly knew from the poor guy's panicked face that he wanted to rush home. The hero then spilled how he left Lodia safe with his sister, and the maid would get the full scoop the second the girl actually left them. Hearing that, do not blink because this gets wild, Hampton realized his master was secretly waiting for an actual assassin. Larson then confidently announced this area was completely safe now, mostly because they just wiped out those toxic goblins. Hampton seriously asked his young boss if he came out here just to rescue the innocent folks stuck in the unshielded zones. But Larson literally had zero clue what his buddy meant. Hampton dropped some heavy lore, explaining how most humans survived outside safe zones, like his parents who were tragically burned alive right in front of him. Hampton then got super emotional, saying how proud he was that his master hunted the goblin leader after finding out they actually ate real humans. Right then, our sneaky little rascal decided to milk the hero moment and played along. But Larson started low-key doubting things, wondering if, despite her happy face, Evlia was actually hyped about the basic results he got. The original author realized super fast that the Evlia he created would just pity such weak results. Larson instantly fired up his epic celestial eyes, figuring out his actual insane test was just starting. Feeling the vibe shift, he told his servant to sprint blindly toward the cave on his special signal. At first, the poison master was totally confused, but then absolute terror hit him. A massive feline the size of a house dropped in. Here is where things get completely unhinged. The white tiger arrived. While the servant scrambled, the boss started counting. Knowing one sudden twitch would trigger the beast, Larson waited for the absolute perfect window and yelled for his friend to book it to the cave. Hampton was super confused right then, mostly because his master stayed behind completely alone. Initially he was panicking, but ultimately he decided to trust the absolute goat he followed. Our fearless hero then flexed on the giant tiger, forcing the wild monster to lock onto him alone, and suddenly Larson was in a totally deadly staring contest with a killer cat. In his mind, Evlia probably thought beating random goblins was way too easy for a real exam, so she wanted to push his absolute limits. Just a year ago, our main guy rocking wind weight control would have called this absolute total madness. After all, his wild mission was catching a white tiger alive. Larson just loved how the epic wind energy flowed right through his veins. Feeling hyped, he decided to channel that awesome power to totally dominate Evlia's insane true challenge today. His very first move was to challenge this beast in speed. So he used his own crazy speed to bait it, but the tiger was super fast and caught him. Larson then barely dodged the actual jaws of death at the absolute last microsecond. Are we ready for this amazing finale? Absolute pure chaos. He finally found the determination to land the final blow, channeling his maximum power into one completely epic punch. Alright, stick with me here. After dropping a massive attack that created a crazy shockwave, our boy was feeling pretty hyped about the results. But this fight was far from over. Because that beast was absolutely raging now, and before he could even blink, it lunged right at him. Dodging was impossible, so blocking was his only option left. Even so, that massive cat launched him so incredibly hard, he actually smashed straight into the wall. His dragon armor put in some work though, eating up 38% of its durability to save him. Without that epic gear, he would be completely dead. Still, that tiger hit so hard it actually snapped a few bones. Larson popped a self-healing skill fast. He might be way quicker than the white tiger, but his attack and defense were still seriously lacking. So falling back to the cave to cook up a new strategy was the smartest play. Once inside, Larson found his shadow servant practically begging to be put out of his misery. Hampton totally blamed himself for his boss getting hurt, while Larson used regular bandages because magical healing drains way too much mana. The shadowy dude literally cried out that dying for his master was a huge honor. Larson told him to seriously drop it, saying life and death are not some big joke. He straight up said he needed his shadow alive, so Larson promised to protect Hampton no matter what. Right then, the edgy kid trying to act all tough suddenly realized something huge. He was officially a hardcore fanboy now. Meanwhile, that monster tiger kept screaming outside. For whatever reason, the beast refused to step near the cave. He quickly noticed this was super weird. Even though they were literally standing in goblin territory, there were barely any signs of goblins around. This meant one super gross thing: the goblins were totally trapped in here and couldn't even take out their own trash. So basically, meaning this. Now pay attention, the tiger wasn't dodging poison, just the absolutely foul stench. From there, it was pretty obvious the one who locked the goblins in here was the sorceress of the end herself. Hampton figured Abelia made this spot safe from the tiger, meaning they just had to chill and wait for backup. But our young boss refused. That was way too boring. He said they needed to focus on slaying the beast before she even showed up. Hampton literally started shaking when Larson casually asked him for some paralyzing poison. Panicking that he couldn't make enough to drop the beast, but Larson smiled. He didn't want to paralyze it. In fact, he just needed enough to seriously annoy the big cat, already daydreaming about the massive reward his sister owed him after this crazy test. After chilling for a bit, the poison was cooked. Larson then ordered his guy to chop up a goblin and drench the meat in poison. With that done, our hero tossed his super secret weapon outside, just some gross meat chunks tied together with a bunch of ropes. Larson and Hampton sat in total silence, waiting for their genius plan to work. But after a while, crickets. Larson just sat there, literally counting every single second and minute passing by. 30 whole minutes had passed since he threw the bait. It was blazing hot outside, and the beast was totally panting. Honestly, that giant white tiger was looking pretty rough right now. I know what you're thinking. In the original novel, a kid mage soloing a white tiger is literally impossible. The sorceress totally knew that. That is exactly why she handed him this insane mission. She wanted to push her little brother to his absolute breaking point. So our boy decided to put on a show and flex how much he had leveled up lately. It had been 2 years since he woke up as Larson Maiden, with only 7 years left until his execution. His death was a guaranteed game over, so he absolutely had to break the timeline he created. His ultimate goal: get stronger than his sister, stronger than his dad, and way stronger than the original main character. With all that said, the boys faced the monster again. The second it saw him, the beast lost its mind. Larson was totally hyped to throw hands. Surviving this cursed world was his only mission. Right then, a system notification popped up. His insane willpower just unlocked a crazy new skill called Lightning Tactic. This completely blew our protagonist's mind. This crazy new buff had him shook, and then it happened. A blinding light just exploded out of nowhere. That is where we leave it. His servant was mind blown. His master already had 4th circle mage mana. Listen up, you and I are watching the system trigger flow for 3 seconds straight. This massive power drain totally flashed him back to his master, teaching him about fighting spirit. The combat king preached that true strength perfectly links your body and soul. Basically, destruction and all those crazy concepts follow the absolute rules of physics and astral magic. Even death itself bowed down to this core rule, making it the deepest secret of the fighting spirit. But seeing his mage student completely confused, the master just dumbed it down. He basically said that fighting spirit was all about pure, raw willpower and not backing down. Yet again, our main guy totally missed the point, so the master sighed and realized he just had to show him exactly how it worked. Mayton claimed if he punched the ground, his fist would pack enough juice to split the earth wide open and cause absolute chaos. At first, Larson thought his master was just trolling, pulling a stunt like that would totally wreck the swordsmanship family base, which is nuts. But plot twist, he was dead serious. The dude was not joking around at all. The kid suddenly panicked, realizing his teacher was completely serious and was literally about to completely obliterate the Sin family estate right then and there. But in all that hype, the master totally forgot about the giant bucket of water resting on his head. That exact moment showed our guy how much raw willpower amps up fighting spirit. Snapping back to reality, our hero was literally racing against the clock. So he decided to flex his willpower to boost his mana, which was getting heavily drained by this new power. Larson swore he would take that tiger down. Overflowing with insane energy, the kid only focused on wrapping himself in even more ridiculous power. The Blitz spirit was fully activated now. Our boy was super hyped about his fresh skill and desperate to test it out. Now pay attention here. With only 3 literal seconds on the clock, our boy immediately launched himself forward for a crazy speed blitz. But Larson totally misjudged his own massive strength. and for a split second, he completely slipped up. Because of that, things got way too sketchy. He frantically tried to find his footing, realizing he just wasted a precious second. Seeing this mess, he tapped right into his wind attribute. This let him literally become the wind and glide forward with absolute swagger. Just like that, our hero transformed into a literal arrow of pure energy. Just 1 second left on the clock. Right then, our guy was fully locked in and ready to catch a body. Honestly, this was the absolute best way to squeeze out every drop of his fighting spirit. Because of that, he had to get airborne to secure the kill. So the young master braced himself, channeling all his juice into one hellish strike. Hampton was absolutely speechless. That final smash took literally everything out of him. With blood splashing everywhere, our hero was totally gassed out. His tank was so empty that both his celestial eye and lightning tactic just forcefully shut down. Larson managed to thank Ibelia for her awesome power boost right before his body finally gave out and hit the dirt. Even the holy grail of transcendence was feeling completely wiped, since it got totally drained dry. It really looked like leveling up that lightning tactic is gonna be a massive, sweaty grind, since it left him literally paralyzed and mute. But hold on, the chaos definitely wasn't over just yet. You and I both felt that panic, right? Another white tiger was actively stalking them. In that intense moment, our main character's crazy theory actually proved true. The second white beast got absolutely wrecked by none other than the assassin herself. The maid basically told our guy to chill while she cleaned up the trash. And with that, she unleashed an absolutely wild strike. Her massive power literally ripped the tiger into tiny pieces. The ice-cold assassin was left completely drenched in the blood of her newest prey. Hampton correctly pointed out that this perfectly silent girl was way scarier than any giant tiger. Hearing that, everything finally clicked for our exhausted hero before he totally blacked out. Seeing him drop, the servants immediately rushed in to drag him back to a safe spot. Our boy then slipped into a coma for a few days, dreaming about his tragic past life as an average desk jockey, desperately trying to clear his massive debts. He also remembered his days as a completely pathetic author. For a split second, our guy totally forgot his crazy new reality. Then suddenly, that weird dream was over. The 11-year-old kid finally woke up. The maid told him he was knocked out for 3 straight days. This kind of stuff was just normal for him now, but waking up, he jumped seeing the heart of the tiger that the silent maid had completely slaughtered. She casually explained that a white tiger heart is top-tier loot for regenerating mana, which is why she grabbed it. So what do you and I make of this? He thanked her, realizing the end sorceress totally predicted his arrival. In other words, stick with me, Ibelia must have set up that second white tiger just to stall the assassin long enough for the test. But Larson caught a really weird detail. That crazy strong assassin should have sensed both tigers on the mountain instantly. Yet carrying her massive prey, Jira just casually strolled right up to them. Obviously, an elite assassin's insane strength wouldn't let something as simple as a giant white tiger's weight slow her down. This made our boy realize his maid got direct orders from his sister, but Jira totally rejected them, which honestly made her a massive wild card and a huge threat to the entire test. It was safe to say the crazy mage threw down some restriction magic to completely lock up the assassin's movements. Jira confirmed he was totally spot on, realizing his edgy words weren't actually meant for her at all. He was actually calling out his older sister. After that epic flex, our hero just went right back to his hardcore training, totally ignoring his injuries. And even though his maid was stressing out, the kid just smirked and said he was way stronger than he looked. Watching this whole thing from afar, Ibelia was super hyped about it and decided to bounce. Not long after. Back at the mean mansion, their dad was super disappointed to hear that even after a whole year, his youngest son was still stuck at Circle 2, while Ibelia actually expressed how she wanted to team up with him. Dikachura made it clear he had zero reason to meddle in their succession war and decided to ask his second child a question. Watch this closely, he wanted to know why the heck she liked her little brother so much. Ibelia explained that despite his weak magic stats, he was the smartest kid she had ever seen, and his massive ego made him even better. That's exactly why she asked her dad for permission to recruit the youngest straight into her squad. Dikachura basically told her to do whatever she wanted, and Bia thanked her dad. From that moment on, time just absolutely flew by. Days and seasons blurred together like crazy. Now it was the very first day of 2023. It had been 3 years since Larson Mean wrecked that white tiger. Our main character was now rocking a 14-year-old body. That same day, the patriarch's long-awaited letter finally arrived. Our guy suddenly had a quick favor to ask his loyal shadow. Larson just casually asked her to cut his hair. The letter ordered Larson back to the main house as soon as possible. Apparently, mean kids between 14 and 16 have to go on this intense thing called the pilgrimage. Meaning our hero had to travel the world hunting down ancient artifacts and find his own crew, in other words, loyal people who would follow him just like the assassin does. Larson asked her what the very first thing she would do back at the main estate was. Jira, acting way less like a maid now, claimed she would just clean his room. With that, the haircut was officially done. The young master was looking insanely fresh. He thanked Jira for the clean fade, but she just brushed off the praise. When asked about his own first move back home, our hero admitted he had been thinking about it a ton. I know what you're thinking. The youngest of the mage family had already made his choice. Hearing her master was returning, Ludia was super hyped, only to immediately get scolded for her sloppy vocabulary. She was completely over those stupid lessons and just wanted her bestie back, but then she was told she might not even see him at all. Since our guy was basically just gonna say hi to his dad and immediately dip. But the girl was absolutely convinced he would visit her, since they were best friends after all. So the mage of the end brutally reminded her that friendship means absolutely nothing when stacked up against blood ties. Hearing that, the little girl decided the absolute best way to get closer to Larson was to just straight up marry him. That wild comment earned her another quick smack on the head. News of his return also reached the third sister, who literally wanted to chop his limbs off just because he managed to pass Ibelia's crazy test. She was so incredibly jealous, claiming his success was just pure dumb luck, but to the guys around her, that speech was basically just total nonsense. Actually, they were super pissed at whoever stole their legendary artifact right off its ancient stone. The angry guardians swore to execute the witch in the name of Henker. When one guy stepped up to the noble to see where she hid the stone, her shadow instantly jumped in to protect her. But suddenly an evil aura flooded the room, horrifying even the shadow. You and I are not ready for this. So the guy decided to execute the mage immediately. He started totally mocking her while she just complimented his massive arms. Honestly, she should have been terrified, and right after that, Red Hat made her big move. Right then, the guard grabbed her straight by the skull and totally slammed her into the wall with crazy force. The guards started laughing at the sorceress, but the dude rocking the eye patch warned them not to underestimate the Matin family at all. Then, the guy who tossed her against the wall swore he had everything completely under control, but in that exact second, he realized his entire arm was suddenly just gone. Persia, without a single scratch on her, ripped it clean off. The total psycho even took a bite and wondered what part she should slice off next. Safe to say, all the swordsmen were absolutely horrified. Even so, they held their ground, despite knowing they were facing off against two monsters from the Matin house. They figured these two were just fragile women at the end of the day, so they charged forward, aiming straight for the kill. Right then, the noble actually talked to her shadow. She swore to execute her if a single enemy managed to land a scratch. Now pay attention to this clash. Eye Patch Guy finally realized just how ridiculously overpowered this enemy actually was. Because even he and his elite squad of heavy hitters completely crumbled in seconds right in front of the Patriarch's insanely strong daughter. Persia was thirsty for blood, zero mercy shown. At that moment, the guy decided falling back to warn the others was the smartest play, but suddenly, a massive chill ran down his spine. For some crazy reason, he completely lost control of his own body, and before he could even process it, he got straight up decapitated, his head dropping right into the witch's hand. Persia was honestly super disappointed, hoping the guy would be way hotter. With that done, the third sister started wondering about the sixth brother's big pilgrimage. When asked if she was gonna go welcome him back, she flat out said no. She literally couldn't care less about nobodies with zero potential. Meanwhile, that so-called nobody was out here slaughtering countless monsters using his epic water magic. Carlton was seriously itching to settle the score with his little bro. On the flip side, Persia was super focused on Larson slipping right through her fingers, so she decided to prep a wild little surprise. Meanwhile, over on another part of the map, they explain the pilgrimage. It is a 2-year journey you gotta take to farm artifacts and totally level up. Kanzad figured this was just some exotic training arc, but when asked about the main goal, the kid explained it was his chance to spread his wings outside the house. But I know what you are thinking, the hero's actual goal, running away from his psycho siblings chasing him. The novel's main character thought this was honestly pretty depressing. Having your very own blood relatives as your enemies has got to be rough. But at the end of the day, that is just the crazy nature of a mage family. Our hero looked the MC dead in the eye, promising they would absolutely be bros forever. Cassens grinned, shaking the author's hand to lock in that permanent, eternal friendship. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Sade territory, Lady Soso completely rejected the help Ira offered, especially since she wasn't actually her official maid. But when the assassin offered to become her personal assistant, our hero's mom shut it down. She claimed she was way better at the maid duties than her anyway. Right then, the white-haired girl was totally speechless, having zero response. Lady Soso asked the assassin if they could still be besties after heading back to the main family estate. Seeing her reaction, she realized she could be super real with her, explaining things would get way more complicated once they arrived. Right then, the assassin sensed something off. Reading the vibe, the mom quickly figured out that her son was on his way over. Soso totally wanted Ira to show her kid the exact same kindness she showed her. But the assassin claimed ignoring him was the smartest move for everyone. Then she vanished. The kid, still hanging by the door, told his mom they gotta head back to the main estate tomorrow. He explained they need to greet his dad when returning. But when our hero said he wanted her right by his side, the lady was absolutely stunned. Honestly, she even started shaking, completely terrified of what might happen, but Larson heard her out, promising to protect her from any harm. Then the kid dropped one more thing, and trust me, you will want to see this massive favor he asked. It completely breaks the story's script. A little later that day, a super happy Lady Soso called out to the assassin. Ira was crazy intrigued, since the noble lady somehow managed to actually sense her hidden presence. Our hero's mom just completely gushed about how incredibly happy she was to be friends with the maid. Alright, let's jump straight in. Soso explained that her kid really wanted her to face his dad alongside him. Basically, she had to stop hiding. Alright, stick with me here. The lady had tons of questions, knowing deep down she was still just a commoner. From today on, every single move she made would be watched. One tiny slip-up, boom, her son's future is totally ruined. But our boy stepped up, doing his absolute best to calm her down, promising he'd handle any wild fallout coming their way, and because of that, the lady finally made her big choice. Soso used to hide her face, terrified of toxic jealousy hurting him, but now she was all in on supporting him. Things were totally different now. Her son was a boss, and stepping into the spotlight was her only play. Tianra was honestly mind-blown. This common-blooded woman had zero combat skills or useful powers, but man, her eyes were burning with pure passion. Watching this whole scene quietly from the shadows, the assassin confirmed Soso was actually the boss's favorite wife before straight-up vanishing. Leaving the poor lady totally confused, the assassin started low-key panicking. She had let her feelings show for a split second. In her line of work, that's a deadly sin that gets you killed. Tianra realized she was definitely going soft. When moving day finally rolled around, our main guy said goodbye to his master. But the old man wasn't having any of that emotional stuff. He strictly banned him from writing letters just to avoid annoying rumors. The combat king even joked he was super embarrassed to teach such a talentless scrub. Even so, Larson promised to write sometimes, and just like that, Watch closely because after 4 years, our heroes finally left the SAD's territory. It was officially time for our boy to head home. Watching his student walk away, the combat king was absolutely dead certain he'd never actually get a single letter. Meanwhile, Larson was wondering which mage his family bothered to send to the teleportation gate for him. A little bit later, hitting the portal, he asked the assassin who was meeting them. She finally dropped her hood and boom, our guy was stunned. It was none other than Evian, the epic ice witch currently chilling as a librarian over at Starlight Library. Seeing her meant serious security upgrades, Evian quickly offered the young master some tea. He surprisingly took it. The mage was totally confused since he hated tea. Why even accept it? Evian wanted to demand her chocolate, but she held back, just asking him to visit the library way more often. Ira figured that the whole chocolate thing had to be some super secret code. With that settled, the squad kept moving. Thanks to Evian's insane magic, they crossed the Black Sea, dodging countless terrifying nightmare monsters. And even though the assassin looked completely unbothered by it, the kid was totally hyped seeing all those freaky creatures. Suddenly a massive bright light flashed and bam, our heroes arrived. Larson definitely wasn't expecting to get there this fast. Evian even had a fancy carriage waiting for the Count and his mom. Asked if she was ready, the lady took a breath and nodded. Meanwhile, back at the main estate, the so-so gossip was spreading fast. Everyone knew her comeback would instantly trigger the absolute fury of the other 3 wives. You're probably thinking she's completely crazy, right? Well, they all thought only a massive fool would return now. Later on, our boy walked right into some uncontrollable rage. Even with crazy pressure crushing him, the teen stood firm. This was the only way to protect his mom. He pointed out his dad wanted her safe too, because at the end of the day, married couples should literally want the best for each other. Asked point blank if he still loved So-So, the Sky Mage just couldn't even answer. Dikachura was super confused how dragging the 4th wife into the main house kept her safe. Larson declared it was finally time his mom stepped out of the shadows. Before, his dad tried everything to hide her away for safety. The kid boldly pointed out that acting like a coward wouldn't stop the drama. Only real power brings peace, and surprisingly, his dad totally agreed. This actually made him realize something super important about himself. Even he had made weak, cowardly choices just to protect his wife. While his son basically called out how weak he used to be back then. Larson actually felt kind of offended when his dad instantly admitted he was totally useless before. So where does that leave us? His mom finally stepped up, craving real power, relying entirely on her husband's absolute strength as her only shield. The boy straight up clarified that this should be the only power she ever needed. I mean, her husband was literally the strongest guy in the world. Later that night, the patriarch's right hand heard everything and totally didn't expect his boss's chill reaction. Dikachura actually asked his buddy for advice. This made Senkin remember exactly what Dikachura had preached to him way back. In the past, the boss made it super clear, just focus entirely on living in the present. According to Senkin, the only way to survive the present was seizing the current moment totally. The right-hand man explained how back then, his boss always made those exact choices, swearing to follow him no matter what went down. Dikachura felt super comforted by that genuine backup. Here's where things get emotional, guys. Senkin explained how he was hyper-ambitious before meeting Lissel. Tragically, a mysterious sickness took her life last year. After they met, Lissel literally became his entire universe. Losing her broke him, leaving massive regrets and making it impossible to live in the present. Because Senkin was drowning in the past, the guilt just completely ate him alive. That's exactly why he got real with his buddy, giving him solid advice to bring a little more warmth back into his life. Later on at the Autumn Mansion, Era was sleeping totally peacefully when her eyes suddenly snapped open. Pay attention here, a creepy energy woke the assassin up. She felt someone lurking nearby. Era got dressed super fast and slipped into the young master's room. Dead silent so she wouldn't wake him up, she tossed her knife out of nowhere. The blade seemingly struck something floating right above the young master. It froze midair, completely dripping with fresh blood. Right then, the intruder turned off his invisibility, literally impressed by how razor-sharp her assassin skills still were. Since she totally busted him, Era demanded to know why the patriarch's right hand was sneaking around her mansion. Senkin flat out told her he needed to take the young master. Wild as it sounds, he claimed he was strictly following his master's orders. Era remained super suspicious. That didn't explain this late-night ninja mission, but he swore he was just obeying the patriarch. So what do you guys think happens next? All right, stick with me here. The right-hand man let the assassin tag along. Senkin then pointed out how crazy it was seeing Discret silently take on such a young form. And yet she did not even bother to reply. He then begged her to never stab him again. Sure, he could heal up, but that pain was still super annoying to deal with. He even reminded her how his face got scarred protecting her before. Later on, they brought the noble's son right to him. Dikachura praised his right-hand man for the solid work, but he was seriously intrigued by the maid standing there just to protect Benjamin. Even though Gera had absolutely blind faith in Senkin at all times. She wanted to stay completely objective here. The patriarch then told her to chill out since he was starting the ritual now. Watch closely now. Our hero, who was definitely supposed to be dead asleep, just woke up. Larson demanded to know what was going on. He desperately needed answers about this crazy situation. His dad casually explained he was simply performing the Dikachura ritual, one of the signature calculation rituals in their household. This seriously hyped up our main character. He realized it had to be super overpowered since the mage literally named it after himself. Now, while his 6 other siblings would have accepted this free gift in a heartbeat, our newly awake protagonist decided to ask for some explanations first. Plus, for some weird reason, his heavenly eyes were totally useless here. I know what you are thinking. It is incredibly sus for his dad to start rituals at midnight. The father honestly appreciated his son being so clever, but he definitely did not want to show any obvious favoritism. So Larson asked what the deal was. The heaven mage started the ritual, explaining that he simply found his kid's hidden potential very promising. Right at that moment, our boy was hit by an agonizing pain that almost made him scream out loud, feeling exactly like a stab wound. The ritual finished, leaving a red tattoo on the 14-year-old's arm. His dad explained this would be super handy someday, right before everything suddenly went completely blurry. Larson could barely even hear the voices around him. As his son hit the floor, the dad was seriously impressed he took that massive pain without screaming. Dikachura, who claimed his weak kid would reach insane heights. Morning came. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Something super loud was squishing against our boy's arm. Yep, his fire contractor, Lodia, and homegirl was absolutely starving. Now watch this. She whined so much that Evlia basically threw her hands up, caved in, and dragged her straight to our guy. But the furious sorceress wasn't having it. Lodia's vocabulary was too trashy, and she needed serious lessons. Trust me, you'll want to see this. All right, you and I are jumping back in. While Lodia whines about surviving Ivelia's crazy training, our boy suddenly feels like a tired dad. He checks his arm, totally healed. Makes him wonder if this entire insane ordeal was just some wild fever dream. But right then, the sorceress of the end shuts down the hyper girl. While Lodia gets knocked around, her master jokes she's in great hands. And as the poor creature literally bawls about being brutally tortured every single day. Larson totally ignores her, claiming she actually looks happy. Our hero then begs for 3 more chill days before his pilgrimage. Avelia points out their mom is gonna be super worried. His shocked face totally confuses his sister, so he quickly brushes it off. But honestly, Lodia just can't take this anymore. Boom, she summons a massive fire snake, but Ivelia doesn't even flinch. Now pay attention here. The giant reptile charges the blonde girl, but the sorceress of the end blocks it with absolute zero effort. Back to business, Ivelia actually congratulates her little brother for surviving her insane test and promises him a reward. Larson instantly realizes she is talking about that crazy white tiger incident from 3 years ago. They tell our boy to hop out of bed, and just like that, hand him an epic new robe. The sorceress of the end says it is a personal gift, crafted from white dragon scales, an absolute legendary item made by the dwarf boss himself, packed with some seriously crazy hidden powers. It is the exact robe the sorceress wore to survive countless battles. Larson says thanks, and she admits it needed major restoring. The craziest part, this gear actually helps you crush a sixth circle mage. He is mind blown, only top-tier geniuses ever reach that level, making this outfit insanely valuable for his future power scaling. Our boy thanks his sister again. She wishes him a safe trip, praying he comes back leveled up and way stronger. And with that, the sorceress of the end and the mage's enemy dip out. She genuinely wants her little brother strong enough to protect what he loves most. 3 whole days pass, Hampton getting ready to say goodbye to his master. Hands over tons of antidotes, our hero shifts into his shadow form, trusting him to keep his mom completely safe. Larson even thanks the librarian who showed up to say bye. But shaking hands, he feels a sneaky little item in his palm. Nevian completely slipped him a candy. A perfect gift from the absolute sweet tooth, since he is basically her #1 chocolate plug. So yeah, the youngest maiden family son is finally following the sacred rules. 14 years old means it is official pilgrimage time. Can you believe this? A literal meteor just crashed right beside him. Ladia makes an absolutely epic entrance, casually bragging that she got the sorceress's full permission. Avelia's letter explains that while she wanted him as her apprentice, he would seriously level up way more by traveling. During this 2-year pilgrimage, he won't need a master. Instead, he has to drag Ladia along, treating her like an overpowered magical resource. Figuring he has no choice, our hero decides to just take the girl along. She is absolutely hyped. With everything settled, it is finally time to leave. So what do you and I take from this? Larson Maiden, squad ready, is officially stepping into his wildest adventure yet. Yeah.